Good. Cool.
Okay.
All right, we got Jesse in here too. Do you want me to add him in now?
Yeah. Go ahead and add him. I'll jump back in here in a second.
Sweet. What's up, Jesse?
Oh my god, I'm very close to the screen. Hold on.
All
How's it
good.
going, dude?
I like the hat. I didn't know you're a Sox fan.
Yeah, no, I'm from Boston.
Oh, love that. Yeah, I'm from Braintree specifically.
Where?
Braintree.
Oh, okay. I'm from Waltham.
Nice. Good stuff.
No,
All right. Well, here we are. We only got 4 people in right now, but things are, more people will come in as we get everything going. Raj is back in. Welcome everyone to the first ever Wrestling Inc. Watchalong. This is going to be very exciting. We got full gear on tonight, a whole bunch of matches to look forward to, and we figured we'd kick things off a little bit early before anything really starts. The buy-in is scheduled for 7:30, and we thought we'd kick things off by just kind of giving our predictions, what we're expecting from tonight, and everything else that we can expect from AEW in general. And we also got a bunch of top news to get through as well that I know Raj wants to touch on, but just to introduce us off the bat, I'm Liam Crowley. I do a lot of work for Wrestling Inc. over on TikTok, as well as writing articles and whatnot over on the website. Raj, obviously, the founder, owner, operating everything with the day-to-day operations with Wrestling Inc. And then Jesse Collins as well, another great contributor. Raj, I'll go to you first. How you doing?
Good, guys. How are you?
Fantastic. Jesse, how about you?
Excited.
That's
weird.
The name of the game for tonight.
I'm having some tech issues because I usually watch the pay-per-views in the basement, and we have an Apple TV down there, and I go, and there's no BR app. They have BR Live, but no BR, so I'm having to move to a different room where we have a Roku. So
this does seem like the first pay-per-view they're really pushing BR Live, which I think is cool overall, but it is leading to some issues.
Well, they axed BR Live, didn't they? Like the idea of BR Live, they like axed it, and like now it's just kind of Bleacher Report in general.
Bleacher Report. Yeah.
I don't know. I can't remember if All Out was the same or this is the first pay-per-view they've done like without. It didn't really change that much for me. It's like my same account, and I guess on Roku the change was seamless. Like I didn't even have to download the Bleacher Report app, I think.
Yeah, All Out was also on BR. That was the first one. Yeah. Same thing with me. I'm in on Roku. It was really quick, but yeah, Apple TV, it's not there. So if you got an Apple TV, try to find another way to watch it.
Yeah, and I've actually been pleasantly surprised that with Bleacher Report's quality over my experience watching these shows, because I was like kind of like they're going to do all their pay-per-views on Bleacher Report. That's kind of I don't know. I'm not familiar with like their pay-per-view service, but I've never really had any issues as far as when it comes to streaming the shows there with like their pay-per-view service. But I've never
had a streaming issue with them whatsoever. It's been very smooth. I mean, we've all had issues with other wrestling streaming services when it comes to pay-per-views and whatnot, but Bleacher Report has always seemed to run very, very smoothly. So yeah, I think it's a good idea to keep pushing this platform, and especially if they do want to eventually flirt with the idea of incorporating AEW into a streaming service. I think having a Bleacher Report is a good foundation to kind of build upon.
Absolutely. Who knows? Who knows where they'll be in a year? With HBO Max now, they're really putting a lot of money and effort into their streaming service. I don't believe there's a live component yet on HBO Max, but I think it's only a matter of time before they have it.
I agree.
Max, yeah. Go ahead, Jesse.
No, I think you look at the money WWE's been able to get for Peacock and how hungry these streaming services are for content. I think it's only a matter of time before AEW's pay-per-views are available, whether it's HBO Max or Hulu or whoever wins the bidding war. I think that's only a matter of time.
I think HBO Max is a seamless fit considering everything they have going on with Warner Brothers, and just the fact that Warner Media in general has, your TNTs, your Bleacher Reports, etc. The one thing that HBO Max is kind of missing right now is that live component. Disney Plus has done a lot of original shows, same thing with Peacock and all that, and they premiere at a certain time and they have a live aspect to them. We haven't really seen that with HBO yet, and I know they have a lot of shows they plan on releasing next year. If they do eventually want to do the live format, it could be a way to kind of test the grounds, have stuff air live, and then bring in a live sporting aspect with AEW. I think they're just a little hesitant to incorporate that. just yet. But before we get into the pay-per-view, guys, is there any top news you want to talk about this week? A lot of stuff going on in the wrestling world, a lot of contract news, a lot of controversy going on kind of with the whole Keith Lee situation. Raj, I'll go to you first. Is there anything from the wrestling world you saw this week that is just on your mind?
Sure. And you know what? Let's get a couple questions from the chat real quick.
Sure.
And then yeah, we could get into Keith Lee, the ratings for Rampage, SmackDown. Peter Bahi, old friend Peter Bahi, is asking, what former WWE star do you guys expect to debut tonight?
I don't know if we get a debut. Just because the way the matches are structured, usually when there's a casino ladder match or a battle royal, it just seems like, oh, obviously we'll get something. If anything, the only semblance of an idea I have for someone debuting is the whole Wyndham situation. Aleister Black keeps teasing that the House of Black might become a full-on stable, and just Wyndham being like, Bray Wyatt's a spooky dude, Aleister Black's a spooky dude. They kind of fit together nicely. I think there could be something in that match there. But other than that, I think this will be a pretty, culminating show for a lot of AEW storylines rather than introducing someone new and then going forward, if that makes sense.
Wyndham does seem like the obvious one. That would be the one with the biggest impact. He's got the horror movie that he's going to be filming, but that doesn't mean he can do a one-off here and there, I wouldn't think.
I don't know.
Yeah, there was talk of him coming before. I feel like it's a better time now because there was just so many people coming in at the same time before with CM Punk, Adam Cole, Bryan Danielson. So I think tonight would probably be a good night. Guys, I need to grab something real quick. Jesse, go ahead. I'll be right back.
Yeah, I don't really know who even would be available right now that would be considered a big debut besides Wyndham Rotunda. Because the guys who just got released are still subject to the 90-day non-compete. So those guys aren't going to be showing up. And I think, your Bryan Danielsons and your Adam Coles, those guys are already there. So I don't know who even would be available that would be considered a big deal. I will also add that typically Tony Khan usually teases these kind of things. If you remember with Christian, they did the whole big announcement is a major Hall of Fame level superstar is signing with us. And with Danielson and Cole, the entire week of press up to All Out, he was teasing, oh, you guys are going to be so excited, we've got so many big tricks. He kind of hypes up if he feel like there's a big debut coming, and he really hasn't said anything like that in his media leading up to this show. So I don't see anyone debuting tonight. That obviously could change. Someone could obviously debut, and I would assume that Wyndham Rotunda would be the logical person to get a big reaction, because I'm trying to even think who even is out there. I mean, they brought in Fish, they brought in Tony Nese, they brought in some of these smaller, WWE named guys, but I don't even know who else would be out there besides Wyndham that I would consider debuting on the main event, the main roster, I guess.
A guy I've been looking to
Strowman. Someone says Strowman in the chat. That's true. I don't know.
But the guy I've been hoping makes the leap to AEW eventually is Buddy Matthews, formerly known as Buddy Murphy. I just think he'd be fantastic in AEW's mid card. I think he'd be a great, even if it's just a one-off, a TNT challenger for Sammy Guevara would be really fun. But obviously that doesn't really fit him anywhere in on this broadcast.
Well, he's wrestling Okada in San Jose tonight. Yeah, simultaneously. So yeah, I don't. But yeah, I always think it's weird. To me, bringing in Nese to me is somewhat strange in the sense that he is a very low ceiling to me in AEW. He's more of just this undercard guy that can give you good matches. Mm-hmm. And if you're bringing in a Nese level guy, I think bringing in a Buddy Matthews is a no-brainer, just because I feel like they're at a higher level, and almost any good worker that can give you more than Nese, which would be a lot of guys who prospectively could come to the company. I could see them showing up, but obviously Wyndham is the guy, or Strowman. I would be very surprised if Strowman came out, just because I don't see Strowman in AEW. It just seems like a weird fit, but who knows?
Strowman has always felt like a WWE lifer. That's why his release caught me by surprise so much. And in terms of promotions, he kind of fits in with, I've always just circled back to Impact. It seems like he's been talking to Impact for months on end. And I think he's just hoping to get like a bigger audience per se for his eventual return to TV. But Impact seems like the best spot for Strowman. I don't really see him fitting in anywhere much in AEW, just because he is such a tried and true WWE guy who came up from the Performance Center, no indie wrestling experience, and that's just kind of how he's been. Raj, is there anyone else on your mind besides a Wyndham? We were mentioning Buddy Matthews, but obviously he's got the New Japan commitment tonight. Him maybe showing up in AEW shortly after for a TNT title challenge with Sammy Guevara. Someone was mentioning here, storyline-wise, the only debut teased was Lana. Maybe Lana costs Bryan Danielson the Eliminator tournament, because obviously if Hangman's winning his first challenger, you'd probably expect to be a heel. So who knows? Do you think Lana could show up tonight?
Possibly. Can you guys hear me okay?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. Yeah, possibly. Again, I think as far as people who are really going to make an impact, as far as moving momentum, ratings, things like that, it's really just Wyndham and possibly to an extent Braun Strowman, but I don't really see Braun fitting into AEW. He would stand out, but again, I'm not sure it's the right fit. But those are really the only two that are available that I really could see that would cause a stir.
Strowman seems like someone who's going to show back up in WWE.
I kind of get that feeling too, although so far they haven't reached out to him regarding a return.
Mm-hmm. Well, I can see there being hurt feelings there, obviously, but I could see like him showing up at the Royal Rumble and it being a big deal, like as a surprise entrant or something like that. I mean, WWE to me is thin as far as like people with main event level credibility right now, and I feel like Strowman is a guy, if you bring him back, can actually have some momentum. So he would seem to me someone that might come back, probably at a reduced salary, unfortunately.
Yeah. I just pulled up a comment here about people are mentioning Ric Flair possibly. I don't know what his current standing is in terms of like PR wise. I know he just recently announced a new podcast, but it does seem like it feels a little premature for him to kind of enter back in the spotlight so quickly after the Dark Side of the Ring situation. I know he had the stuff going on in AAA with Andrade, and he's always going to be linked to Andrade just because his son-in-law right now. So it's like maybe he fits in that match, but it just feels a little early to bring him back into the spotlight in such a grand fashion too.
Yeah, I mean, I just think with everything that happened, it would be difficult to bring him in. Yeah, it's a tough one. I mean, we'll see with this podcast if he addresses what happened, what he has to say, but I just don't see them touching him right now.
It would seem like an unnecessary risk if I'm AEW to bring him in now.
Yeah.
That it does seem still murky waters for now. So yeah, honestly, with all the names we mentioned, I really don't expect a big surprise debut. And it's like that's kind of become such a staple of AEW pay-per-views is the big surprises. Like I can just think back to obviously everything we got it All Out. But then Double or Nothing, we had Lio Rush pop in the Battle Royal. Revolution, I believe, is when Christian Cage signed his contract. Before that, that's just 2021 alone. So we've had so many consecutive pay-per-views with such big surprises that I feel like on the surface, people might feel let down by not having like a big surprise. But I think you can't do that every show, or you can't kind of cultivate this expectation to have so many surprises. Because as I've said, this pay-per-view feels like a culmination of so many, long-term storylines, even beyond just Kenny and Hangman. I look at the FTR Lucha Bros matches. They first squared off, I believe, at like a Fight for the Fallen last year or something. Like they have history going on there. Everything going on with American Top Team and Inner Circle feels like it's been going on forever. Same thing with Jurassic Express and the Super Click. So I really like the idea of focusing this pay-per-view on tying up your storylines that have been running for so long.
Yeah. And when was the last time outside of All Out that they did have a big WWE name show up as a surprise? I felt like it's been a while. I don't think there's been another pay-per-view this year.
I think.
If you wanted
they
to
had
Christian Cage signing the contract,
Yeah, Christian Cage.
Revolution.
Yeah,
they did bring in. I want to say they brought in Leo Rush for. Remember, he was like the Joker in the Battle Royal.
He was Double or
And then
Nothing.
he like never wrestled ever again for them. Oh, he wrestled. Then he like was retired, and now he's out of retirement, of course.
Right.
But,
yeah.
But like I was saying,
I'm talking about as far as like a main event level. WWE talent. I think it's been a while. I'm trying to think since Moxley, if there's.
And we also think that there are probably some more people who are going to be on their way, probably in the first quarter of next year or first half of next year, depending on what shakes out. Like I expect Keith Lee would probably be headed towards AEW, and I wouldn't be surprised if some of the guys whose contracts are up, Kevin Owens and Sami Zayn in particular, would also be potentially AEW bound or not. They might resign with WWE.
I look at Kyle O'Reilly too as becoming not extremely more likely, but Von Wagner showing up on SmackDown kind of felt like, they don't have room for him in NXT anymore. And it kind of feels like O'Reilly might just be on his way out if they're kind of splitting them up already when they really barely even got off the ground. So kind of teasing Von Wagner going over to Friday nights, I feel like is just kind of evident that O'Reilly might be moving on, and like all his buddies are there. Bobby Fish and Adam Cole are now on screen together.
They're heavily teasing the Undisputed Era or some incarnation of the Undisputed Era showing up.
The word Undisputed has been on every single tweet, every single YouTube title. Like they're heavily teasing it. So who knows? Raj, could you see Kyle O'Reilly popping up in AEW?
Absolutely, and I think that'd be a cool feud with the Kyle O'Reilly and Bobby Fish with the Young Bucks, and then you have Adam Cole kind of in the middle, and that could be a cool storyline in itself. Like, where does he end up aligning with? Which way does he go? Ultimately, I'm sure he stays with the Super Click, but I think that'd be a cool little feud. And then also we got Johnny Gargano. His contract's coming up here in a few weeks. Mm-hmm. It just feels like WWE is not really the place for those guys anymore, as far as what they're looking for, who they're bringing in, who they're really starting to push. I don't see Johnny Gargano on the main roster just because of his size. He's super talented. He's shown he could be a great heel and a great babyface. But we've just seen. If they were going to call him up, he's been there 6-7 years.
Yeah,
he would have been called up by now.
Yeah, I think the writing is on the wall for, unfortunately, those guys. I think you look at Cole and Fish, leaving for kind of different reasons. And then you look at the direction that WWE is going in, the people that they're pushing, especially on NXT, and how they're kind of phasing these guys out. And I feel bad for them, if their dreams were to be on the main roster in WWE and be big stars. But I just don't see them fitting into the new movement. And I think they'd have a limited ceiling on the main roster anyway. And you look at, like, even Bobby Fish, who I would say is, he's the oldest, and he's probably the least marketable out of those, 3 or 4. And he's gotten plenty of time on Dynamite, and he's gotten, he's wrestling, he wrestles CM Punk, he's wrestling top guys. He's not really being pushed, but he's getting on TV, and he's getting, a lot of time. And I think if you're Kyle O'Reilly or Johnny Gargano, and you see, if Bobby can do that, then I wonder what I can do.
That's a very good point. I want to circle back to some AEW chatter before the broadcast officially kicks off. 7:30 is when the buy-in's going on. I just want to get into top matches for tonight. I was looking at tonight's card when I was putting together a little preview TikTok, and I realized just how many great matchups we have even beyond the main events. I look at an MJF versus Darby Allen match that is going to fly under the radar for a lot of people, but I think it's going to be a first of many for those two in terms of the future of AEW. That seems like a feud that's just tailor-made for the main event a couple years down the line. What matches beyond just, the marquee title matches are you guys most looking forward to? Raj, I'll go to you first.
CM Punk, Eddie Kingston. I've always been a big storyline promo character guy, and I really enjoy what they've been doing. I hope tonight is not the end. It's kind of the start. It's kind of a bump in the road for this feud, because they have some cool chemistry, and the promos they cut, and CM Punk, his personality, the way he responds, kind of smug. I just think there's so many different ways they can go. So that's the one I'm probably looking most forward to, obviously, other than Omega and Page. Danielson Muro should be great. But it's interesting. I wonder, we'll talk about ratings here in a second as well. But how do you guys think this pay-per-view will do?
Jesse?
Well, I don't think it will do as well as All Out, which was, I think, around 200,000 buys.
Yeah, it's
And
over
then
200.
This pay-per-view last year, Full Gear, which I don't think really means a lot because I don't think the individual pay-per-views have enough tradition to really like generate buys year to year. But I think this pay-per-view did last year like 85,000. So to me, I see this one doing between 125 and 150, which I would consider a success, but obviously not as big as All Out.
Yeah, 125 to 150, I think is a perfect range. I think it'll shatter last year's Full Gear completely, just because last year's Full Gear, the fact, zero crowd is a factor for people. Like, people aren't going to tune in when there isn't the audience there. But last year's Full Gear still had a lot of great matches. Kenny and Hangman in the world title eliminator finals, FTR and Young Bucks, John Moxley and Eddie Kingston, I believe. So it's not like they had any shortage of good matches last year. But this year, AEW's got a lot more momentum coming off of All Out. They have a lot more marquee names on the card this year with Danielson and CM Punk, obviously. And then everything going on with, a culminating storyline that's kind of 18, 24 months in the making with Omega and Hangman. So I think it'll do well, but not as well as All Out. Probably in the closer to 150 than 125, in my opinion. But I'd be shocked if it even flirts with the numbers that All Out did. Before we move on from this, though, Jesse, I did want to get your most anticipated match for tonight. What are you looking forward to?
I'm getting like a big echo from somebody watching it, but my personal choice, I'm with Raj on the Eddie Kingston versus CM Punk match, just because that feud has felt hot and organic in a way that is hard to kind of capture. So I'll go with that as my personal favorite. But one thing about this show is that I really, with the exception of, I think, Britt Baker versus Tay Conti, I think you can make a real case that any of these matches can kind of be won by anyone. Like, I think the main event is kind of is maybe a toss up. I think the Miro versus Danielson match could go either way. I think that MJF versus Darby can go either way. I think Eddie Kingston. I think Punk's going to probably beat Kingston, but maybe not. I think there's a really good balance as far as lack of predictable winners up and down this card, and I think that's pretty impressive. Like you said, a lot of these card shows have these matches have long builds and stuff like that, but I kind of expect that when you only have 4 pay-per-views a year. Like, you should have really long, multi-month builds to culminate on these pay-per-views.
So, okay, that's interesting, because I actually found like the matches seem predictable to me for the most, as far as who's going to win. I think Omega is definitely winning. I'm pretty sure Baker.
You think Omega is definitely winning?
I mean, sorry. Paige is definitely winning.
Okay.
Okay. I was like, whoa, that was good. Yeah.
Sorry. There's a lot going on in my house right now.
Yeah.
I think Britt Baker is retaining. Danielson, I think, has, I don't think they're going to beat him just yet. Same as CM Punk. I think MJF has got to beat Darby. Outside of that, the other ones, I think the Inner Circle also has got to win that. But outside of that, and if I'm wrong, we'll definitely see. But I just think on paper, as far as match quality goes, and if you're a big match quality fan, this is stacked. I mean, it's a really good card on paper.
Who do you think? If you think Paige is going to win, you think so? Do you think the next title program would be Paige versus Danielson? If you think Danielson is going to win? Because I think that makes the case to Miro winning this match against Danielson to me, is because I kind of think Paige is going to win. And I think Miro being his first kind of title challenger makes more sense than Danielson. But you could obviously, Danielson versus Paige is a big match.
Yeah, and that is kind of interesting. I just think beating Danielson on his first pay-per-view when he just comes in, I just don't see them doing that. So I could see it. I could see it being Paige and Danielson, although I think Danielson and Omega it just feels bigger. And
the other interesting thing about that is if the Miro versus Daniel. If Miro wins the Danielson match, that to me kind of says that Page is winning the title, because Miro versus Kenny Omega is a weird match.
That's the only one,
right?
Out of grouping those potential matchups, that's the only one that I don't see happening whatsoever.
Yeah, and remember, just because they win doesn't mean I don't think it has to be on pay-per-view, right? If they
no,
win,
I
TV match.
I would very much expect whoever wins between Danielson and Miro to be a TV feud, similar to how Brian Cage had his program with Jon Moxley last summer, I believe, and that was like a Fight for the Fallen, like a TV Dynamite special event.
So when Omega won this tournament last year, and then they did the Winter is Coming, kind of TV special, that's what I assume would be this problem. Maybe whoever the winner of this match that's when they would get the title shot, because the next pay-per-view isn't until February, which is a long time. But you also have, I believe, the first of the TNT TV specials, the allegedly named Battle for the Belts, and you obviously probably have a marquee championship match headlining that.
And if you do that, I think Danielson, again, I don't know if you want to put Danielson in that position and not have him win the title, but that to me is a bigger match than Hangman Page versus Miro.
That raises another thing though, because you could have Danielson beat Hangman for the title, and speaking of Danielson, that's a guy who understands the whole, like, when you drop the title shortly after winning, like the whole thing. Hangman reminds me a lot of Daniel Bryan from 2014 and Johnny Gargano from 2018, I believe, or 2019 rather, with the NXT title, where I don't really expect him to have a lengthy babyface reign like a Jon Moxley. I kind of expect him to more, probably drop the title after a defense or two. So we'll see, but we're starting off the pay-per-view now. The buy-in is about to start. The match, I believe it's Hikaru Shida and Thunder Rosa against Nyla Rose and, remind me again, Jamie Hayter.
And Pollo Del Mar, or one Paul Pratt, who will be joining us here soon, notes that Hangman needs an initial program to walk through with the belt and cement him. And there's a lot of good choices out there for a first. You got MJF, who's established as one of the top heels in the company. Malachi Black. There's a few different ways you could go, but I do agree he does need an initial program that he wins to kind of get his title reign established. Obviously, that's assuming he wins. Watch Omega win.
Well, I thought that would have been a great role for Moxley.
Yeah,
and for
absolutely.
Moxley because Moxley was kind of leading into this like ultra aggressive heel persona, and obviously I think he was supposed to be in Miro's position now, and I thought that Moxley winning the tournament and then basically doing the job to Page would be that kind of big victory that they're talking about.
It looks like we're kicking things off. Dante Martin in the ring. Don't know exactly what's going on here. I don't think this was previously announced. There's something going on with Leo Rush. I would have to assume. And Team Taz. Team Taz is courting Dante Martin.
Let's take a listen. Let's take a listen here. So.
Yeah. I've had just under 24 hours since.
You would think this storyline ends up with Dante not going with Team Taz, but I wonder if going with Team Taz is not such a bad idea. Going as a heel and just kind of showing a little different side, maybe working on his promo some more.
Well, they clearly like him a lot because he's everywhere. He's on every show they have.
To go into his 15th retirement, and Team Taz ain't got no plus. Only guys on TV less than us. So hang with us if you want to be down. You're the only good thing from this depressing ass town.
I always got to pause for Max Caster. Dude's hilarious.
He's got something.
Oh yeah, he's both Max Caster and Anthony Bowens are guys I can see WWE being interested once whenever their contracts are starting to come up.
I just don't know how, like, you talk about censoring Max Caster in AEW. I have no idea what he would even say in WWE.
Yeah, it wouldn't be the same.
Take a look at if you look at the Hit Row programs, that probably gives you a good idea of what he's going to say.
Mm-hmm.
That's a good point.
Siphon 3 noting that Max Caster has charisma of the Yahoo.
Yeah. Well, I think this has got to end. I mean, Dante Martin's brother has to be coming back relatively soon.
Now, like I was saying, you're trying to line yourself with Matt Sydal or Leo Rush or Team Taz, but Max and I, we think...
Anthony Bowen's pretty good on the mic, too. I think Max Caster is just so great that he doesn't get enough props.
Well, Caster's kind of goofy and Bowens is kind of serious, so they're kind of able to play off each other.
Clear, Dante. Yeah. You're either with us or you're against us. So what's it going to be, buddy?
His brother's coming out right now.
That would add a nice layer to whatever's going on with that feud, because
right here in his hometown.
I mean, that's what it seems like to me, as far as what they're setting up.
We don't have the patience like those other clowns do. You either give us the answer we want, or we're going to break your legs and send you home crying like your brother.
It's definitely...
Yeah, they're reminding us.
Or no!
Well, they're from Minneapolis, so it makes sense.
What do you think, Minneapolis?
He's been out for a while too, like 6-8 months, something like that.
Yeah, Dante Martin, man, he can work on his promos, get his promos there, because I mean, as you look at who's main evented all these AEW pay-per-views, and with the exception of Hangman Page the first time, Hangman's good on the mic. He's not great. They've all been strong promos. So even in AEW, which is more athletically based, you could say, than WWE, you still got to have that aspect down.
Oh, I think AEW is the promo promotion as far as, guys who are able to talk being pushed to the main event level. And how important those are. I mean, WWE has good promos, but the promo style in WWE is so different, it's kind of hard to compare.
I think my stream is just like a little behind Raj's with the volume. So I currently am just seeing the Lucha Bros FTR graphic.
Oh, I'm seeing Darby and MJF.
Oh, there we go. And I'm also on Bleacher Report. Maybe it's just a different thing with the app versus online.
I'm on YouTube right now for the pre-show.
MJF doesn't often speak the truth.
Real quick, the overnight ratings were out. AEW Rampage, 480,000 viewers overnight. Usually you see, anywhere from 3 to 10%, well, more like 7 to 8% increase. So final number should be in the low 500s, low to mid, probably like 520, 530 in that range.
Those numbers for a Dynamite would be concerning, but I wonder what are TNT's expectations with a 10 p.m. Friday night broadcast? Is the 500,000 range satisfactory for them? Would you say?
The fact that it's on at that hour, I would think they're not expecting Dynamite numbers, obviously, especially on a Friday night. So it's hard to say. I looked at last night's lineup, and I was like, this has got to be the weakest lineup they've had since the show started. And so it doesn't seem like they feel under pressure to have to get the numbers up or anything. So I'm sure they're probably happy with it. People say in that time slot how well it's doing, but at the same time, most networks don't put on big shows at that time slot. They do it on prime time. There's really nothing on during at that time slot that's really that you can brag that you beat outside of sports, and sports usually wins during that time slot.
I think if they're doing top 10 shows on Friday night at 10, I think that's considered a win. I don't know what
the one thing too is and this goes for WWE, they're number one on Monday, or outside of football, they're always at the top of the charts. But you're not seeing the big scripted shows anymore on cable. They're all going to streaming. So the competition's a lot weaker on cable. So when you look at the top 50 shows of the night, most of them are not big budget scripted shows or anything like that. The one big budget one that there is Yellowstone, and that thing is just killing with the numbers. It did I want to say 8 million viewers tonight. So
and it's that's on streaming the next day.
Yeah, but all the main all the buzzy TV shows, the scripted shows that you hear about, the Squid Game, stuff like that, they're all streaming. So the competition on cable is not what it used to be. Even though there's a ton of cable stations, there's not a lot of premium content that the networks are paying big money for.
I agree. Sports. Well, I definitely agree with you on the Rampage on Friday night being a weak card. I mean, we had the Matt Hardy Orange Cassidy match as kind of this blow off match. It didn't feel like it was a heavily promoted show, even on as far as what they were doing on Dynamite. You had probably, if you were to look at their top 10 top stars, I don't think any of them were on that show. It just seemed like a really weak show, and I get it with the day, a day before pay-per-view, not doing major matches with top talent. But I don't know, it's not a good number. It's the overnight number. I'm interested in seeing what they end up doing as far as relative to the rest of cable and how highly they placed. Because like I said, if they're still in the top 10, I don't really see it as a problem. I do think we don't really know what Rampage is going to settle at, what its normal number is supposed to be.
I think we're seeing it now. I think it's settling in the 500s. Probably the mid 500s, unless there's something special announced. So I think we're kind of seeing it, and again with the top 10, SmackDown this past Friday night, they did 1.999 million viewers in the opening. So final rating should probably be 2.1 in that range. So SmackDown has stayed above 2 million viewers every week since fans have been back, but we're not seeing, and this was the case for previous years, the push that they get during football season with the ads during the football games, it's not helping. They're still doing kind of the same numbers. But, still, real quick, it was still number one for the night in 1849 demo. Again, this is the same case as Rampage. Friday night is not where networks are putting their strong shows on. It's against 2020 and
Shark Tank,
and then a bunch of shows that are geared towards older people, like that Tom Selleck show.
Well, that's WWE. No, just kidding.
A big thing I would say though, with the Rampage viewership this week, I feel like they really marketed Dynamite as the go home show. They didn't really put a lot on Rampage that made you feel like you needed to tune in before full gear. But I would expect honestly Rampage to do better numbers at the turn of the calendar year, just because when Dynamite goes to TBS and Rampage stays on TNT, I feel like almost TNT would want more marquee matchups, and they might push for bigger stars. So you might see people split time between Dynamite and Rampage. But anyways, we have a buy-in match going on now. They say that this match, they said it on the graphic, had TBS tournament implications. Do we know what those implications are just yet?
I don't think they're real implications. I just think the idea is that these people are going to be wrestling each other in the TBS tournament. This is a weak buy-in match as far as what they normally present, as far as build or anything to that. This just seems kind of random.
Yeah, it just seems like just a way to add another women's match on the card because they only had one. And, that's something hopefully they keep working on because they have, AEW's women's roster is a lot more stacked than it was a year ago.
Oh, yeah.
And I feel like they can do a lot more there.
Well, they're building it, I think. I think when they first started, you look at the amount of talent that they had on display, it was really tough. And now I think slowly they've been building it up more and getting more talent. I would expect to see more of it in the future. I think obviously adding the TBS championship makes a big difference because that pretty much probably guarantees that you're going to see at least 2 title matches on a lot of their major shows. 2 programs at least.
Yeah. Joseph Boza saying it's basically Rose versus Sheeta in one quarterfinals, Jamie Hayter versus Thunder Rosa in the other quarterfinal, so it's a showcase match.
Right.
And I think that's fair. Like, you don't have to have crazy implications. Just because it seems like they're really going to push this TBS tournament. I would expect it, honestly, a couple matches to main event Dynamites at the start of the new year. So I don't think that there's any shame in getting these women on the card, even if it is kind of a nothing tag match with just the excuse to have them wrestle. Yeah, and Thunder Rosa has been like white hot. Oh, we got a friend. What breed?
She's called a copper dog, which is a unique breed. It's basically like an Australian mini golden doodle. But yeah, she's creeping back here, so I thought I'd have her make a cameo.
Yeah, we got a golden mini labradoodle back home. She's great, Piper.
Yeah, Lexi's super chill. No, she used to be hyper, but she's 4 now, so a lot more chill. Someone's saying the volume's loud. I am error. If you can let me know if that's better.
It sounds a lot better on my end.
Okay, so it's me. All right.
Yeah, I put mine.
I'll lower the volume here.
I put mine on like mute just because I was hearing yours, and it was close enough that I was like, not too big of a deal.
Can you still hear it?
I can hear it faintly, but not too much.
Okay.
I might ask you to turn it down for the Hangman Omega match, just because if he kicks out of the one-winged angel, I don't want to see that spoiled or hear that spoiled.
I think I'm really interested. Sorry, no, go ahead, Raj.
Oh, I was gonna say because it's still a work night for me, so I'm gonna be bouncing in and out. So just so everyone knows, I hope to be here still by the end, but I'll be in and out throughout the night.
Sure. Yeah, you're obviously, whenever you got to pop out, absolutely takes priority. We're expecting Alfred at some point, right?
Yeah, Alfred, Chuck Carroll, Paul Pratt, who is in our chat right now.
Awesome.
Yeah, should be fun.
Good stuff.
Yeah, I'm really interested in hearing how the crowd reacts to the Kingston versus CM Punk match, because I'd be interested to see who gets cheered, who gets booed, how many people support Punk, how many people are cheering for Kingston. I think that's a really interesting dynamic as far as who the crowd decides to support.
Do you think people would boo Punk?
I still think Punk he's too new being back.
Yeah, I could not see him getting booed, honestly.
Yeah.
I think Eddie will be over. We'll get a lot of Eddie chants, but I can't see Punk getting booed this early.
I think that he could very well be booed during the match if they do like a yay boo segment, a strike exchange between Kingston and Danielson. And Punk. I was at the Rampage that had the Kingston versus Danielson match, and the crowd did boo Danielson and get behind Kingston by the end of the match. And I think Kingston's probably more over right now than he was, a few weeks ago during that match. So it wouldn't shock me if there's some boos for CM Punk because they want Eddie to win the match, not necessarily because the crowd hates Punk.
Yeah, Eddie's just one of the most organically likable people on the roster, just because he's so real and raw in his promos, and people really rally behind that. So, make a good point.
So, Siphon 3 saying, I better be here for Omega Page. I will be. Also, tonight, we still got the podcast after the show. It's going to be myself, Alfred, Konuwa, and Chuck Carroll. Immediately after this, we'll be doing the Wrestling Inc. podcast. Our first super chat, King Rail, with $2 super chat saying, Raj, don't make me drink alone, pour something up. I'm with you, buddy. I got a little glass of wine here. I'm just not chugging it down quite yet. There's
my non-alcoholic sparkling seltzers over here. Nothing too crazy.
Nice.
Well, you're gonna be on the air for a long time, Raj. You got to pace yourself.
I know.
By the time, because this is probably gonna get over around midnight. I assume East Coast time.
Yeah, Tony Khan said to expect a 4-hour show, so
which is too long even the show's good. I think it's too long, but
are we saying 4-hour show starting at 8?
Yeah.
Wow. Okay. All right. Yeah. So we're in for a long stream here. Hopefully everyone gets comfortable.
Rick Zone 323 pointing out everyone's chanting Eddie. Yeah, 16 years ago today, Eddie Guerrero passed away tragically. It's crazy that it's been 16 years and how to this day, people, still remember him like it was yesterday.
I know. And 16 years ago, I was in 6th grade. And Liam, what were you doing 16 years ago?
16 years ago, that was 2005. I was entering kindergarten. So.
Oh my God!
I just said that because I wanted Raj to feel. I wanted Raj to feel old when I said that.
Yeah.
Oh, he's here.
Hello, Paul.
Can you hear us? Okay, Paul.
Yeah, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Absolutely.
Yep.
Yeah. When Eddie passed, I was in Cabo, and I remember getting texts. I was at a friend's bachelor party. There was a big group of us, and I remember getting a text, and this was before iPhones. That's how long ago this was. And at first, they were like, "Will they be paying tribute to Eddie tonight?" And I'm like, wait, what's going on? Like, why would they be doing an angle where they're paying tribute to him? And then, I started getting text after text that, what's going on with Eddie? Some people at first thought it was an angle, and I was like, oh, man, I gotta find an internet cafe as soon as I can. We get on the phone, and man, that day was just horrible.
If I recall, was that did he die in Minneapolis?
Someone put up here. This was the city that he passed in. So
really,
yeah, I remember.
Minneapolis was also where Brian Pillman wrestled his last match.
Oops, some sad history here.
I know, jeez.
Ooh. Hopefully,
so the lesson to be learned here is: if you're a troubled professional wrestler, do not go to Minneapolis. It just does not bode well for you.
Yeah, I just gave it a quick fact check. It was a hotel in Minneapolis. So yeah, that is a crazy coincidence. Just because it's the day, it's a big pay-per-view for AEW, and it's the same city.
Yeah.
I see. Green shirt man made his way into the front row.
Yeah, he's turned his back.
If WWE lost the green shirt guy, that would be a blow. I'm pretty sure he's just here. He goes to all the WWE shows and the AEW shows.
I also saw. I
need to interview that guy. How is he just traveling across the country? Unless he because clearly he doesn't work for WWE because he's in the front row of AEW.
I heard a conspiracy theory about some of these fans that go to every shows that will feel free to share. I'm watching this high spot. Oh, geez. I heard that some fans got hit by pyro on at a WrestleMania, like at WrestleMania 19 or something like that, and those fans got free ringside tickets for life. That's a conspiracy theory that goes around. I think that they just have connections in ticket brokering.
Even then, you're buying a plane ticket to all these cities, and I don't know. Paul, have you heard anything? Oh, Paul. As soon as I asked Paul, he just went off.
Sorry, I just got home from work and my Mac was about to die, and I was like, oh,
yeah,
crap, I'm not plugged in.
Mine is about to too. I got to plug it in.
I just got a notification. It kept dropping things.
That's the beauty of a desktop, unlimited power, right?
The beauty of my laptop is I could be doing this from a park somewhere if I wanted to with a right hotspot.
Yeah, I am bunkered down in the apartment. That's true.
Wait a second, now Rose. This does not look good.
What do we think of Shida? Are we infatuated with her? Or, I think she's sadly one of the most forgettable AEW women's champions of all.
I think she's great, but I completely agree that her title reign is largely forgettable because I feel like the entire reign, people were just waiting for Baker to take it off her, and it was just all right, this is just another challenger to establish Shida so she can eventually get to the end game, which is Britt Baker, which is a shame, and it also hurts that so much of her title reign, if not all of it, took place without a crowd in front of her, which is very tough, so... Yeah, hopefully she gets back in the spotlight again, but it's hard to warrant that when she just had such a long reign.
I think she's great. I felt like she never had that big feud while she was champion. Britt
the
Baker,
big feud that she won per se too.
Yeah, exactly. Like because Britt Baker, by that point, everyone was on Britt's side. I just felt like she needed that big feud to help establish her reign as champion.
Yeah, I really felt like she was somebody who, while her entire title reign was happening, they were focusing on other people more than her. And I mean, specifically Britt Baker. It was obvious that the build to Britt Baker was happening, and Sheeta held the title, but it was very much just a placeholder type of thing.
Yeah, Sheeta got the win here, pinning Nyla Rose.
Yeah, and they're still very much building to that Serena Deeb Sheeta rematch, which I would assume will somehow play out in the TBS tournament. They'll probably lock horns eventually. But yeah, you mentioned too, Sheeta's title reign. All eyes were on Thunder Rosa and Britt Baker and their feud during that reign. And obviously you can have hot singles feuds that are happening while there's a world title program going on. But when just naturally the women's division, similar to like a tag division as well, you want the title to be the most important one on the card. And when you have a feud that's just super organically hot that doesn't involve a title, it's hard for the champion.
Well, Sheeta's title reign, she kind of had the championship for a long time, almost by default, because the pandemic hits and Baker gets hurt. So then you have this whole time where you don't have access to the same amount of female talent that you used to have. You're building your division with all these new names. You're bringing in Jade Cargill and you're bringing in Tay Conti, and they're not ready to be the champion. So you really had a limited amount of opponents to work with when it comes to Sheeta. So I feel like she just held the title. She was steady. Her matches were generally okay, which is I would consider a positive when you looked at the state of the women's division during that time period. And now that they've gotten more talent back, Baker came back healthy, they've brought in more people, she's just not going to be presented at the same level as she was when she was champion.
Did you guys hear what that last segment was with Orange Cassidy?
It looks like we got a mystery partner for someone involved in Best Friends. Let the Okada speculation begin.
Yeah, that's Okada. It's going to be Okada.
Do you think Okada on Wednesday?
Oh, Okada's showing up in AEW because they mentioned his name 5,000 times on Wednesday night.
I agree, but like this Wednesday, you think we get Okada that soon?
Yeah, he's not going to be in America forever.
That's true.
Yeah,
That's
yeah, he's wrestling tonight, right?
He's wrestling Buddy Murphy, Buddy Matthews, like during this pay-per-view. So he's not going to be here on this pay-per-view, but he's going to be in America. I don't know, probably for like a month, similar to Suzuki. And they've been mentioning him on TV, and they did the whole thing where Best Friends are in Chaos now, which is Okada's stable in New Japan, if people were wondering. And so I imagine that Okada is going to be in AEW, and I imagine he's going to wrestle a big match. I don't know who he's going to wrestle, but I imagine he's going to wrestle someone like, I don't know if it's going to be Danielson. I don't know if it's going to be Punk. I don't think it would be Omega. But
real quick, here's my problem with that on Dynamite when they're like, oh, Orange Cassidy is in Chaos now. This is probably one of the first times that Chaos has been mentioned, right? Or maybe they've mentioned it a couple other times. But is everyone, the million people, the million plus people that are watching, if you include DVR viewership, etc., do they all know who Chaos is, or should we take a minute to explain what the hell that group is?
If you'll allow me to dive into my Marvel brain, right? I feel like AEW treats their fans like fans of like the Marvel Cinematic Universe, where it's just like, oh, you've seen that. We know you've seen all the Captain America movies and you watched WandaVision. Like, they don't take the time to be like, here's what this is in case you're not caught up. They just kind of assume that everyone who follows AEW follows AAA to a degree and New Japan and Impact to a degree. So yeah, I mean, it is odd that they don't explain, but what I think they would do is they would do a bunch of obvious name drops and then they would have a video package afterwards, similar to how, remember when I believe it was Carl Anderson challenged Moxley for the IWGP US title. They had a video package being like, these two have history. Carl Anderson is a great singles wrestler. Here's a bunch of matches he wrestled in New Japan as a single star. So I think to that degree, but Doom Tribe brings up the match is going to be Butcher and Blade versus Orange Cassidy in a mystery chemistry partner. The only reason why I have hesitation for Okada is like, is that how you want to debut Okada in AEW? I know it would be a one-off or a mini program that he would have. He wouldn't be a full-time member of the roster, but it feels a little like small for someone like Okada, who you could have him confront Kenny Omega and not even wrestle, and that would be insane for a live crowd.
Yeah, I agree. It feels like too small of potatoes for Okada.
Well, maybe it'll be Tomohiro Ishii.
And I think that makes more sense. I think you bring in Okada, enough people know who he is, and that you want to bring you want his first appearance to be something big. Doom Tribe saying, Raj, have you heard the pops for New Japan Pro Wrestling guys like Kojima? This audience knows what chaos is. Of course they do. But AEW is in the process of trying to build and bring in new fans. And those new fans are not going to have any idea who these guys are. The more that they can easily figure out what's going on during the show, the more likely you are to maintain the new fans you're trying to bring in.
You know, the interesting thing is, first of all, Excalibur does a great job of acknowledging people's pasts, telling the stories that people may not know. But I think one of the things that I've experienced with AEW is that it is too inclusive of a very particular fan base, where if you do not watch like Being the Elite on their YouTube channel or this or that, you're missing all of these things. And I think that might be great for the fans that are their base. But if you want to grow your fan base beyond that million people that are watching every week, you have to be a little more inclusive. I shouldn't have to do hours of research to be able to enjoy your show and feel like I'm not missing out on the nuances of it.
Yeah, it's like when John Silver, when he was hyping his match with Adam Cole, and he did that promo, he's like, it won't be John Silver. It's what's his name on Being the Elite that he came up with?
Budge.
Budge. He yells out Budge. It's like there's hundreds of thousands of people that don't know what the F you're talking about.
I literally had no idea because I do not watch Being the Elite.
I also
and then when
had
people
no
are like,
idea.
oh, well, it's on Being the
my
Elite.
job too.
Right. And when people are like, oh, well, it's on Being the Elite, you should have watched it. It's like, if I'm watching Game of Thrones and there's, some big plot, it starts off with some, I don't know, some big line. And they're like, oh, well, that was something from their Instagram story. You should have been following the Instagram story.
Exactly.
Well, so my opinion on this thing is that I just don't think AEW presents their audience. They don't think that their viewers are dumb. And I don't think they want you to be spending hours online researching things. And if you want to do that, that's fine. But I do think that they just do a good enough job presenting people as big stars. I think when Suzuki came out at first, a lot of the fan base didn't know who he was. He just kind of showed up and his music played. And you can even tell because only about half the audience sang his entrance. But when he came out, the announcers were like, oh my God, this guy is really scary. JR's like, I don't feel safe. And like, they presented him as a really big deal. So even if you don't know anything about Suzuki-gun and you don't know anything about Minoru Suzuki, if you're a fan watching the show, you're like, I don't know who this guy is, but everyone's acting like he's a really big deal. And like, to use Game of Thrones as an analogy, like when someone appears on Game of Thrones and they don't always give you a huge backstory on who that character is in their first scene, but you see them and you see their personality and you're like, oh, this person is like the tyrannical king, or oh, this person is like the hot chick who's like manipulating people. I don't think you need to go like really in depth explaining everything about everyone.
No, for sure. And I'm definitely not saying that. Suzuki, I agree. I thought they did a good job of explaining to the audience who that was. And I'm talking about stuff like these chaos references or the Budge reference, or all this stuff where it's playing off of Being the Elite. That happened.
Yes.
I don't think they're doing it as much as they used to.
The Budge
they used
reference,
to do it a lot.
The Budge thing is definitely like, you have to watch Being the Elite to get that. With Okada, I mean, when they're teasing him, like even I thought it was smart on Wednesday when like Tony Schiavone, who I'm sure maybe has never seen a Kazuchika Okada match, even he was like, oh my God, Okada, he's one of the best wrestlers in the world. So they're kind of leaving some breadcrumbs out there. So when he does show up and you don't know who he is, you might be like, oh, that's that guy that they've been talking about. And then, you know, when he's on TV, they'll do their best to present him as a star.
And that's how they should do it.
I
agree.
think that you are undermining the opportunity to present those individuals as a really huge name. I mean, traditionally speaking, like many years before the two, at least on the corners here, were born, they would do extensive amounts of promo packages that would build people up as like these regional or global stars that were coming in to make a presence. And I think that made people much more interested or excited than if I'm expected to know somebody's backstory or like these tangents that are happening here. Yes, when this all started, when AEW started, they had a very smart fan base, and they still do. But I think that the idea here is that you have to appeal to those people who are at the margins and be able to bring them in. And I think that that's one of the reasons why, while these, like a lot of the Japanese stars are very exciting to certain viewers, they're never going to rival the excitement that people have about a CM Punk or a Daniel Bryan, because they actually know who these people are and can reference a history of people that they faced, things of that nature. And that makes it much more exciting to see it in this platform, which with a new talent, a roster to compete against.
Yeah, I agree 100%.
I was gonna say a bit of a side note back to the match we got going on here. I love when they do these like Darby Allen like cinematic packages before his entrance. I don't know what it is about them, but it just like it makes him feel so much not bigger than he is, because he is a big star, but like it just gives him a certain like specialty. And yeah, this one seems no different. And it looks like
he's like he's like our generation's Jeff Hardy. And
yeah. But even like Jeff Hardy never got this kind of cinematic treatment, did he?
No, not at all. I mean, they do like the neon stuff, but no, this is definitely very unique. And
he films them all himself.
Yeah.
But they're opening with Darby Allen versus MJF, kind of.
The irony of this to me is that these cinematic vignettes and packages are about the only thing that I find interesting about Darby Allen. Darby Allen does not
really
for me whatsoever, not at all. Now, mind you, back in December through March, I was in Jacksonville when they were there at Daly's Place every single week, and I introduced my nephew, who is obviously very young, like he's in his he was in his teens at the time, to this, and he loves Darby Allen. That character really resonates with him. To me, not at all. So.
Maybe that's the generational divide, because like I love Darby Allen. Like I'm fairly young, but like there's something about him. The Jeff Hardy factor that Raj mentioned is so apparent. He's got this like not even silent charisma. It's just so subtle. He's not like in your face, but he very much like is authentic, and I dig that about him.
I think that's phenomenal. Actually, I think that's very smart for AEW, because the fact of the matter is, like when I do the daily with Nick, I'm pretty open about disliking Darby or not resonating with me, but I don't ever devalue what his position in the company is, because obviously I'm not the target audience for that character. You know, they can't program an entire 2-hour block for me. They can't, program that entire 2-hour block for any of us. They have to have something that appeals to each of us.
Someone mentioned here, Siphon 3.
And that is correct, Siphon. I saw that too.
Yeah, a lot of kids dressing up. Like you mentioned that, like that's a really great like objective or subjective way to look at it, of like not resonating with you particularly, but like there's a demographic that they're trying to hit with Darby Allen, and it's clearly working. So I love that they've just been all in on the investment with him.
Yeah, because to Paul's point, I'm kind of the same way, because my style of pro wrestling is MJF, like that. The great on promos, really gets under your skin. The CM Punks, the Kenny Omegas. Kenny Omega now with this character. Back in the day, as a character, he didn't really work for me. But I think he's really, got that down pat. MJF is more what I enjoy watching, but I'm also an old man.
The fun fact for me, so my nephew's 19, he just turned 20 during pandemic when I was down there. And every character that he left those shows at Daly's Place loving were characters that I absolutely was disinterested in. And I think it speaks, one, to the age range, but also I think it speaks to the fact that he is a new fan of wrestling, and that was what captivated him. very early, you know, this is like his formative years of being a fan. And I think that what that means for AEW is that they have the long-term potential to grow that character and allow it to evolve with the fan base that it's geared towards. I'm clearly not that fan base. That ship has sailed for me.
I think MJF is just great, and I think he should be in that conversation of if you're going to have a heel world champion. I think Kenny Omega's doing a great job. I almost feel like with the storyline, you have to put it on Page, but I still feel like Kenny Omega is the stronger champion.
Sure.
But I think MJF he's got to have that belt at some point.
Well, I think that my bold prediction for 2022 is that MJF's going to beat Hangman Page for the title. And I think that is your first kind of pay-per-view main event that doesn't feature any, like, you know, I would say like pre-made guys, like not using anyone who was a big star in WWE or New Japan before they came to AEW. It would be a wholly, you know, organic, more homegrown kind of style championship.
I was just about to bring that comment up, Raj. I believe that you brought it up. Joseph Boza saying they need to lock Max if he signed a 3-year deal. I can see WWE going after him when his contract is up. I very much agree that WWE would go after him, and I know he loves to tease about him. Like, he's still got Bruce Pritchard on speed dial and everything. I don't see MJF ever leaving AEW. I think that's just his character to tease the best money option. I think in the very rare moments when he's whoever he is, like as a person, I think he has a lot of loyalty to what AEW has done to build him up. So yeah, I very much think in terms of as a heel, I think they're eventually going to build this company around him as a champion. I think they'll give him a very lengthy reign, probably through nefarious means. He'll probably cheat to win quite a bit, but like when you eventually have someone like a Darby Allen or even like as silly as it sounds, they've made Orange Cassidy feel very legit. Like to have like a plucky babyface overcome MJF after having like a lengthy year-plus reign as a heel, I see it happening. So I don't see MJF really ever leaving AEW, even if
a lot. Oh, sorry. I was going to say also to that point, a lot of these 3-year deals have an option that AEW can renew. I'm not sure if MJF's is one of those. I think it might be, but I know Chris Jericho has one where AEW has the option to renew for another year. So
I don't foresee MJF going anywhere. I mean, he's literally talking in very specific wrestling terms about the long-term potential of what is AEW is going to build. He's talking about them as the 4 pillars. You if you're starting a new company, you have 4 pillars, and like, you know, that's a promotional language from behind the scenes. He recognizes he's one of their 4 pillars. And I do, you know, I want to remind people who may not have a kind of long-term historical perspective on professional wrestling that even when WWF first started all those years ago, their very first champion came from another company. You know, like it's very similar to what they've done here with Chris Jericho, who was an established star, beat by somebody within their own company to establish him. And then, but it's very seldom that you're going to find people who are wholly homegrown, because most people come from somewhere else, right? So in ECW, the same thing. Multiple of their first champions before they actually became ECW were really, truly washed up WWE stars, because they had to build the shows around people who could draw at that time, and then they started to develop into their own. I would say that MJF is probably a couple years out from his first world title reign, but it's an obvious shoe-in for him that they're building.
MJF, and with the way WWE is right now, I could see MJF becoming an EC3. You know, you get that freedom or your promos taken away, and then if you're not adjusting to their corporate speak, they'd sour on him quick. I just think WWE, the one thing I think they really need to do, this isn't groundbreaking, I'm not the only person saying this, is let the wrestlers be themselves, work on their characters, work on their promos. Maybe you don't let MJF go as far as he does in AEW, but you gotta let these guys do what they grew up wanting to do, as opposed to reciting lines written by some writer who probably wasn't even watching wrestling 5 years ago.
I was going to say too, on the EC3 point about MJF being kind of stunted if he were to potentially jump ship. Like, you can have your opinions on whether or not how much wins and losses should matter. I've been of the belief that they should have like a very big impact. And I like the AEW ranking system, even if it does kind of book them into a corner a couple times. But MJF is a character that the reason why his aura works is because he's a dick, but he does win. Like he wins a lot. Like his AEW record, I was shocked there to see that his total record is 28-7. I can't remember him losing those 7 matches. I remember him losing to Jericho, obviously, recently, but he's so heavily protected. I'm sure he'll cheat every now and then, but his words have meaning in his promos because he backs it up in the ring. You know, maybe he's not going to put on a 5-star classic, but he's going to get the W. And in WWE, where wins just straight up don't matter, he would be talking very arrogantly, but his words would have nothing because I don't think that they would protect him as much as they would protect, say, you know, a Roman Reigns, who's really the only one currently in WWE that I feel like they actually care about how his matches end in terms of wins and losses. Every other guy, it seems like the 50-50 booking just hits every single week. So, yeah,
Well,
MJF worked with the AEW.
Real quick, sorry, just 1 second. Gerald Fig 5 saying the TV sound is a bit intrusive. Can let us know if that's fixed. Thanks.
So, I was just going to say that one of the reasons I don't think anybody right now who is being well used by AEW should go anywhere else. I think that right now WWE would be a very scary place to be, I think.
Mm-hmm.
But I also think that WWE's level of interest in MJF might be pretty limited until they're done with The Miz, because I see them cut from the same cloth. I think they're very comparable, and I think that there would be ample. Thank you. That's exactly what I was just saying. I think there would be so many comparisons that it would stunt MJF's ability to grow, because they are, you know, variations of the same character.
I think that for starters, MJF I think is too short to be like pushed hard in WWE. You know, that's just kind of the direction that they've gone in. But the other aspect of MJF, and this touching on what Liam said about the wins and losses and the credibility, to me, MJF is a guy who needs that. He is a dick, but you have to believe that he can also kick ass when he has to. And we talked about this on the Double or Nothing, the first Double or Nothing podcast with me, Raj, and I think Matt was on that one, when we're talking about MJF, and that he needs to be pushed as like a guy who can kick your ass in the ring. Because otherwise he is the Miz, where he's this kind of guy who's arrogant and he can cut good promos, but he's kind of taken as a joke. And MJF is more like in the vein of like a Ted DiBiase, and where, yeah, he's this arrogant jerk guy, but between the ropes, he can win a match. And that makes him even more of kind of a prick. You know what I mean?
That's a big thing for me is like, as a fan, I want to see MJF lose. Like he works as a heel, and it's frustrating when he wins. Like I was in New York City for Grand Slam, and I really wanted to see Brian Pillman Jr. get that victory, even though it would have been very premature to put him over MJF this early in his career. The match itself being on the Grand Slam card was enough for him. But that level of like, when he won, I was frustrated. If he loses all the time, then when he's building up to a match where you want to see him lose, then it's like you're expecting him to lose, and it takes away the weight. So, yeah, I completely agree, Jesse.
Real quick, guys, who do you guys pick to win this? I'm going MJF.
I'm also going MJF. I like we've said, too, between MJF and Darby, MJF needs wins to protect him. Darby, I think, honestly, looks really good in defeat, because if he wrestles a hard-fought match, the crowd is still going to rally behind him. And he's coming off a TNT title reign where he was winning main events on Dynamite week in and week out, having these marquee matches on pay-per-view, losing to guys like a CM Punk and losing to guys like MJF. I really don't think hurts Darby too much in the long run. If anything, it only builds up that crowd sympathy.
And Paul, for a lot of our listeners here who are checking you out for the first time, why don't you let them know about your pro wrestling background?
Well, I don't look like this in pro wrestling, but my pro wrestling background, you may have seen me at NWA Empower, the all women's pay-per-view. I was the only male on that, but I look stunning regardless. You'll see me upcoming at GCW's LA Fights, the launch of that this November 28th. It's a Sunday coming up in a couple weeks. on the Game Changer Wrestling YouTube channel. I'll be part of that starting from go. We're going to be launching a West Coast edition of GCW to rival its East Coast promotion, Jersey Championship Wrestling. And then you can catch me all along the West Coast as the manager of champions, Poya Dalmar, managing Money, Power, Respect, the most underappreciated tag team in wrestling right now, because they are absolutely killing it.
Very cool.
I also think, by the way, that MJF is going to walk out of this. I think MJF is honestly about 3 steps ahead of Darby Allen in terms of his development as a true long-term main event character and persona. I think that Darby is largely, I've drawn a lot of parallels to his mentor Sting when Sting first entered NWA pre-WCW days. He was getting a lot of very good wins and doing very well for himself against the main event stars, but he could never quite get over, which made people very much clamor to see Sting finally win that big one, win the next big one. And Darby has a great track record, but I just think that in terms of people talking about Darby, nobody's talking about Darby as a challenger at this point for the world title the way they are MJF. They're talking about him as a future challenger for that, and I think that's right on track. I think that he can, every loss for him is actually a victory because it gains him more credibility as a big challenger.
Oh my God!
Do you think this match has been really good so far?
Did you see that powerbomb? That was brutal.
Yeah, powerbomb. I thought it was like a driver. I think Darby Allen wins this match with a headlock takeover. It's like a roll-up like move.
That.
Yeah, I feel like that it has to play into the finish at in some way. Maybe it's just a good near fall, but
yeah, Darby winning doesn't hurt MJF, but I'd like to see. And first of all, I think CM Punk is a little underutilized right now. I'd like to see him in a feud with someone like, if you're not turning CM Punk heel, I'd like to first see him continue with Eddie Kingston for a while. But at some point, I think you want to do CM Punk and MJF.
I completely agree, and I honestly think. I think a loss here does hurt MJF a little bit just because he's coming off the loss to Jericho. And even though he technically got the win at first and then, restart the match and everything happened, it's still a loss. He still lost that feud. If we're going to call, if we're looking at the Inner Circle Pinnacle thing as a whole, the Inner Circle won their big Stadium Stampede, and then Chris Jericho beat MJF in their final singles match. So I think he needs this a lot more. As I speak about it, I realize that MJF kind of needs this win more than Darby.
Wait, you said he's had 7 losses so far?
His lower third banner said 28-7.
So those count.
Is that AEW record? Because that might mean
that has to be AEW.
And that counts tag matches and
tag
stuff.
matches. Okay,
Man, I can't even think of tag matches that he's lost.
Right?
All I can think of Moxley, Jericho, and because the Pinnacle, they won
Stadium Stampede, I guess.
They won Blood and Guts. They lost Stadium Stampede. So that would be 3. Yeah, I can't think of 7.
I can probably find them for you.
Yeah, I'm sure there's only some way to find out.
Yeah.
I
actually
he doesn't wrestle that much, so.
Yeah, he doesn't wrestle that much. He
which I like too. I feel like that keeps you. Once
he lost Stadium Stampede.
Mm-hmm.
He, let's see here. He lost the #1 contendership battle royal, a tag team battle royal. I'm just going by
battle royals.
I'm just counting on matches he lost. Maybe they're not. I'm just going through his cage match and trying to find matches that he lost. Wait, did he? No, I'm sorry. He won that battle royal. I was confused by that. Hold on.
I was gonna say real quick while you're looking that up. Really random, memory I have of Darby Allen. The first time I saw him wrestle was March 2019 at an Evolve show, and I just double checked the card to see who he squared off against. Josh Briggs. Both of them on very different career trajectories. Briggs, I believe, is in a tag team on NXT 2.0. And Darby's just been one of the golden boys of AEW.
MJF lost on Fyter Fest 2020, a tag match against Jurassic Express.
It was also just a brutal pile driver on.
I hope MJF's just selling, because that looked like that could jack up your knee.
It is the hardest part of the ring, don't you know?
So,
Has anybody mentioned that?
Yeah. It looks okay. It looks like he's just selling.
A big thing with AEW is that their apron is like, I don't know if it's like a foot wider, but it's wider than the standard ring, and it's specifically so they can do moves on the apron with a little more safety involved, I guess. It's still obviously high risk, but that's like something I think is unique to AEW, is having that additional space on the apron, and I wouldn't be surprised if that becomes more of a trend, given how often we see apron moves now.
And guys, the guys in the chat, let us know what you think of us doing the watch along. This is the first time we've ever done it. If you want us to keep doing it, maybe we'll do it again for the Royal Rumble or something like that. So definitely let us know.
Yeah, and it seems like we have a lot of Twitch viewers as well. Obviously, we very heavily promoted this as a Twitch stream, but we did put it on YouTube and Facebook and Twitter last minute. But yeah, great to see people tuning in via Twitch. That's good stuff.
Yeah, ideally we're going to be doing these exclusively on Twitch, but we have such a big following on YouTube, and since this is our first one, I figured we should let everyone in.
Man, I have to say, I love this lavender look for MJF.
Yeah.
It's very classic Ric Flair
color.
color.
Mm-hmm.
Flair used to wear that color a lot.
Yeah.
I love it.
I also
Macho Man did too.
Yes.
That is his purple, yeah. That's the same of the Macho Man shirt is that purple.
Oh man.
Yeah. The one with the sunglasses on the front.
Yep.
I have the shirt upstairs.
One thing I'm realizing now, could this match go to a 20-minute time limit draw?
Ooh.
It's getting
What's
close.
the time call? Headlock takeover.
I love the fact that right now my screen just froze and MJF's head is directly under MJF pulling up Darby Allen, so it's like a 2-in-1.
I think there's a subtle chance it could go to a time limit draw, and just kind of emphasize the whole, like, these two are destined to do this forever.
I'm all for. I'm actually, I usually don't like non-finishes, but they don't overdo the time limit draws, in my opinion. I mean, they did it with Danielson, Omega, but before that, it had been a long time. So
I love
for it.
I love draws. I think they can add so much to feuds and stuff like that.
Absolutely correct.
I wish WWE did like time limits and stuff like that, because I think there's plenty of times
with this feud in particular too, because I've been tweeting about it a lot. This I feel like is remember when like Rock and Austin feuded over the IC title? I feel like this is like a glimpse into the future. Like, I really do believe MJF and Darby will headline, like, when AEW gets to the level to do a stadium show. I could see MJF and Darby for the world title headlining a stadium show. Like, if they're really willing to invest in these two guys.
Yeah, I think that the time limit draw would do a lot for both of them, because first of all, it prolongs this and gives them something to move forward with, and secondly, it does not do any harm to anybody. What it does is it positions them in people's minds as equals. Like, they were equals for 20 minutes.
Yeah. Well, Darby had that 20-minute draw with Cody, which I think really helped him coming into the company, going that far, because Darby really wasn't that big of a star on the independents. Like, he was a guy in Evolve and people knew him, but he wasn't like a big headliner on the independents. He was more of just a guy who they got who maybe had some potential, and really took off once AEW started.
I knew Darby Allen because for anyone who watches like Cultaholic, they used to do a show called Wrestlers of the Week, and they would always put Darby Allen in there. Like, you got to check out this guy. You got to check out this guy. And when he showed up on the Evolve show I was at, I was stoked to see him. And yeah, there was just something about that subtle charisma that I've been saying. It was just magnetic. And when he eventually made the leap to AEW, that was big.
David
Spears and Wardlow getting involved, it looks like.
Yeah, David pointing out that he likes it. He recommends bringing in a special guest for a match like Issa or Glenn. Issa is actually at the event. She would have been on here if she wasn't. And Glenn will definitely be on if we do another one. I don't think he was able to watch tonight's pay-per-view, but he'll definitely be on. And we will also have later tonight, Alfred Konuwa will be stopping in. Chuck Carroll, who used to write for CBS. So, yeah, it should be a fun night. I'll be in and out. This match has been great.
Yeah,
I'm not a big fan of the rolling around stuff where they were doing
It's getting the fight forever chance, which like I know like a lot of crowds do that way too often, but like it is cool to see. And a big thing too is like I'm realizing too the placement of this match on the card. It is kind of genius to kick off the show with two homegrown guys per se, because if you are attracting those new buyers who are tuning in for a Punk or Bryan match, they're seeing these guys, and you know, I feel like them tearing the house down to open the card is like huge for bringing in not necessarily new viewers, but if you're a WWE fan who is now going to test the waters with AEW and you see these two guys that you're just drawn to, I feel like it bodes well for viewership in the future.
Yeah. I like the idea of MJF using the skateboard for a win and cheating, you know, when he was the one.
A nice tribute to Eddie, it would be, right?
Yeah. Oh, nice. He beat him with so MJF with the win. You're wrong, Jesse. The rest of us got it right.
No, I got
a little behind.
I've gotten the method. I got the method at least right.
You got the method.
I got the finish right.
That was a long match. That was like
side headlock takeover.
Like it's 8:30 Eastern right now. Depending on when their entrances ended, like, did this go longer than 20 minutes?
Oh yeah, yeah, because it's 6:30 right now, my time. So it wasn't 10 minutes.
It was about right on time. Right on 20.
Right on time.
Right before 20. Yeah.
Well, you look at this card, you expect the main event is probably going to be at least 30 minutes. You've got the Minneapolis street fight between Inner Circle and ATT. That's probably going to be 20 minutes with all the entrances and everything like that. You've got the tag team title match. That's probably going to be 20 minutes. I mean, I'm pretty sure they're probably
Danielson will probably be long. Punk will probably be long.
Yeah, I don't know. You got to, they're not going to do a 5-minute women's match. So
the Falls Count Anywhere and street fights are just naturally like 20-minute matches. So
and those should be apart from each other as far as like card construction goes. Like I thought they might open with one of those too, because
I expected the street fight to open, honestly.
So David pointing out it lasted 22 minutes. The bell rang at 8:08. They didn't do any time calls during the match, right? I have the volume kind of down, so
yeah, I didn't hear any Justin Roberts, 5 minutes remaining or whatnot. So damn, that watching the pile driver on the apron on replay has looked brutal because it shook the camera a little bit on impact. Jeez.
Yeah. The thing, one of my big complaints about AEW, and it was my complaint about NXT too, is that they do too many big moves that people kick out of that too. And when you're doing a tombstone off the top rope or something and they kick out at 2, all that says is that tombstone off the top rope doesn't really hurt that much.
It's funny you say that because I distinctly remember one of CM Punk's matches. One of his like in between moves 5 minutes in was a straight up pile driver, not a tombstone, like a regular pile driver. I was like, what are we doing? He kicked out at like 2 1/4. I'm like, that's way too early.
Yeah, I just think it just makes it seem like none of those moves then really hurt all that much. It just kind of, it's like, yeah, you got me on the false finish, but at the same time, you're saying that move is not really as devastating as it looks.
So like no dead time between the last match and this match, which I like. I think in WWE they have way too much dead time between matches, especially like mid card matches.
I love
FTR. I like
it. Theme, by the way.
And I really like how FTR they feel like an old school and like WCW team coming out on Worldwide.
They're also very much emphasizing that too with their presentation. Like they have this shirt with kind of like the neon lights going on. This theme is straight from like the 80s.
This theme is a ripoff of the Midnight Express.
Yeah,
so you're aware.
It is.
I mean, it's literally. It's not. I wouldn't say ripoff is necessarily the right word. It's an interpolation. It's a musical interpolation. It literally has the Giorgio Moroder bass line.
That's my age showing. That's my age right there.
I've enjoyed FTR really hamming up like the Mexican, like lucha libre aspects. They got like the knee pads with the Mexican flag. Like I think that's quality classic heel shtick, which is like these guys who are clearly not like lucha people, like acting like they're like lucha experts because they stole the titles.
Dude, I just love the fact that they were the frogs. Like, I wish they were still the frogs. I wish they would continue to like keep the masks on and just be the frogs, the super frogs or the last frogs or whatever their names were.
We got another special entrance for Lucha Bros. This is hype.
That's cool. That's one of the things I used to really love about the NXT takeovers was when they would do those special entrances. And because like WWE, they don't, outside of Undertaker back in the day, they don't really do those anymore. And I just feel like it makes things feel bigger when you do it.
They don't need to. They got the projection or the what do you call it? The virtual augmentation. They got giant chocolate Roman Reigns.
Right, I do not need a hologram. I would much prefer a nice intro package.
Same here.
Yeah, real quick, we got a super chat from King Rail. He asks, just out of curiosity, if Flair leaves WWE for AEW, well, he's already left WWE. He's a free agent right now.
I think they mean Charlotte Flair.
Oh, okay, that would make sense. For AEW, how much do you think it would move the needle? I can picture her anywhere else. I can't picture her anywhere else similar to Braun. And I assume that's Braun Strowman there, even though it was spelt like Braun Breaker. Yeah, I'd be shocked if she leaves, but at the same time, it seems possible just because of Andrade and the drama going on backstage. So I don't know. What do you guys think about Charlotte?
I think she's still under contract for a bit. So
yeah. I think she's under contract for a long while, and I legitimately think that if there's anyone that they would work really hard to hold on to and presumably punish if they wanted to go elsewhere, it would be her. I think they've invested way too much money in her and given her I think that they've given her too much of a profile to allow her to go somewhere else, because as a performer, her leaving would legitimately be on par with somebody like akin to back when Diesel, Razor Ramon, and Hulk Hogan all left. I mean, she's at that level of stardom. Braun Strowman, high profile, yes, but I don't think he was as closely associated or affiliated with the idea of WWE as she is, and not nearly as well respected, for sure.
That's
fair. I think if you look at the top level, you know, the main guys, you got Roman, Brock, Cena. Those, they're not going anywhere. The next, and then you got your Seth Rollins, Drew McIntyre, and I think Charlotte is kind of a little above that. And I think she would be a difference maker. I'm sure WWE would really try everything to keep her. Just if Roman's contract came up, it would be Roman right now is a different level, but than anyone. But they would do everything they could.
I mean, as far as like moving the needle, like with a bunch of new people like tune in for Charlotte on AEW, don't really, probably not. Maybe first week and first match, yeah, but I would be surprised if I wouldn't be surprised if they let her go, because they've let so many people go, and they kind of have the mentality where nobody is bigger than the brand, and then they can release whoever they want. And I get that Charlotte's probably a bigger star than Strowman was, and a bigger star than Bray Wyatt was, although probably not a bigger star than Bryan Danielson was. But I could see her leaving. I mean, she doesn't seem happy in WWE at the moment. And her husband, or I don't know if her and Andrade are married, fiance is in AEW. I could see her jumping. And I think she would be big, because you need what you don't have in AEW is that big, like, WWE experienced female performer. You don't, you have Chris Jericho, you have CM Punk, you have Jon Moxley, you have these people who were like big stars in WWE on the male side of the roster. I think getting one of the 4 horsewomen in AEW would be a big coup. I think a Britt Baker versus Charlotte match would be really interesting. I think Charlotte coming in as a heel and feuding with a recently turned babyface Britt Baker would be really interesting. I think there's a lot that could be done with her. Whether she goes or not, who knows? And if she's under contract for a long time, probably not going to be going anywhere anytime soon.
It's looking, people in the chat keep saying 2024. So
that sounds about right.
She's under a long-term deal. But yeah, I think whatever's going on backstage with her right now will be resolved. We remember the Sasha Banks drama that got resolved. She kept teasing, or was liking AEW pictures or teasing stuff on social media, and disappeared for a little bit. And then everything got kind of quietly resolved. in terms of Jesse, if you're talking about experienced WWE women hopping over, I think one or two of the people cut recently, I could see making the jump. Ember Moon comes to mind. Obviously, Ember Moon is
I
not,
think is at the top. Like
not even close, obviously, to the 4 horsewomen that you're mentioning in terms of WWE star power, but you know, still an experienced WWE superstar who had the NXT title reign, had big matches, decently big matches on the main roster. So I could see.
I'm not interested in Ember, but I'm entirely interested in Taya. I'm entirely interested in Frankie Monet.
Oh, Taya Valkyrie.
Yeah,
she's
absolutely.
If she makes the leap, though, I feel her similar to Adam Cole in the sense that even though Adam Cole accomplished a lot in WWE, I feel like he's just resuming where he left off on the indie scene. Frankie Monet, I feel like barely even had any role in NXT.
She was
unfortunately
wasted.
I agree. I love Taya Valkyrie in Impact.
They looked like they were starting to before they switched to the 2.0 because she was going to be in the women's title match, and then all of a sudden they moved to 2.0. That was dropped, and she was basically just done.
You know, one of the things that I pointed out on the daily at one point, I think it was the day we talked about her release, was that had I been in the with the pencil in my hand writing this out, her entrance would have been very different to WWE. You know, like Ty and I are also like casual acquaintances, and the way I would have treated her is they've given some male competitors really huge entrances. Like they were treated like stars. I think back as far as Ric Flair coming over with the actual title around his waist, you know, and other people they've built up as these massive stars. This is the first time that they brought in a woman who is globally recognized, especially within the United States, and could have presented her like a massive challenger for any of the titles right out of the bat. Like they could have put her out of the gate. She also has an entrance, the presence, the talent, the ability to cut promos. She can work with any kind of character she wants to be. She has that complete package, and they just dropped the ball so heavily on her. And I don't know what that is. Maybe it's her age. Maybe it's something else. But she was a tremendously missed opportunity. I think that AEW would not drop the ball like that.
Yeah, I think it was an age thing. You look at who they're pushing on NXT 2.0. It's women in their early 20s. Unfortunately,
yes.
You know, there's a historical a double standard when it comes to women in wrestling.
Yeah, the women have to be 18, and the men must have been wrestling for at least 18 years.
Yes.
Yeah, because I think when you look at any superstar that on the male side that WWE has created, Cena, Hogan, Cena, actually, I'm not sure. They were all in their 30s. Cena might have been
26 or 27.
But when he became like the face of the company,
he won his first title. He won his first title when he was, I think, 26 or 27 years old.
Okay, gotcha. So he was
probably
the
world title.
He beat JBL at WrestleMania 21. I believe he was 27 years old.
Okay. And by the way, this tag team match is insane. I love it.
Yeah. FTR are great. And of course, Lucha Brothers, that goes without saying. And Ray Phoenix is...
This was the match I was most looking forward to because I'm just a tag team junkie. That's my thing. That's why I manage tag teams.
Yeah. Who's your favorite tag team of all time?
They
oh my god, inevitably Midnight Express.
Nice.
Midnight Express version 3, meaning Stan Lane and Bobby Eaton, number 1. Dennis Condrey and Bobby Eaton is favorite tag team number 2. Number 3 favorite tag team is like a toss-up after that. Actually, no, it's the number 3 is Tully and Arn. They're probably like hand in hand for number 2.
I was a WWE, WWF fan growing up. So for me, Demolition, I loved Demolition.
That's in the top 10 as well. Nope, for me, that was top 10.
Them and the Hart Foundation, the Hardys later, and of course the Road Warriors were up there. And then Tully and Arn are definitely in my top 10.
If you want me to show my age real quick, I grew up on early 2010s WWE and early 2010s TNA, and I loved Daniels and Kazarian. And when they were in TNA, I believe they were Bad Influence, I think was their tag team name.
Yeah,
they were phenomenal, like great character workers who also like could go in the ring. And so yeah, they're my dark horse, like one of my favorite tag teams growing up, but obviously generations removed from your Tullys and Arns.
The Young Bucks would be my favorite proper pure tag team of all time.
Mm-hmm.
I try not to do too much current stuff, when I list favorites, just because it's almost like a conflict of interest in a way, because we talked to a lot of these guys.
Sure.
That's why I usually stick to teams that aren't a team anymore.
So you have Demolition over the Road Warriors. Do you think that's just because you were a WWF kid?
I thought, you know what? I thought there was something about Demolition that I found like, I don't know if charismatic is more the right term, but
I also have the Demolition over Road Warriors. I also have Powers of Pain over Road Warriors.
Whoa, I don't have that. But I did like Powers of Pain.
I was not a fan of Road Warriors. I found them like extremely one-dimensional, and I thought that their in-ring work was not very good.
Yeah, I found Demolition
even as a kid.
I like them. I like them as heels, but even as baby faces, I found them more sympathetic than the Road Warriors.
It's very difficult. I felt that it was difficult to. I mean, I just felt that the Road Warriors, once you get out of awe of them, like their entrance, like they're very awe-inspiring. They come out, they're terrifying, they're scary, they're huge, they're muscular, all this stuff. And if you're giving them only matches that, for example, where they just mow through the competition, I think they can be really intriguing. But once you get them to actually work a match and you watch how terrible the work is, and you have almost zero belief that they're even going to ever to be defeated, it just takes away from the ability to enjoy the match, because it seems like a foregone conclusion.
Yeah, they're one-dimensional.
They're extremely one-dimensional. And
I still really like them, but like when they went to WWF, I was like, man, I hope Demolition beats them. And then it all got twisted sideways with Crush and Axe's health issues.
I think you
never got to do the proper.
I think you're forgetting about Rocco.
Right. That was
or LOD.
That's a year later,
or whatever, 2000.
They had
I saw
Sonny.
The comment from Montalvo
Oh,
saying that Karrion Kross isn't in a Demolition fan. Like legit, he looks like he got his outfit at a fire sale from Demolition. They're like, you're about the same size as Barry Darsow. Okay.
And it looks like they were originally going to go with Demolition for Red, and then they changed their mind and kept that in the warehouse and decided to reuse it for Karrion Kross.
Well,
oh God.
To be fair, that outfit wasn't even original for Demolition. Multiple people had worn that as a Lord Humongous on the independent circuit long before they were a tag team.
Yeah,
Phoenix is just so good in the ring. He's got such an underrated hot tag, I feel.
I don't know if he's underrated.
I'd like to see
I say underrated hot tag because when I hear people talk about hot tags, I've never heard his name come up. And I don't know if that's me not paying attention to the bigger names, but
who?
Phoenix as a hot tag.
Oh, well, the most famous hot tag of all history, the person who invented that and made it what it was, is basically Ricky Morton from the Rock and Roll Express.
Playing Ricky Morton, that's a phrase for a reason.
Playing Ricky Morton. Yeah. Wait until Vikingo comes to AEW.
I want to give a quick shout out. Someone in the chat here, Sasha Banks, Bianca Belair. Someone, she's always supporting stuff on the TikTok. So I'm glad we could get some TikTok viewers over here. Yeah, thanks for tuning in, y'all. This is cool.
And I like how they're respecting the tags in this match, because that's one of the things with the Lucha Brothers a lot, in the other matches is there are no rules, and in general in AEW there really aren't any rules. But
it makes me crazy.
Me too. When they're using a chain or a jukebox in front of the referee, when Tully Blanchard, there was that one match where Tully Blanchard hit Hangman Page outside the ring with a pile driver, like a spike pile driver. That wasn't a DQ. That was just Tully had to go to the back. And it's like, I get not wanting to do DQs. Well, then don't do stuff that should be a DQ.
But the thing about it too is, like, one of the reasons why I don't like it is because the entire dynamic of professional wrestling is good versus evil, right versus wrong, people who break the rules versus those who do not break the rules. And so if there are actually no rules that are ever enforced, it gives the heels a very limited spectrum of what they can do that sets them apart from the baby faces. And, you know, it just bothers the hell out of me. And also with tag team matches, it's like, is this just chaos? There's a whole psychology that goes behind things, for example, like a hot tag, because if you're following the rules, as the baby faces should, they have to tag in to be able to do what they do. And it makes the person who's getting that beat down much more sympathetic to the audience versus like people who are just like a free-for-all. Like they're in there no matter what.
That was a really great big rig reversal there. In my heart, it will always be the Shatter Machine. I love the name for that. But switching it over from the Code Breaker into Hurricane Rana, that was awesome.
Y'all, the interesting thing for me about watching this match here on Twitch, on my own Twitch channel, I've been really watching. I've been going back and watching the old Lucha Underground shows with my following on Twitch, and you know, Penta and Phoenix were both nobodies in my mind. I had never heard them, never been exposed to them before Lucha Underground, and to watch their development since then, and to see like that introduced me to this incredible what stars they were in the making. And of course they never acknowledged that they're brothers in that show either.
That was great. Man, nice Eddie tribute here.
Yeah, Dax was mocking Eddie, and
he was going for the Three Amigos.
Penta turned it around.
It's all bad when the white guy taunts the Latinos with that.
And right now with the frog splash. Oh, come on, let this be the finish. Don't kick out of this.
I'm behind.
God, man, where are you kicking out of the frog splash?
Those suplexes by Penta were like really disappointingly bad.
Yeah, not everyone's Eddie.
Oh,
yeah, that was such a natural finish, and I'm surprised that they didn't take it there.
They kick out of too much stuff. It drives
it's all.
me nuts. I know. It's great
too.
when you're watching live when people keep kicking out of it too when you think it's a finish, but.
I don't know, man. I think they kick out of like other big moves, but I don't think a lot of people kick out of like the established finishing moves that much.
We got a super chat here from Terry Allen Jr. asking, any of you use consoles watching pay-per-views? I usually use my PlayStation. I'm just watching on my desktop right now, but I don't believe Bleacher Report is on the PlayStation last I checked. So I've used a Roku in the past when on TV. Any of you guys using consoles?
I use Roku.
I'm straight up watching it on my phone. I'm watching it on my phone because I was having streaming issues watching it on my laptop. So I'm watching it on my phone and talking with you guys on my laptop.
Nice. But
by the way, I'm so sorry for anybody out there. I'm eating pizza. I'm starving.
I know. I'm going to grab food here in a little bit. Jesse, to your point, again, this is the anniversary of Eddie's death. I just don't think that's a move you should be kicking out of. I don't know.
That's a good point. Yeah. That would have been.
I want to tell y'all, I want to share with y'all the fact that Eddie Guerrero won the WWE Championship from Brock Lesnar right here in San Francisco, my hometown. And I was there at the Cow Palace to watch it live. Epic. That place blew up.
Were you sitting next to Francisco for...
yeah, that's right. Goldberg was in the crowd.
Were you sitting next to Goldberg? Yeah, that was the angle. Goldberg ran in because Lesnar had screwed him over at the Royal Rumble and then speared Lesnar.
We lived in San Francisco from 2000 to 2010, and we moved back to Denver for 1 year. And that 1 year we moved back was the year that they had that Eddie Brock match. So I missed that.
It's crazy because as a kid, I would watch AWA wrestling on ESPN, and they would always advertise AWA Pro Wrestling at the Cow Palace. And so long before I moved here, I had a dream of going to the Cow Palace and watching pro wrestling. And that was my actual like culmination of that dream, is to watch that particular pay-per-view.
Yeah.
Raj, I see what you're saying here about kicking out of too many great moves. Like there's been like 4 natural finishes of this match, and even though it's great, it's a great match. Like, you know, the first match going so long, I feel like just makes this one a little tougher.
Yeah, Pac, was it last week that Pac hit a brain buster off the top rope?
Yeah.
And they kicked out. It's just like, come on, man.
But that's not his finisher. I don't like guys kicking out of finishers left and right. But if you have an established finisher, and
if you're doing a move that looks like it could kill you,
but that's the evolution.
When you kick out at 2, it just makes you say, okay, yeah, it's not that devastating.
That's
Absolutely
the evolution of wrestling, though, is that moves that used to be finishers are not finishers anymore. And so while a top rope brainbuster historically can be a finisher, and if a guy has a brainbuster as his established finish,
a top rope brainbuster was never a finisher. A brainbuster was. Now you're doing it from
a top rope
and still
brainbuster
kicking out.
should like paralyze you. It's
right.
And with the thing with this tag team match, like the beauty of tag team wrestling is things that would normally finish you off, you have a partner there to save you. So there should be no need to actually kick out on your own. The person should be coming to your aid, your assistance, whatever. Unfortunately, the very topic that Raj is talking about, these people kicking out of things that should be finishers, is what makes people like Jim Cornette so frustrated with this product, because it stretches that line between like willing suspension of disbelief and do you think I'm an idiot?
I was going to say real quick.
Lucha Brothers. Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Liam.
Yeah, well, Lucha Brothers taking the victory here, but I was going to say Jack XXL bringing in a comment here. Bryan Danielson has multiple finishers. That's what I like about how they've introduced him to AEW. I feel like he's wrestled a lot of matches now that I'm sure he's had repeat finishes, but at the beginning, he was winning every match with a different move, which makes his moveset so unpredictable and makes his future big matches, like we'll probably see tonight, even more unpredictable. But yeah, Lucha Bros taking home the victory here.
And the great thing with that is that you can't telegraph when the finisher is coming, or when the finish of the match is coming, rather. And so
I don't know if anyone how many people watched the G1 this year, but Zack Sabre Jr. won all of his matches in the G1 using different roll-ups and different submission moves. And what it ended up happening was, psychologically, you never knew when the finish was going to happen, and it could happen at any time because he had won basically using this endless array of submissions and roll-ups. So there was a whole different psychology to his match, because you're like, oh my God, like it could literally end at any time. There were so many more convincing near falls than in anyone other's matches. And I think that's what Danielson's going for.
Yeah, I wish there was more of that.
Well, in AEW, guys do have multiple finishers. Like we've seen Cody use multiple finishers.
Well, I mean, not even having multiple finishers, but you just winning in different ways where you don't telegraph so much of when the finish of a match is coming.
They did that. People forget, but when Styles first jumped to WWE, he was winning matches with the Styles Clash, the forearm, the calf crusher. He might have even won one with the springboard 450. Like, they really built up multiple moves in his arsenal as match finishing moves. And that's very rare to do in WWE. And I remember really digging it when he first jumped.
Real quick, Paul, what were you saying? You said you were mad about something?
I'm mad as hell about the end of that match. I was really wanting FTR to become the first ever 2-time AEW World Tag Team Champions. I love them. I'm just mad as hell. I love the Lucha Brothers as well, but I was hopeful that honestly we would end up seeing a series of matches between them, like potentially trading the belts back and forth. I think that one of the things that has been lacking in the tag team division here is like a long-term program between specific teams, like giving us those kind of rivalries that have historically made tag team wrestling so rich. Okay, this match I'm really excited about too, by the way.
Yeah, Miro and Bryan Danielson's up next. To your point, Paul, I thought the Young Bucks and FTR was going to be that, and it just kind of fizzled.
Yeah,
and now FTR has been beaten so much that dream match aspect of it is kind of gone. Like if they get back to it.
That's a good point.
I was just going to say, I thought the FTR was going to hold those belts much longer than they did as well. It was like 3 weeks.
Right. Yeah, once they added in the factor of they'll never challenge again, it just I felt like they kind of booked themselves into a corner there. I think you should have had FTR win. Even though I love that match, I think the genius of no flips, just fists, and then the one time he goes for a flip, it costs him the match. I thought that match was very well structured. But I was going to ask you guys about this match here. Miro keeps saying, like praying to the god and everything. It reminds me a little bit of, you remember way back when, I believe it was the Wyatt family feuding with Punk and Bryan in 2013. And Wyatt was about to hit Brian, I think, with a sister Abigail, and he goes, "The devil made me do it." And everyone was speculating, like, who's the devil? Like, is this a higher power type storyline? Do you think that they would ever incorporate, like, whoever Miro's god is that he keeps, like, praying to? Do you think that that's something they would incorporate down the line, or do you think it's always just going to be kind of a mystery per se?
I think Miro has specifically said Christ.
His god is Jesus Christ.
because he's been like, I must have missed that, but because like he's said in other promos, like he's almost alluded to it being him. He's almost alluded to him being someone else to other promos that I've seen recently. So
the first promo he cut as the TNT champion was to come to the ring and thank his God and Savior, Jesus Christ, his Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ. I was legitimately taken aback by it. It was, number one, such a divergence from where his character had been 24 hours before. And number two, it was just shocking. So quick. I didn't expect it.
Yeah, as this match kicks off, we have another person joining in here. Chuck Carroll, welcome to the stream.
Chuck, what's going on, man?
What's up, gentlemen? I'm just doing a quick run-in before the post show. Wanted to see how everybody was doing.
Yeah, we're
good. You mind sticking around for a bit? I got to run out for about 20 minutes.
Of course. Here I am. Yes, use me.
All right. Chuck's on for the next 2 hours. I'm just kidding. All right, guys.
Thanks, Raj.
I'll be back.
See you, Raj. Chuck, how's it going? How you enjoying the show so far?
So far, so good, man. Really enjoyed it. I got to tell you, man, that first match on the card, the MJF Darby Allen match, I mean, that was just friggin-tastic, man. What do you guys think so far?
I think we've had two really good matches on the show so far, and I think we're going to get a third.
Yeah, man. I'm pumped for this one. Got it on in the background. I didn't hear any picks. I mean, I joined a little bit later. Who do you guys think is going over?
This match in particular, I think I'm going to say Miro just because I want Hangman to win. And I feel like such a natural first program for him is to face a heel. And I would rather Danielson lose to Miro here and get that loss over with than have him lose to Hangman. And I think it'd be too early to have him go over Hangman on like a TV match, because whoever wins this match, their title shot will likely come on TV. So I'm going Miro here, but I really could see it going either way.
Right on. I think Danielson could take a loss here without that being too detrimental to his future here. But I don't know. I mean, this is one of those matches where, honestly, boys, I think that it's kind of a can't lose. Like, no matter who goes over, it's going to be good. And that is a hell of a shiner he's got. Good Lord. Well done.
I think Miro needs to win the match almost more than Danielson, in the sense that Miro's character is more based on him never losing and being like the monster than it is Danielson. And I also think it was interesting on Wednesday, they really hammered home the idea that Danielson took the match with Rocky Romero and that he was being put in all these submissions and that he was, getting all this unnecessary wear and tear on, a few days before he has, his big match with Miro at the pay-per-view. And I could see that being the story in the sense that Danielson has overtaxed himself, wrestling on basically every Dynamite and almost every Rampage. And that he finally gets a chance where he has to wrestle Miro to get a shot at the title, and he's just kind of wiped out.
And Miro only had to go through Orange Cassidy. He didn't have a first-round match. Like, he's a substitute. So I like that stamina factor. I like that. If Miro does go over, do you think he goes over clean, though?
Ooh.
Clean
if he's going for the title, yeah. Go ahead, man. Go ahead.
Is Miro really a cheating heel?
I don't think he would cheat by like getting a weapon involved, but people keep saying Lana in the chat. I could see them bringing in CJ Perry as a manager. And if she were to pop up here like a quick distraction, I'd rather it just be a decisive victory for either of these guys, but Yeah, I think we do get CJ sooner than later, honestly.
Is he
You know, I think
filming
that
a
if
movie right
somebody's-
now or something?
Yeah, but like so was Moxley with Cage Fighter, and he kept popping up in AEW. So that's what I always say to people who say like, "Oh, Wyndham's not going to debut for months. He's filming a movie." Like these guys have balanced the schedules before. So
You know, I think that if anybody could conceivably defeat Bryan Danielson with it doing very limited harm to their long-term prospects, it would be a Miro. And I think that in terms of long-term storytelling, I think that Miro winning this is much more interesting and much more beneficial, unless, of course, you know, we're already talking about the foregone conclusion that Adam Page is going to be walking out as the AEW World Champion. If he does not, then quite the opposite could take place here. I think that what we see happen here is going to be a very strong indicator of what the main event is going to go.
Yeah, we talked about that on the pre-show, which basically being like Miro versus Kenny Omega feels like a very strange program to do right now because they're both heels and they both like it just doesn't seem natural at all. So Miro winning this match would feel like a pretty big tell on the main event.
Yeah, really I saw that. By the way, I also saw on that you guys were discussing buy rates. I strongly believe it's going to be between 150 and 175 for the buy rate for this. You guys were a little lower than my prediction. And the reason I say the reason I say that is because this this one is anchored by some big names, and they've done really, really well to promote this. I think this was very highly anticipated.
I got that sense too. Like,
remind me how many buys the last pay-per-view got?
205,000 roughly, which was like I think their previous record was about 125 to 130. So they did much higher than they had the previous record. And I think last year, this pay-per-view Full Gear specifically only did about 85 or 90,000.
Yeah, and I mean, we talked about it in the pre-show, but I think that's the lack of crowds really playing into the fact that people weren't really expecting crazy big moments. And lest I don't really remember anything huge aside from like FTR Young Bucks. I know Kenny went over Hangman in the Eliminator finals. And then it was main evented by Moxley and Kingston, which kind of just ended that feud. And then just kicked off their friendship in the next pay-per-view. But one thing I was going to say, linking back to what we get out of this match and what programs it could set up in the future, Miro versus Hangman to me, for whatever reason, reminds me of, you remember after, I believe it was after Mania 28, when Punk retained over Jericho, he had like a TV feud with Mark Henry for the WWE title. They faced each other on Raws like 2 or 3 consecutive times, and it would be a singles match and then a title match, and Henry would like really overwhelm him in the singles matches, maybe get a DQ and just beat him down after the bell. I could see them doing something similar with Miro and Hangman of like, here's a TV feud to really establish his potential title reign, have Miro kind of overwhelm him in the first couple weeks of like, oh man, like what have I got myself into? And then all of a sudden they have their title match. Hangman wins decisively. And it really kicks off like a pretty strong reign for him, which I expect to go at least until Revolution. I don't see them changing the title on TV anytime soon. As Miro does the yes chant.
I absolutely think
secretly banned, according to Daniel Bryan. Not actually banned, but he like respects their intellectual property, is what he said. Chuck, sorry, what were you gonna say?
Their intellectual property.
A little bit early. You guys were talking about, if Miro wins, does he go over clean? I actually think that he does. I mean, you're building this guy to kind of be a monster. I think that for him to get a cheap win here and then go on to challenge for the title, I think that would cheapen him as a character. So I think if he wins, he's going over clean. Matter of fact, whoever wins this one, I think is going to wind up going over clean.
And I definitely believe
I could be wrong.
No, I agree with that. I think that this is going to be a clean victory. I think that they are trying to continue building Miro as this really big monster heel. And I also think that if Adam Page wins, he is going to need somebody to cement him to like that. The victory is going to put him at that next level. But if he comes out of it and doesn't have somebody that's a strong challenger for him to walk through and to really cement that reign as being valid, it's not as nearly as beneficial as if he has somebody that's already set up to go.
And I think that with Paige, especially, if you look at like who you consider the real top stars in AEW on the male singles side, there's a lot of people he hasn't ever worked with before. So they'd be fresh matchups in addition to being like world title matchups. He's never worked with Miro. I don't think he's ever worked with, he hasn't worked with Danielson before. He hasn't worked with CM Punk before. He has worked with Chris Jericho before, but you could do that match, obviously, again, with a totally different story. There's a lot of opportunities with Paige, to have a bunch of different programs with them that I think are really good, because you want it when you have a new champion, you want to have those challengers lined up to keep them strong, because you're still in the process of trying to get them over. And I think that AEW's got themselves in a good position as far as having fresh matchups of guys who can work heel against him and all have credibility as top stars.
I also think that. Oh, go ahead.
Before Paul.
I was just going to say that I think that the interesting fact here is, like, a lot of people have been pointing out to like Danielson versus Omega as a reason for Omega to hold on to the belt. I think that feud will be just as impactful, just as exciting fans without the title in the picture at all. And both of those individuals are at that next level where they can do that program without having a championship on the line, allow somebody else to take that place. It doesn't minimize the desire for fans to see that dream match. And it does not, honestly, the dream match quality of it, or the rubber match element of it, or the rematch element of it overshadows the world title anyway. Like, the world title can be somewhere else, and that becomes a match that can anchor an entire pay-per-view with the title being defended by other people.
1,001% correct there. 1,001% correct. I mean, I honestly, the actual dream scenario, I think, would be not only to see it here stateside, but then to take that and continue it over in Japan. I mean, how freaking awesome would it be to see those two square off in the Tokyo Dome? I mean, that would be freaking amazing, right?
When they're allowed to fill the Tokyo Dome and the fans can make noise, it will be. I don't know when that's going to be. I agree with you, Paul. And there seems to be kind of an argument on both sides of the coin when it comes to this, where I've heard people say that you want that Omega Danielson match to be as big as possible, and it should be for the title, because that's the biggest money match that you have in theory. But that's a legitimate argument, but I am in agreement with you, where I think you can do that match without the title. It can be really big. It can headline one of your big, your big TV specials. It can headline a pay-per-view. You can do anything you want with it. And you can also have the whatever Paige's matches, having the world title will boost whatever match that is to another level. So you end up having two really big matches instead of just one.
I also think that, frankly, it's just too soon to move Bryan Danielson into that conversation. I mean, he will always be in the conversation around a world title in any company he's in, but there's a difference between having him in the conversation and having him positioned to be in that match. Like, let him come in and continue to prove himself for a while. He is a person who we've seen this already in the WWE. He does not need a world championship to be at a main event spot. So there are people who do need that title or would be better exposed to that belt. And I think that ultimately, if it were me, I would find. Oh, hello, welcome back, Raj. Raj popped in like Raj popped in like Indora on Bewitched, just like but,
here.
But what I was going to say is, if it were me calling the shots, Bryan Danielson would be in this top tier level of competition for a good long time. I would put him in a program that's extensive between him and Kenny Omega without the world title involved, because it keeps both of those people very busy and very visible. And then ultimately, if they choose to put the world title on Bryan Danielson, in my mind, the moneymaker to take that belt from him is MJF. I think that match is money. I think it would make MJF in a way that nobody else could. And I think that would be my long-term programming.
Yeah.
It's funny watching Danielson like will on the yes chance without doing the finger point. he like pushes his hands up. It's like it's basically the same thing, but he alters it just a tad.
It's
and
just
guys,
hilarious to me that's
my volume
intentional
is
property.
my volume isn't too loud, right? If it is, let me know.
Currently,
It's coming through pretty good.
Now,
well,
now
I'm at
actually kind
the background noise. Let me drop that down a bit. All right, how's that?
No, you're good. You've been good all along.
Yeah.
All right, cool. Yeah, it's. I like that idea of MJF beating Danielson. I feel like there's a lot of value in Punk that's not being used yet, also, and it's funny, like when I heard when it was first rumored early this summer that Punk and Danielson were both going in, I kind of assumed that Punk would be higher on the card than Danielson just because he had been gone so long, and it's kind of been the opposite. But I just feel like there's still a lot of value in Punk, and I think, first of all, I think he needs to turn heel. I think he's kind of bland as a babyface. He's showing glimpses of that with this Eddie Kingston feud.
I think he had a honeymoon period where he was like this babyface that came to the ring and said, "I love being here," and he's slowly going to evolve into the more familiar character of like this kind of prickly, angry guy. He just needs something to be angry about.
I think you had to give him that honeymoon period because
I agree.
the return was so monumental that nobody was going to boo him. So you let him come in, you let you slowly let the gloss and shine wear off, and then you position how you need him to be.
Did Rusev and Daniel Bryan ever feud in WWE? I don't feel like I remember ever seeing this match there.
Someone
I'm
mentioned
sure they wrestled, but
someone mentioned in the comments a while back, King of the Ring 2018. Were both of them in that tournament? Would they have matched up at some point?
He seemed like Bryan seems like he would have been too big of a star at that point to be in the King of the Ring.
Yeah, but in 2018, he did kind of go back to the mid card a little bit. Remember with the Miz feud and the Big Cass stuff?
Yeah.
So they've had 12 matches, counting this one together. The only ones that were televised were there was some gauntlet matches, some tag matches. So they've never had a singles match with each other that's been televised, I think, until this match.
No, we do got one. We got a men's Money in the Bank qualifier from SmackDown Live, May 2018.
Oh, okay.
They did have one televised match.
Oh, yeah, right. I see that now. Rusev won, by the way.
How about that?
What do you guys think of how Miro's character's evolved? I know he probably used the way a lot of people expect him to be at the beginning, but I think since he's gone on this kind of like vengeful, Jesuit-like character, I think he's been absolutely fantastic, especially in his pre-tape promos.
This is one of my more controversial AEW opinions. I really don't care for Miro. I miss babyface charismatic Miro, and not to say he's not charismatic as a heel. I just think he has so much more to offer as a fan favorite. We got glimpses of that with Rusev Day, and I feel like they just never tapped into that potential. I think he serves his purpose. I think he's a good monster heel, but I personally just haven't really cared for Miro since he's been in AEW.
It's funny because they kind of modeled his character and Lana after Rocky IV, and Rusev does look kind of like Drago's son in the Creed movie, in Creed 2.
It's the haircut.
Yeah, I like it. I think it's effective. I see what you're saying, Liam. It's not like fantasy booking Miro, because he is a little lacking in that character department right now. But it's way better than the stuff he was doing at the beginning with the frosted hair and loving video games.
The video game stuff was terrible. Like, it's really weird.
Chuck, what do you think?
I think, what he's shown since he's been here overall is just how versatile of a performer he can actually be. I wasn't big on the frosted tips in video games either, but he pulled it off. It wasn't like he was like horribly unentertaining or anything like that. But I think that he's really hitting his stride right now. I mean, this is way better than the best man gimmick. I'm just digging him being a badass, and I do think that it actually lays the groundwork for whenever CJ Perry decides to show up, if she does, for her to kind of slide in and that, you know, heel manager role as opposed to that fluffy ass Lana gimmick that she had there at the end, man. I'm digging it 100%. I think you got to keep him as a badass until he gets 100% into that title picture.
Repeated elbow strikes the side of the head in a no man's land like Carroll.
Now I'm hearing somebody's.
I don't believe it's mine because mine is muted.
Okay, probably not.
I will say it's a really impressive, like I guess like roster construction, because this was not the
Brian Daniels, he got the win, right? My volume's so low, I didn't hear that. Okay.
My stream is behind. I'm seeing all these.
No, I heard the bell. Yeah, I heard the bell.
Pass out, right?
Yeah, I actually.
Daniel.
So he gave him a TDT off the top rope.
How is it? I'm lagging because I'm just now seeing this tornado DDT off the. Oh, it looked terrible.
Yeah, it looked bad.
Yeah, it was an awkward DDT.
And now it went into a dragon sleeper. He's got him in a sleep. Wait.
So
he either tapped really quick or he passed out.
No, I think he was out.
He passed out.
But he like they didn't give him a second chance. Like he just immediately. This makes the main event really unpredictable, in my opinion.
Yeah.
It's got to be Hangman. I feel like he's buried if he doesn't win here in a lot of ways. Like
I don't. The thing is, like, I see Hangman going over, but we were talking, Raj, while you dipped out, that Miro beating Danielson makes Hangman like almost a certainty, because Miro versus Omega just seems kind of odd. I could see Danielson versus Omega or Hangman as two possibilities. I still very much believe Hangman's going over, but this at least it makes it a little less obvious than if Miro won, in my opinion.
Yeah. I do think. Well, so far my predictions are right. Now this one is one where it can really go either way, because it kind of doesn't matter. But I'm still going to go Young Bucks and Adam Cole.
Wait, I've already forgotten. Did MJF win the first match?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, at least so far I'm like 1-3, or one out of 3. Like, because I had picked MJF, I had picked FTR, and I had picked Miro, which could just be that I just obviously like the heels.
New Bucks Titantron, I think. I don't believe I've seen this one before.
I think they have a different stage and setup for this pay-per-view, so I think that stuff looks different.
Right, but on the side, they had like the super kick party in a different font and everything, where the normal Dynamite screens would be.
I like this. I like the set.
So I'll say this: this pay-per-view I think drew pretty well. I think they're going to be, according to WrestleTix, I think they're probably going to end up around 11,000 paid, which is I think a few thousand short of a true sellout given an arena this size. But I would consider that a big success, especially because this wasn't the original location for the pay-per-view. They kind of moved it, with only a few months to spare. And, Dave Meltzer was really big on, like, Minneapolis was not like a hot AEW city based on like TV ratings and Google search interest. So I would consider this a really successful drawing show, attendance-wise.
So this would be the, whoa, do you guys hear that?
Yeah, someone's like moving something.
Okay. This would be the first AEW pay-per-view that wasn't a sellout, right?
I don't think they sold out Full Gear the first time. It was in like Charlotte at the Bojangles Coliseum, and they didn't draw particularly. I think they did okay, but I think it was only like 8,000 or 9,000. I don't think they sold out. I mean, sellout is relative because they'll set up for a certain number of seats and they'll get close to selling them. That might not be a true sellout because to me,
where you can't get tickets is where you can't get tickets the day of. And like SummerSlam, they shut off parts of the stadium, but you couldn't get tickets the day of the show.
So
for this, you could.
Yes, you could. So
it is a sellout. Yeah.
This is only I want to say this is only the fourth, NBA, NHL arena that they have run in their history. They ran in Washington, D.C. for the first Dynamite. They ran a Dynamite in Atlanta at the State Farm Arena. They ran the United Center with the CM Punk Rampage. And this is only the fourth time they've run a building. Arthur Ashe obviously is huge, but this is only the fourth time they've run a building, I think, of like major sports size.
Yeah, I mean, they are the first group since WWE to be drawing crowds over, 6,000, 7,000 on a fairly consistent basis. I mean, since WCW, sorry. That's not WWE. So, I mean, it's super impressive in 2 years to still be consistently doing that.
Does Adam Cole's entrance ever get old?
No.
Just the way that the crowd pops every single time is just fantastic.
And the thing with Cole is that there was a lot of speculation that you wouldn't debut him at the same time you were debuting Punk and Danielson, because there was this big fear that he'd be overshadowed by those two guys coming in. But I think he's been outstanding and has definitely not been overshadowed.
I think he's in the moment specifically. I think he got overshadowed pretty bad by Danielson, but I do agree that they've used him well on TV. I also love that Cage is wearing jeans because it's a street fight.
And up until that point, I mean, look, Adam Cole wasn't on Danielson's level. He has the potential.
Right,
to get there, but he, so you'd expect him to be overshadowed, but he's still way higher than he ever was in NXT.
Oh, he definitely thinks he made the right decision. I feel like, instead of taking whatever WWE's offer was to him, which was
shave his head and manage Keith Lee.
Depending on who you believe, yes, shaving his head, changing his name, and managing someone.
Man,
because he would get mixed up with Michael Cole all the time, don't you know?
I'm not one of those guys. You have people out there that just bash everything WWE does, and I don't do that. But that is just one of the dumbest things. They really lost. They really dropped the ball on Adam Cole.
He's too short.
Big time.
We could talk for hours on WWE dropping the ball, man. They are going all in right now, pardon the pun, on their legacy, and that promotion is just falling apart, man. They are losing fans like old men lose hair.
This is not the podcast where I bash WWE. There are many others, but I'm not going to do that on this live stream.
I love the jeans, by the way. Just like it's such a subtle thing with street fights. I'm a big fan.
Well, and it's also in contrast to whatever the Young Bucks are wearing.
Yeah. Yeah, they're the pretty boys. It makes sense that they'd be decked out in their ring gear.
I mean, SmackDown right now.
Paying homage to the Hart family tonight. Is that what's going on?
Why? Just because it's pink?
The pink and they don't have enough black to make it feel like a.
Yeah. I think the Young Bucks strategy is to wear the most obnoxious looking thing that they can find.
Yeah.
I think
and
it's long been
like
there.
The color pink in terms of like a contrast between like a street fight with like they're wearing jeans and Cage is still wearing his shirt and they're wearing like the most bright color potentially possible. Like
now, Adam Cole does look a lot of a little Bret Hart homage there, kind of.
It's hard to combine black and pink without automatically bringing that to mind.
Oh yeah, it's like red and yellow. It's just so ingrained.
Do you remember Punk's Bret Hart gear? I think it was SummerSlam 2013. 2012. It was like a triple threat with Big Show and John Cena or something. And I loved when he had the Chicago Stars and paid tribute to gear of old.
Yeah, Punk has done the Macho Man gear a couple times, I think.
Yep.
Punk had the Macho Man gear like right after he died, and it was like literally like I don't know if it was I forget what day of the week he died on, but it was like I almost feel like it was that day. And then Punk, I remember wearing like the same gear that Macho had at WrestleMania 3, except it said CM Punk on the back instead of Macho.
Sal bringing up Chuck. What are you talking about? WWE. Hey, is someone?
I didn't say that they weren't financially successful. I didn't say that. I just said if you look at their audience base, it is eroding in a hurry, man. They can tout all they want as far as like being a financial success. I think financially they're better off than they've ever been. Business-wise, they're brilliant, but it's not sustainable. Right now, they're building their business on the past. And that will only take you so far when you have a company now as a legitimate contender. Let's not forget, you just had AEW on the front freaking page of the Washington Post website this week, all right? You got all that stuff going on in the world, and what's on the front page? AEW rivaling WWE. Finally, competition, right? If that doesn't speak volumes, I don't know what does, right? And then you look at, I'm telling you, in 10 years, if WWE doesn't get their S together and stop booking on Legacy and promoting on Legacy, they are in a hard freaking way, Sally.
I do got to ask this though, Chuck, is your volume up a little loud on the TV or on the pay-per-view?
I think we could kind of hear it. I had it on 3. It's still coming through. That's not me because I'm completely muted right now.
Yeah, I'm still hearing it. It's not you. All right. Anyway,
is it you're talking about the pay-per-view?
The pay-per-view volume. Yeah. Are you not hearing it?
I'll double check.
I hear it, but it's definitely not me.
Yeah, it's not me. I just muted mine real quick.
I will mute mine.
Jesse?
I would be surprised. I have headphones in, so it's not playing loud enough. But I will mute myself. Right.
No, it's not you. Hold on. Let me mute me.
It was you, Raj.
Yeah, it was you.
It was Raj.
No.
What?
No, I still hear it.
No, when you muted, it went away.
Damn it! It was me. No, I hear it right now. It's muted on my TV.
Mine is muted. I don't hear anything coming through the stream.
Yeah, I don't hear anything through the stream. I hear like coming through my phones. I just heard someone stop.
Sorry, guys. I got to bounce out for a second. I'll be back.
You're good.
I mean, I have mine barely playing loud enough that I can even hear it. So if y'all
same.
can, like, mine's so quiet. And the part that sucks about that to me, I've always loved listening to the show more than I've loved watching the show. Like, I love to watch it, but I'm so accustomed to listening to the show almost like a podcast.
Yeah.
That
the excitement's in the commentary. Yeah. Mm-hmm. When it's on.
And honestly, to me, it's one of the reasons why if I hate an announce team, I'm going to hate a show. Period.
That's actually
inevitable.
It's funny you bring that up because I have friends that have been frustrated with WWE that try to convince, watch AEW. It's very accessible. And one of their complaints is they don't like the commentary team. And that's like a point that they'll just not watch because they don't like commentary. I think AEW commentary has been fine. I think there's always room for improvement, but it's funny you bring that up because commentary is a make or break for a lot of people.
I'm going to tell you, I have been fully aware of how beloved Ring of Honor has been for, many, many, many years. And I love all pro wrestling, like all kinds of pro wrestling. And I've tried no less than a dozen different times over the years to sit down and watch Ring of Honor. But because I very rarely liked their commentary team, I just couldn't get into it. The Ring, if I watched just the action was incredible, but the product as a whole, their commentary team did nothing to bring me into it. So meanwhile,
if you left Ian Riccaboni out there by himself, it wouldn't have been so bad. But they've had just this rotating cast of characters with them.
Mm-hmm.
Like you don't have any sort of chemistry there. There's no time to gel when you switch people out all the time.
Yeah, I think that was a big part of it. Also, it just never really felt. I don't know how to explain it. Like, it just never, it just never landed for me. You know what I mean? Like, it wasn't terrible. Certainly, it just wasn't engaging in that way that I look for personally in a wrestling show.
We got a super chat here real quick from King Rail. Love you all, but Chuck is my guy. If he was a wrestler, he would be a heel. He always has that one question away from choking an MF face on. I don't know if that's a compliment or not.
I love that, dude.
But
that's my dude right there.
There we go.
All right, we've got our first color of the night here, courtesy of Adam Cole.
Oh man, yeah, it's a pretty apparent crimson mask. It's all over his forehead.
I think it's interesting they're doing this match. When are they going to do the Jericho ATT match? Because they're both basically like street fights.
Yeah, and what sucks about that match too is I feel like that's like the bathroom break match. Like genuine.
The
I don't know what
team.
Yeah.
That if I were there or if I were watching without y'all and not in this environment, that would legitimately be like, oh, I probably have 20 minutes to run to the convenience store.
I think
I
you know what's
no
interesting because
zero.
I don't really have a ton of interest in it either. But the thing about the feud is that the crowd goes like crazy for those segments.
Yeah, because what's his name? Lambert is just booed to oblivion. He gets like the shut the F up chance, like crazy.
And it's like real old school heat. It's not like people are gonna really be into seeing him get his ass kicked.
Yeah, I believe that wholeheartedly. I think that for me, I think that there's a distinction. Like when you're in a crowd, I think that it's if you're live in a crowd, I think it's fun to participate in that. I think that that's like a crowd participation type of environment. In terms of crowd engagement, aside from the like getting to participate in the chants and singing Jericho's theme song or whatever, I don't think people have much buy-in into it. Like my belief is, having been to countless, like I said, I went to every single live AEW match that they had at Daly's Place between December and March, last December a year ago and March of this year. And it's a very participatory environment. But, there were times when I was legitimately sitting there and people would like cheer and chant and do all the things that were expected and be visibly disengaged with the matches.
Mm-hmm.
I'm a little concerned.
I wonder
that my
how
broadcast,
much of a boost AEW is going to get in mainstream attention as far as having American Top Team there. I'm not sure like how much they get out of it is other than Lambert just being an entertaining guy to watch. Mainstream press hasn't really picked up too much on it, so I don't see too much what the upside is other than you got a fun guy on the mic.
I mean, unless you're a big MMA fan, and there are like a good amount of big MMA fans, you don't really know who American Top Team is. So
what I would say too is adding on to that. I feel like American Top Team. I'm no MMA expert, but their ranks are so expansive. Like Jorge Masvidal is one of the biggest names in UFC, right? But then you have guys like I believe Austin Vanderford, Paige Van Zandt's husband. I believe he's like a Bellator guy, or at least he started out as a Bellator guy. So it's like their ranks they're not like super mainstream because it depends on what names are attached. And you weren't going to get Masvidal to commit to working this match because I believe he's fighting before the end of this year. So yeah, the mainstream attention I feel like really rides on names like Masvidal being involved in matches because that's what gets picked up. Like when Masvidal hit the knee on Jericho, that got picked up by some outlets. So
I think in general, no, go ahead.
No, by all means.
Oh, I was just gonna say, I think in general, like getting like mainstream press attention and stuff like that can be really overrated when it comes to like incorporating like a celebrity into stuff. Like you might get like a front page headline or whatever, but it rarely leads to like a ton of interest. I think with the Shaq match, you could see like the match, the Dynamite that had the Shaq match that did like a really big number. That would be considered like a big success. But outside of that, like I feel like you use celebrities and it's just kind of like, we get some press. I don't know. I don't see like the long-term impact value. It can always, I think sometimes the value is over-exaggerated by people.
Well, what I'll say is two things.
If you don't get fans to stick around when you get that spike in viewership, that one-time boost, then if you hotshot and you don't get anybody to stick around, what's the point? You know what I mean? Like you get the headlines, great. So what? Doesn't matter.
Paul, what were you gonna say?
I was just gonna say I have two observations about this. Number one, I think that there's a lot of different ways that things like that mainstream press impact people. So do we see a raise in viewership based on America's Top Team? Perhaps not, but what it will do, like public relations is a very different type of marketing or media strategy than direct marketing or advertising, things like that. What it means is that there's a greater likelihood that the casual viewer might begin to see the AEW name pop up in repeated places and gain some interest, and so that it like next time it pops on TV, they'll be like, oh, wait a minute, I've heard about that. And that's number one. The number two thing about this, the most obvious benefit of this for me, in my perspective, is that it gives people like Jericho and the Inner Circle something to do that keeps them busy, so that they don't have to be in that obvious like title hunt. This is like months of programming that keeps them very busy, keeps them occupied, close to the top of the card, without necessarily involving, people chasing the tag team titles or chasing the world title. And of course, Sammy does have the TNT title, but it keeps them busy. And that's something that's important because as long as they're close to the top of the card, then they don't have to be reheated up later on. I just must have missed something because my stream froze.
Oh no, they're putting the thumbtacks.
Did you guys? Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Now you caught up. Oh my Jesus, that's brutal.
What did they do?
No.
Thumbtacks in the mouth.
Oh, I've seen that gimmick before.
That can just go wrong in so many
you know
ways.
what? I mean, that's horrible. That's absolutely horrible. At least it gives them a valid excuse to not be able to cut a promo.
Oh wow!
Damn, who's the heel now?
I like that. That's literally who I am as a heel. So
what kind, what is
oh my god,
that kind of damage that does to like the inside of your mouth? Like, how do you remedy that? Like, what do you do backstage? Like, put cotton in your mouth?
It sucks. By the way, it's the same thing. So I've done a number of Game Changer shows at this point, and one of the gimmicks I saw is somebody like get glass stuffed in their mouth, and that is not cute. It's not fun. There's no way to really gimmick that. It's just somebody who's stupid and willing to take their life in their own hands. This is a situation where like you could legitimately swallow a thumbtack.
Mm-hmm.
But Jack is somebody like Jungle Boy is somebody that I definitely think that this company views him as a future major player.
Oh yeah.
Well, he's one of their 4 pillars.
He is one of the 4 pillars. I also have never understood exactly why they have never moved him and Luchasaurus like into the really, really hardcore into the tag team title mix.
Yeah, well, I think there's I think AEW like has a hierarchy, right? They have main event tag teams, they have mid card tag teams, they have jobber tag teams, and I think that Luchasaurus and Jungle Boy, I actually think they're going to win this match, and the gimmick is that they're going to get a big win over the Young Bucks, and I do think they're kind of one of those teams that was a mid card tag team, the Jurassic Express, and that maybe they'll eventually be moved up into like a main event tag team.
I mean, I think that the one of the things I love about AEW though is they do give like this tremendous focus to their tag team division, and it reminds me, it's very reminiscent of that era that Raj and I were talking about much earlier of WWF, the pre-WWE WWF that Raj was so fond of, and there were legitimately at least a dozen tag teams that were very viable contenders or could have been contenders for the titles back then versus now where there's scarcely 5 tag teams in all of WWE. But here in AEW, we have a lot of really great tag teams, which allows for them to have like what you were talking about, like the main event tag teams, the mid card tag teams, the tag teams that are like somewhere on the lower end of the spectrum that may be on the rise.
Yeah, I think it's great. Like if you like tag team wrestling, I mean, AEW is a godsend because they really do take it seriously. And they are. Like, the Young Bucks are a main event act. They're not a mid-card act. They're not like, just like doing the opening match or the second match from the top. Like, they're a legit main event act on par with the other top singles acts in the company. And I think that's really important to establish tag team wrestling as this thing that can, draw in the main event and isn't just something relegated to the mid-card.
Here's a question for you, because you bring up the main event factor. When do you think we see a tag title match main event in AEW pay-per-view?
Say that again.
When do you think we see a tag title match main event in AEW pay-per-view? Because I think it's going to happen eventually.
I think it's plausible. I think that we've seen the tag team titles co-main event. It's not very often that you will
close a show, is what I mean.
Yeah. Like I don't think it's very often that you will see that in history in general, because the world tag team titles are always. Oh, Marco Stunt comes flying out. Oh wait, is that Jungle Boy?
Yes.
Oh,
Jungle Boy. He went to the back.
He came running out of the back.
Ahead of me just a bit.
But
behind, I'm not sure.
I'm probably behind. I've got a lag over here. But
all good.
The fact of the matter is that you will not see that very often because the main event is almost always the singles world championship. But the interesting fact was that at multiple shows throughout the 80s, Legion of Doom, no matter who they were facing, the Road Warriors were the main event. The Rock and Roll Express versus the Midnight Express main evented countless pay-per-views, like in the or touring shows. Like they may not have been like the pay-per-view main event, but they would main event a house show because they were just that hot. And I think that very easily the Young Bucks versus any specific tag team, I think that the big thing was they're gonna have to be put in a long-term rivalry where people get invested in both teams together, and we have not seen that yet. We saw it for a hot second with the FTR when they were, versus the babyface Young Bucks, but we haven't seen it since then because there's nobody on to rival them really as a tag team right now.
I mean, I think they told a long-term story with the Lucha Brothers as well, in the sense that they beat the Lucha Brothers, a year before at All Out, and they had the legendary ladder match, and they come back with the secondary feud, the feud almost for the second time, with the next chapter being Lucha Brothers defeating the Young Bucks in like the epic cage match at All Out.
Yeah, I bring up I bring this up because I remember back to, I believe it was TakeOver Chicago, which was AOP versus DIY. And Paul, you make an interesting point about fans got to be invested in both teams. I would argue the fans were really only invested in DIY in that match. Not to say that AOP wasn't great, but I don't think that they were main event level per se. But the difference between a TakeOver and an AEW pay-per-view is TakeOvers were like, 5-6 matches tops. Like AEW pay-per-views, we have 8 to 10 matches on the card. The world title is massive. So I agree. I think we do have to wait until both teams are at like main event status. I think you could do an FTR Young Bucks down the line. Obviously, I think you got to wait probably a year or so for both of them to be in that position. But I do think we'll see the tag titles main event in AEW pay-per-view eventually.
By the way, in the chat on Twitch, J_Danger_P says, don't forget the Fabulous Freebirds. We're the Fabulous Freebirds. When we were talking about these pay-per-views, there are very few pay-per-views, unfortunately, that the Fabulous Freebirds were on. They were not part of, there it is. They're not part of a long history of lineage in the WWE. Their stay there was ultra brief, and they never main evented any pay-per-views in NWA or WCW. They, of course, main evented a lot of major mega shows in the Dallas-Fort Worth area back when they were feuding with the Von Erichs, but I think it just becomes a little different. Oh, spiked knee pads.
Yeah,
I'm definitely behind you guys. I love this.
Just a little bit. That they just utilized them on my screen is all I'll say. I don't want to spoil it per se.
Historically, especially in the territory days, tag team wrestling would often be main event acts. This is in Minneapolis. In the AWA, the Crusher and the Bruiser were the top stars in the AWA. Like Vern Gagne was always the AWA World Heavyweight Champion, but the Crusher and the Bruiser and their various feuds were like the top drawing act in the AWA in the 60s and 70s. And like you can go back and talk about the Southern Territories in the 80s, and a lot of that stuff is, and Tony Khan has been on the record, that's like his favorite style of wrestling. He loves Mid-South wrestling, he loves Mid-Atlantic Championship wrestling, he loves Memphis wrestling, and those were promotions that you would see tag team wrestling often headline big shows.
The one thing I'll say about that, sorry, Jesse, are you still saying something? I see your mouth moving, but I can't hear you.
I'm done.
Oh, okay. So one of the things I would like to remind people, and this is something I was also going to say, you're more likely to see a tag team match as the main event if it is a pairing of two individual solo superstars. Like, yes, the Crusher and the Bruiser were the top tag team for many years in the AWA, but both of them were also individual world tag team or world champions in that company. So there were two former world champions who were also a tag team. So they would simultaneously go back and forth between tag team and being the world champion. Same thing with Vern Gagne. So if, for example, you were to fast forward times that you would see that in more modern day things, you would, if you were to see like, I mean,
like when DX was headlining pay-per-views, right?
Like the Rock and Sock Connection, right? Like, them as a tag team title defense main eventing a pay-per-view makes more sense because it's two major solo superstars who are sort of a tag team in that moment, defending their belts.
I believe what DX versus Jericho main evented way back when, and
Yeah,
they were
absolutely.
all massive single stars in their own right.
Exactly correct.
All right. And Jurassic Express has won.
Yep.
Jurassic Express won, and now he's telling
concerto.
Jungle Boy to do the concerto on whichever one of the Jacksons.
I think it was.
I believe
Matt.
it's yeah. But that's kind of what I thought would happen, which was like kind of like this definitive victory over the Young Bucks. You know, Jungle Boy gets the pinfall victory, getting the concerto and stuff like that. I think that is a potential way to move Jungle Boy and Luchasaurus up the card. I think if you look at those guys, like they're four pillars, which is I think pretty funny that they're using the term four pillars. But you got MJF, Sammy Guevara, Darby, and Jungle Boy. Jungle Boy feels like the most. He's the furthest away, I think, from being a main eventer. I guess. And Paul, you said about the promo and stuff like that. He's got something, but he seems to be more much further away from I would consider being like true main event world champion material than someone like MJF or even like Sammy Guevara.
My very nitpicky criticism of Jungle Boy is if he's going to be main event, I think he needs to go by Jungle Boy as his nickname and Jack Perry moving forward. I think Jungle Boy is a little too cartoony to be a world champion, personally.
I think that's what they've already laid the groundwork for. You know what I mean? Sure. And I think that one of the things that is going to probably mark his career is that at some point in time, like the fans are to the point that you were making about him being farthest away from that main event title picture is he started the lowest on the card. He was like he was a charismatic kind of opening act, and then
Jurassic Express was kind of like a comedy thing when they first started, honestly.
Yeah, but let me tell you, it's quite obvious that they're investing in him because they paid the most money for his entrance music. Second only to. Like they paid good money for that. But the other part is, they have a longer term plan for him, I believe. And I think that what we'll see in terms of character evolution is when he gets ready when he needs to be taken more seriously, when he wants to move into that main event picture, that's when he begins, going by like Jungle Boy becomes dead and, Jack Perry, whatever that becomes, is the next evolution. That would be my guess.
And he's crazy young. Like he's like almost 10 years younger than like Adam Cole, for example. Yeah. So there's no real rush on that.
Yes, he has a very, very long upside, and they can develop him. And it's one of the reasons why, honestly, I've been a little surprised that he hasn't been positioned more heavily in the tag team title picture to give him a little bit of seasoning and allow him to, maybe have a championship around his waist for a little bit of time, and then return with a little more credibility.
All right, so boys, Raj is back, so I'm going to go get ready for the post show, but it was good to hang out with you guys for a little while. Enjoy the rest of the broadcast, and everybody who's watching now, stick around afterwards. We're going to do this thing probably for another 2 hours, break everything down. So, Raj, good to see you, gentlemen. It was good to work with you for about a half hour or so. Enjoy the rest of the pay-per-view.
All right, buddy, take care. And Liam, are you able to get Alfred in?
Yeah, I was just about to bring him in once Chuck dips, so we don't have too many on the screen at once. But we got Alfred Konuwa here. Alfred, what's going on?
Hey, gentlemen, let's go. Chuck left just as I came on because he could only take me for so much. He's like, I already have 2 hours of Alfred tonight. That's all I can take.
I actually am glad that Alfred is here because I want to take a break, and because I literally just came in from work and jumped in to join you guys. So, Alfred, by the way, big thumbs up on the shirt. Anyway, thanks for having me on here, y'all. I look forward to checking in with you. I might jump over and live tweet some of this while y'all are talking about it on here.
Hell yeah.
Sounds good. Thanks, Paul.
Right on.
Bye, y'all.
See you, man.
By the way, I like your dog or cat or whatever it's running behind you, Raj. It's always great when the tail like comes by behind you.
That's my dog.
Bye, y'all.
Come here, Lex. Come here.
Later, man.
Alfred, how are you enjoying the show so far?
She's the only one in the house that watches wrestling.
I thought it started really well, and then it's kind of, I think we're in the midst of it hitting a little bit of a wall. I thought that Young Bucks match, I didn't think it was bad, but it was definitely the weakest pay-per-view match on AEW. And I thought it was good, but I think they were trying to fit too much into one match on that one.
I had a similar thought on that last match. I thought it was good, like the execution is good, but it felt like they were just doing a lot of like, we're gonna do all these hardcore spots.
Yeah.
And I don't know. I think the Bucks are so good at their particular style of match that's kind of what I want to see. But so I would say it was the weakest of their pay-per-view matches.
Yeah, and that's a high bar. I mean, by no means am I like burying the match. I'm so used to them having really instant classics in a lot of their pay-per-views, and this is definitely not one of those.
One thing I want to bring up as we get into this tag match here that I noticed, because AEW is very particular about the entrance ways, the heel and face, and then Cody enters through the middle, kind of emphasizing that kind of neutrality factor he plays, right? I'm just realizing now Malachi Black does the same thing. When the spotlight hits the stage, he's right in the middle, and it's a very interesting technique because he's someone who's so particular about his character. That's not a mistake whatsoever, but to have Cody be the one who's more of a baby face but still teeters the line per se and enters through the middle, and Black be the full-fledged heel but also enters through the middle. I love that dynamic that they play off of each other. So like they're polar opposites but also so similar in a way.
That's a great observation, man. Because you're absolutely right on them being polar opposites. But I could also see, because Malachi Black's really like a cool heel, and Cody Rhodes is the opposite of that, and he's the kind of rejected babyface. But I think both work.
We got a super chat here about what we're discussing right now. Dean Regan says they had a superstar in Black, but he got Cody'd. I'm going to kind of disagree with that because I think Cody's put over a lot of people, and I thought he put over Black with that first match being such a squash, the 1-foot pin, him getting the victory in New York City as well. I would have rathered Black go over Cody in the third match, but I don't think it hurt him too much. And Black's promo after the fact saying, I didn't need to beat you in the ring. I've already beat you by turning these fans against you. Like, I like that layer to the storyline. Alfred, I'll ask you first. Do you think that Cody buried Aleister Black by beating him that time, or do you think it's just kind of part of this feud?
No, not at all. I don't think he buried him. I loved this storyline. I think the problem with this storyline is it went in fast forward. If I were to recount the storyline, how it happened, it was perfect to where Malachi Black ran through Cody. He was a monster. Then Cody had to go back and train with his team to be tough enough to beat Malachi. And eventually he finally got that elusive win. But they did that in like 3 months. That's something that they should have done in maybe the course of 6 months, 7 or 8 months. Maybe we have Malachi Black be champion at some point. But I loved the storytelling for this storyline, and I don't think that Malachi Black suffered. I think, if anything, he's suffering from teaming up with people and being part of a group with Andrade El Idolo. That's what's worrying me about him. But I love this Malachi Black character.
Raj, what about you?
Yeah, I agree. I felt like it got rushed once Cody came back. 1 week Arn is ridiculing him for not being tough enough, and then they're outside his house, burning his tie or whatever. and then he beats him like 2 weeks later. I don't know. It just felt like that part could have been more fleshed out. But, with Cody, he has ultimately won the last match in most of his feuds. I mean, Andrade, who knows? Maybe that'll come tonight. The only one I could think of is Jericho, because per the stipulation, he really couldn't.
Well, he lost to MJF, right?
Cody? Yeah.
Yeah. That would be the other.
And then he didn't, I don't know if you would count this as losing the feud, but he did eventually lose to Darby, right? They had that whole storyline where they had the draw, then Cody won, and Cody was kind of taunting Darby, saying that he blew it, and then Darby eventually got that big win back. Mm-hmm. I think some people, I don't really understand the dynamic that well, but I think some people really want Cody to be like this, like Triple H golden shovel like figure where he's going around, politicking and he's burying people. And I feel like he's been very giving in his time in AEW. And he beat Malachi Black after he did like a clean job to him a couple of times. So I don't really have a problem with him getting that win. And I still feel like Black is in a really positive position in AEW as far far as like having an aura and having star power.
I want to bring up a comment here real quick. J_Danger_P says Cody's jacket is giving me Homelander vibes. For anyone who's a fan of the Amazon show The Boys, there's been a lot of people who have been making the comparisons of Cody and Homelander, the blonde hair, the American gear. I really would love to see him, dive more into that side without being a direct like comic book ripoff that, Andrade El Idolo in this match kind of is with Black Mask, who's a Batman villain. His entrance attire is quite literally the exact same as Black Mask, the white pinstripe suit, the mask and everything. But I've just always been a fan of that idea of Cody leaning more Homelander and being the smiley good guy that continues to do bad stuff. And it's just, why don't you people like me? Like, I think that'd be a really neat layer to his character.
Homelander's awesome, but Homelander's a complete heel. He's not a tweener.
Yeah, but but in front of the TV screen, he's trying to be like the smiley good guy. Is what I mean.
Yeah.
I really don't like the idea that Cody says that he never wants to turn heel. Like, I get what he's saying and I get what he's going for. And I like the John Cena dynamic where he's going to just soldier as a babyface. But I mean, wrestling is at its best when the characters are in lockstep with the fans. And I hope it doesn't get to the point where it's obvious he should turn heel, but he still refuses to do it out of principle. I think if it calls for it, like something like that Homeland character that Liam suggested would be great.
Yeah, it's always wrestling's a weird one, like because unlike movies where someone could be a complete, crazy psychotic killer in a movie, and even if you're doing a ton of, charity work and everything, it doesn't matter. But with wrestling, these guys are using their real names. John Cena, that's his real name. A lot of these guys, and I could see it being more conflicting to never want to turn heel. Now, Cody is not on that John Cena level to where him turning heel is going to cause all these kids to just, drop out of school. And, it's not that big of a deal if he turns heel. Maybe he feels like it does, but it's really not. Every kid has their favorites who, are baby faces and will be disappointed if they turn heel, but he's not at that level where it's that big of a deal.
I've heard that one of the big things is that Cody is really active in like AEW's charity and outreach program and stuff like that. And he is very insistent on like, I can't be a heel on TV if I'm, doing all this charity work, which I think is like, I don't know. I don't work in nonprofit charity, so I don't know if that's really like that big of a concern. I feel like you can be a bad guy on TV and be a good guy, like volunteering at a food pantry. But I've heard that that's an explanation for why he is very insistent on like, I'm never going to turn full blown heel.
Well, there's a way you can do it though, where he can insist he's never going to turn, but in the matches, he just acts more like a heel. He kind of did that way back the first Double or Nothing. He wrestled that match against Dustin Rhodes. He was a heel. He was cheating. He was brutally beating him down, but he still saved face after the match and cut the promo. Like, I need my older brother and all that. I think that's the way to do it. Have him, be portrayed as a good guy, but when the bell rings, he starts being a little more slimy. I think that's a way to do it.
I think he could be a total complete heel. I mean, as long as he's not making fun of those, less fortunate, right. And the charities that they're doing, making fun of, people like that that are, less fortunate. I think it doesn't matter. Stephanie McMahon's a complete heel on TV half the time, and she does a ton of charity work.
But I've heard that specifically being an example that I think Dave Meltzer said, like, he doesn't want to be like Stephanie McMahon, where Stephanie McMahon's like this big heel on Raw, and then like they're showing this video package of Stephanie McMahon like handing this big check to a charity, right?
Right. So don't show the video package.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah, I agree.
Real quick, Dean Regan throws in another super chat. Thank you again so much for supporting this watch along. But he says when he teased the pedigree, the fans went wild. I was really hoping he was going to hit that. And obviously, I think what he ended up hitting.
He hit the double underhook pile driver.
That's what it was. Yeah. But yeah,
Tiger Driver 98.
He held it just long enough to get that reaction, which I thought was gold.
He's a smart guy. Like, he knows what he's doing out there. I think, like, I'm kind of with Alfred in the sense that I think it's sometimes confusing, like, what he's doing. I don't say you can be a shade of gray, but it can be confusing in different feuds if, like, we're not sure if this guy is a heel or a baby face. But I think in general, it's a really fascinating like dichotomy around his character. I was in the crowd during his promo on Dynamite a few weeks ago when he, gave his big promo where he started out as a heel and he teased that he, was going to be a heel, but then he says, I'll be a babyface, and he puts over his family. And just the reaction from the crowd. So, people really loudly booing him and then people cheering for him, people popping for his entrance, and then those same people booing him when he's talking. It's a really interesting dynamic.
Yeah, I mean, it's similar to Cena on a smaller scale, but Cena, a lot of times he'd get big pops for his entrance, and once the match started, he'd get booed. Roman Reigns, same thing back in the day. Even now.
Roman's interesting because he's positioned as the biggest heel in the company, but if you're like a big WWE fan, he's like probably your favorite wrestler.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I think a lot of people predicted that.
It's an inverse of what happened as a babyface, where, I mean, he's still getting those kind of 50-50 reactions maybe, but now all the people who were booing him in 2015 absolutely love him. And I don't think that's a surprise in terms of this heel character.
A lot of those people in 2015 that were booing him stopped watching and going to the shows.
Yeah, some of those people.
Well, no, I mean, the drop has been consistent. It wasn't like it's changed since Roman was on top. It's been year after year.
I mean, he's been on top since what, 2016?
Yeah,
generously. But I mean, how many viewers were watching Raw, in 2016 compared to now?
Yeah, but that's year after year. It's been dropping. I mean,
right when Roman was being pushed. I'm not here talking.
No.
Also,
I mean, 2012
the rise of streaming too always has to play in a factor too of cable getting less popular. Like, it's coincidental, but it's well,
2002 Raw was doing in the 4 millions.
I'm talking about 2016 that Jesse was mentioning.
I know. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So 2012 they were doing, in the mid 4s, and 2015 before Roman Reigns came in, they were in the mid 3s. So, they were dropping a lot. So it wasn't like it went faster with Roman on top or anything. And
it's really hard to kind of isolate one particular person as to WWE's decline. I think a lot of that has to do with WWE favoring the logo and the brand of WWE, which will make it a lot of money in cable deals, WrestleMania sales, and stuff like that. But at the same time, a lot of these individual stars aren't going to necessarily have that impact on bringing people to the shows and television ratings.
Yeah. I mean, it's just been one of the biggest things is just Raw being 3 hours. And how are you going to get new fans for a show that's 3 hours? Who's going to be like, watch a match, be like, oh, this is kind of cool. Where do I watch it? It's on every Monday night for 3 hours. And then there's so much filler and repeat matches that it's hard to suck in new people.
That's a really good point. I'm watching this match here and I'm realizing Cody and Pac teaming is so interesting because remember way back when they were involved in that Stardust superhero feud got Stephen Amell involved. And Stephen Amell, obviously, he's on heels with CM Punk. He had the match at All In with Christopher Daniels. He's been like not integral to AEW's growth, but he's been around since the genesis of it. It's just funny to look back at that match. I believe it was Stardust and Wade Barrett, I think, against Neville and Stephen Amell. And to just see where all those guys are now, 6 years later, I think it's pretty wild.
Yeah. And did you guys watch Heels?
I haven't.
Yeah, I saw some of it. It's good. I like it a lot. I still have to finish it, but I know it maybe didn't do the best viewership numbers in the world, but I really thought it was a good show. I got a Stars free trial just to watch the show.
Yeah, same here.
It's got a season 2 confirmed, I believe.
Yeah. Dean Regan saying, I swear that Brock Lesnar guy fan wears the same shirt every pay-per-view. That's his gimmick.
That's how you recognize him.
Point, I'm pretty sure.
Either that or you'd have to make the face for like 4.5 hours.
The human gif.
He's another one though who ends up in the front row of every show.
Yeah, now, is that his money? These super fans, they're spending this money. It doesn't get to the point where they're getting flown out and they're paying for it for them. Are they spending their money? That's a lot of money.
We talked about this earlier.
I'm pretty well, there are fans, and I know some of them who get like comped for pay-per-views and stuff like that.
Right.
To get comped in the front row where you're giving up like, whatever a ringside seat is, I think I saw the pricing for WrestleMania and ringside was like $2,300 a ticket. Like are you really giving up that kind of revenue so you can have this guy who's getting comps? I don't know, but
Jesse, what was the theory that you heard?
Oh, this came from somebody. I have a friend who has been one of the comped people in the past for different things, and he's involved in wrestling through like signings and stuff like that. And he's a big part of wrestling travel. He's been to all of he goes to WrestleMania every year. He goes to big pay-per-views every year. He's in like that kind of crowd, so he knows some of the people. And he told me that the conspiracy theory within that group is that some people got hit by pyro at a WrestleMania I think it was like WrestleMania 20 or something, or 21, and that those fans have since been able to get comped for every show. But that's a conspiracy theory. I don't even want to say it on the official Wrestling Inc. Twitch watch-along of Full Gear. I don't want to be the purveyor of conspiracy theories.
I think it was WrestleMania 24. At the end, there was a pyro display that went into the crowd, and a lot of people, it was kind of a mini controversy that people were fighting it through. Interesting.
Yeah, no, I think, yes.
Yeah.
It was Green Shirt Guy a part of it before then? And then since then, has he come into our lives?
That's a good question.
Raj, use the might of wrestling. Use the might of Wrestling Inc. to get to the bottom of the story.
I know, yeah. Green Shirt Guy, come on our podcast.
Well, maybe he has like a non-disclosure.
Real quick, we got a comment here from Dean Regan again. Cody hurt ? I only bring this up because I feel like it happens every single match. There's any match that is multi-man that Cody doesn't have to be in the ring the whole time. There's a point in the match when he like goes off to the side and like nurses an injury, and I feel like that's kind of contributed to the fan backlash on him of him just kind of leaving matches for a little bit. I think back to, I believe it was like the casino ladder match. Was it the
yes,
or not the casino ladder match? The brass ring one, what Scorpio Sky won, I
one
believe.
of those, yeah.
And he disappeared for like 75% of the match. So
did they start a chant about him saying like Cody's sleeping or something like that?
Yeah. And you could really hear it because there were barely any fans in attendance. So like there was no other reverb noise out there. And now he's back on the apron. He's fine.
Oh, he looks like he's okay. I think he's just selling.
Yeah, he's selling. Terry Allen Jr. saying Frank the Clown is in front with violet hair. Yeah, I saw him earlier.
I saw Frank.
Yeah, he's got the mask and glasses on, I believe.
Well, this isn't really, I know Nick Hausman is out there. This isn't really that far from Chicago. So there's probably going to be a lot of the people from the Chicago area at this show.
Yeah.
That's a good point.
Very good point.
It's crappy weather today in Minneapolis. I know it was like 30 degrees and snowing.
Yeah.
But
are you guys hearing someone's volume again on the TV?
No, it sounds pretty good.
I'm not hearing anything right now.
But not having any issues.
Maybe it's something with my earbuds. All right, never mind. Maybe it's my TV, but I have that sound canceling thing. And anyway,
maybe that, yeah. Those new AirPods, they're killer like that. Like my friends will come up to me when I'm walking around campus and they'll call my name 5 times and they're noise cancelers. You can't hear anything around you.
Yeah. Yeah, Cody. So, have you guys heard what the reaction so far has been with Cody? Because I have mine on really low volume.
Yeah, mine's been on fairly mute.
Yeah, people in the chat, if you could let us know what
he's getting.
Sounds like ringside are putting the thumbs down, but I don't.
During
know
the entrance, he was getting booed.
I would put it at like 70 boo, 30 cheer.
Wow.
Okay.
Because you see people pointing their like Raj said, you could see by the fans, it looks like they're booing him.
They got the thunder. They're doing the Thunderdome.
Yeah, Dean says boo's hard.
I do think Andrade started slow in AEW, and I think his kind of little feud here with Pac has really got him right back on track.
I was so frustrated when he first debuted because not necessarily about the booking, but every promo was like, I'm a giant star. And I was like, prove it. You know, like you can't just say like I'm the guy. Well, I know he's a heel, but like have matches, you know, have feuds and stuff. And I agree, the Pac feud did help elevate that. He kind of had the Miro factor of when he first came in, I feel like they didn't know exactly what to do with him. They just wanted to sign him as soon as he was available. Because he had the Vicky Guerrero situation, then Chavo for like a random 3 weeks, and now he's kind of figured it out. But he kind of had like a start-stop start to his AEW career.
And it's
So a
first
lot
few matches.
of people in the chat saying Cody's getting booed pretty hard.
Oh wow.
Uh-oh. Looks like Pac inadvertently hit Cody. Can they coexist?
Oh no.
That again. They're building towards Survivor Series already.
JR thinks it was an accident. I guess he doesn't think that Pac did a diving Fosbury flop on purpose. One thing I really like about Malachi Black is that he's like this dark character, right? But he can sell and he can lose, and it doesn't totally destroy his aura. You know, a lot of these guys, you see them like, the Fiend is a good example of like a guy who like really needed to be like crazy dominant to maintain his aura to an extent. And I like that Black has some elements, but he's ultimately like a wrestler and he can sell and lose and that kind of thing, and it doesn't totally destroy him.
Yeah.
It doesn't destroy
that was
him.
Bray Wyatt at the very beginning too. When people would criticize him for saying all these cryptic things in his promos, it's like it doesn't matter when you lose in the end. Like your cryptic words mean nothing. Sorry, Alfred, what were you gonna say?
No, Jesse's right. To his point, Malachi is a phenomenal seller too. Like in that Dante Martin match, I thought he was very smart. You could tell he puts a lot of thought into how he sells. Like he did that thing where he was doing like a half crab, but his ribs were hurting him so bad that he had to let go. So it was like he's still kind of trying to be dominant, but he has to sell this injury that's lingering. So I think it makes his match more compelling instead of makes him look weak. I think he's brilliant.
Wow.
The only thing I felt like it was too soon for Malachi to suffer his first loss. I don't think he.
Yeah.
I don't think he gets hurt.
Where are
by
you guys
losing.
in the stream, real quick? Because I don't.
Pac just won.
Okay.
Pac just pinned Andrade.
I didn't want to spoil anything, but there we go. And wow, yeah, Dax coming out, or not Dax, Cash coming out and beating down.
Just call them FTR hair and FTR bald. Makes it a lot easier.
Yeah,
I used to remember because Dash Wilder was dashing because he had the hair, and Cash sounds like Dash. So there you go.
Nice.
That's how I remember stuff.
Way to remember it.
Dax.
Don't judge me.
It took me a long time to remember Dax Cash Wheeler. Dax Hardwood I can remember right away, but for some reason I was like, yeah, Dax Hardwood and the other guy. It's just FTR hair.
Yeah. All right, I got Britt Baker winning this. What do you guys got?
Oh, definitely.
Britt Baker for sure.
But I do think there's an interesting story here as far as Tay Conti being released by WWE, and then going to AEW, and then I think improving a lot in the ring and showing a lot that she didn't show in WWE. And I wonder, because you would look at what their purpose is for WWE and NXT now, and it's like, we want real athletes, we want women of a certain look, we want them to be a certain age, and she checks all those boxes, and it really is, I think a real negative for WWE that they let her go without really giving her a real chance to do anything.
Well, I mean, they have so many people under contract that there are going to be some people that system's not for them. And I think Tay Conti, the AEW system, worked better for her. Some people, it's not going to be like that. Some people probably work better in that NXT type of environment. We haven't seen NXT churning out superstars since it became the NXT that we knew as far as the takeovers and everything like that. We haven't seen pay-per-view headliners really coming out of it outside of.
Well, I think. Well, as far as the track record of purely NXT trained people going in and becoming main event talent hasn't really been there. And I think that's part of one of the reasons they did this kind of reorganization and shakeup of what NXT is, because I think Vince was looking and saying, I don't have my main event talent like I thought I was going to. What are we doing wrong? And I think part of that is, Vince dropped the ball with some of these people, but I do think that's why they did the shakeup. But it just seems weird because Tay seems like the perfect person that they would want in current NXT because she checks all the boxes that they are looking for. And here she is, challenging for a title on AEW pay-per-view.
Right, but if you saw her matches back then, she wasn't that good.
Well, that's because
she's improved greatly.
That's because there's something wrong with the training in NXT.
But you can't use one person as an example, though.
But we just said there's
different. No, there's a lot of good wrestlers that come out of NXT. Chad Gable. It's just that they don't have.
I don't think Chad was NXT trained though.
Well, look.
I mean, he had the amateur background. Tay Conti, I believe.
No, he was. He did he did stuff like he obviously improved when he was in NXT. I agree, but he was trained by
like Sasha Banks did some indie stuff before, but NXT is where she got her real experience.
She was around for a while.
Charlotte Flair was completely
NXT. Charlotte is a win. Yes, I mean Sasha was around for a while before. I mean she's local.
But there's a lot of MJF was around for a while before AEW, but I consider him an AEW.
But I'm talking specifically in regards to like training prospective athletes to become pro wrestlers, not necessarily like having homegrown talent that you elevate.
But I'm sure there are people in the Nightmare Factory that have wrestled on some unknown indies before they went there. You know what I mean?
I'm not comparing saying AEW's like talent development system is significantly better. I just think it's strange that Tay Conti improved a lot once she went to training with Dustin.
She did. Again, this system worked better for her.
Yeah, and I think that's the key word is the system, because there is a certain way that WWE wants you to wrestle, even if you are a good wrestler, even if there is fair or not a certain way that they expect their wrestlers to perform under their system. So I think in addition to being a good natural wrestler, I think it's whoever is the best at adapting to that system.
Yeah, and correct me if I'm wrong too, but when she came into WWE, they put her in the one of the Mae Young Classics, which they were kind of building around Shayna Baszler and Kairi Sane. And even though, you have 32 women in there, you can have multiple stars emerge. I feel like they were so focused on Shayna and Kairi emerging from that as the top tier talent going into the NXT system that even she was green and she is still like learning per se. But it was like almost like right place, wrong time for her is what Jesse's kind of saying here. Like the current NXT, if she had her current skill set and was there, I agree. I think she would blossom really well, but she's doing much better than I think she would in that system because I think there is a ceiling per se, and AEW's allowed her to kind of grow and be herself and adapt to her own style versus learning the WWE style, which might have had some pushback. I love the prestige of this match too, by the way, with Tay having the face paint and kind of the bigger epic entrance, and then Britt Baker having the guitarist as well. They've made this feel a lot bigger than what it looks on paper, which is a dominant win for Britt Baker as she gets closer to that Thunder Rosa rematch.
I think Britt is probably, if not the biggest, one of the biggest like overall wins from AEW standpoint from where they started to where they are today, as far as with her, they got a legitimate top women's wrestler who's extremely popular with the crowd, who's very good on promos, who comes across like a real star. I think she needs some other people to be elevated to her level for the division to really take off. And, but I think you would have to look at her experience in AEW and chalk that up as one of the biggest successes they've had since the company started.
And to add to that real quick, I feel like Britt Baker and Hangman were in a very similar position when AEW first started, where it would have been very easy to put both world titles on both of them. I penciled Britt Baker to be the first AEW women's champion off the bat. I didn't think that there was anyone else big enough. But the fact that they waited for Hangman, we'll see how things play out tonight. But with Britt Baker, they waited. They let her popularity grow to just a fever pitch to where she was the most popular act on the card before they put the title on her. I thought that was really smart. I think they've done a similar thing with Hangman where, to me, I was like, oh, it's a no-brainer. Hangman's first champion. They're not going to have an ex-WWE guy hold the title first. But in hindsight now, knowing to where we are tonight and what this moment could be for Hangman, it was absolutely smart to let them grow on their own before giving them the title. And I think Britt Baker has had like a similar trajectory.
Yeah,
it's funny
in terms of like adjusting on the fly. Like, not only did they wait, Hangman Adam Page just wasn't ready, and Britt Baker, even though they wanted her in that spot as like the Golden Girl, people just didn't care about Britt Baker early on or Hangman Adam Page early on because we weren't given a reason to care. And then part of that was the cowboy shit character, in addition to Britt Baker's DMD character. Once those finally started taking off and they found their voice, is when they then started to promote them at that level, which I think is really good on AEW for adjusting like that.
And if you remember that first week when Britt Baker was cutting the heel promo, it was pretty bad. Like her first couple promos as a heel was really bad. Like, and instead of giving up on it, they stuck with it. And then she just not only, got comfortable, she just completely changed her character, blossomed, and just became, one of the top women in the business.
Yeah, I mean, I think when they signed her, the idea was she's a really interesting human interest story. She has some potential. She is not experienced enough really to be pushed as a top act. And then she evolved into this, awesome heel character, a very strong promo, and then improved enough in the ring that you could push her as a top star and it wouldn't be that big of an issue. And again, I think that just real big, like as far as someone who's improved a lot across the board since starting in AEW, they really hit a home run on her. They were very fortunate to sign her when they did.
Here's an interesting layer that gets brought up by Dean again. Anna not being ringside screams heel turn coming up. Could you guys see that happening? Anna Jay maybe costing Tay Conti, or maybe Tay Conti loses clean, but Anna Jay comes out to console her, turns on her. What do you think?
I could see Anna turning heel. Yeah.
Especially because
her turning heel, just not now.
Thunder.
Yeah. I just don't see it now. I don't know. Anna Jay, I mean, we'll see. She just seems like such a natural babyface. But, Sami Zayn at one point did too, and he turned out to be a great heel. So you never know.
And Anna's really inexperienced. Like her match, her first ever match in AEW was I think her 6th match ever. And then she got hurt and missed 10 months. I don't know if a feud with her and Conti would. I don't know if she's ready to be that kind of a big of enough character to make that work. But I could see it happening. I think it's more like
she's still really green and needs. I feel like before you put her in a high profile feud, that she needs a little more seasoning. It's more experience.
They should wait, and Tay Conti and Anna Jay's tag team should be a thing for a little longer because they're the only women who actually are committed to being a tag team. They have matching gear, they have their name, the Tay J, which is kind of fun. I think they have their own theme music too together. So I think they should really let this cook in terms of them being a tag team before we see a split.
Yeah, and I also worry too about when you split up a tag team that feels, mid-cardy, even though Tay Conti is having a big spotlight here. Them as a unit feels like a mid-card tag team. Yeah. And splitting them up, one of them always goes is forgotten about per se. And I feel like both Conti and Anna Jay are good in the spots they're in now. And I worry that having them feud against each other, one is going to fall down the card significantly.
Yeah.
Right.
I see. I mean, Tay Conti right now, I think, is very much definition of a placeholder challenger. I think AEW really is killing time on Britt Baker's title reign for when they're going to do the Thunder Rosa program, because that's, I think, clearly the biggest program that they have currently for the women's division. And for whatever reason, they've taken their time getting to it.
Yeah, I think that they're waiting for that because they want Thunder Rosa to be. I believe she's going to be in the TBS tournament, right? If I'm not mistaken. And so I think they'll let that play out, and then after that, they'll probably let her get a couple wins before she challenges Britt. Because I remember reading something about they want that to be a cage match too, which would be just massive in terms of wherever that takes place. Which could main event a Dynamite, it could main event a Rampage, or it could be very high up on a AEW pay-per-view card.
Who do you guys think will win the TBS tournament?
I was actually thinking Thunder Rosa, but Jade Cargill, because you took it right from under me. Jade Cargill is a really good choice.
Mm-hmm. I agree.
It is
She's
top
Either-
heavy though. I could see either Jade, Thunder Rosa, or Ruby Soho each seem like favorites, and I could see either of those happening. But I think it's being set up for Jade.
It does feel like a showcase for Jade. I see it almost being like Jade gets to the finals and loses and slips on the proverbial banana peel.
like a Lance
loses.
Archer situation with the TNT tournament.
No, it's different with Lance because I think Lance is, was like a 25-year pro at that point. I think
Sure.
with
But
Jade,
they
I think there's
showcased
still-
him heavy to kind of how you're describing what they could do.
Yeah, and I think with Jade, it's baby steps with her in some regards because she doesn't have a ton of in-ring experience. And is that the kind of person that you want to have on the TBS title? Because she checks all the other boxes. The look is outstanding. She jumps off the TV screen if you're flipping channels, even though nobody does that anymore. You see her and whoa, who is that person? I could see her more. Them wanting to take a little bit more time with her because is she experienced enough to have a championship at this point? I don't know.
But at the same time, with how her character is kind of structured, if she's going to do the weekly challenges like they've done with the TNT title, could you not just have like a couple squash matches until she's ready to have like a showcase match? Like I think you can put the title on her when she's not like perfectly experienced and in her defenses build up to a highly competitive match. And it would elevate her character too to have her have like consistent squash matches each week.
Mm-hmm.
I agree. Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, that's the beauty of pro wrestling.
And it's something different, having like the dominant champion who doesn't necessarily have to go and do these 4-star matches or whatever. It's just I like the idea of that. So I hope Jade wins.
That's a good point because AEW really hasn't had like the monster heel champion yet.
Yeah. I mean, they had Miro. They did a good job. I mean, he wasn't winning like necessarily all squash matches, but that's essentially what he was this really dominant champion where you're like, who the hell is going to beat this guy?
Right.
And you got your big spot with the air raid crash on the apron. I think she's gonna kick out. Brace yourself, Raj.
That's not a brain buster from the top rope. I'm fine with that.
From what I've seen so far, this is actually a pretty good match. I mean, I'm not too surprised, but like we were talking about the experience of Ty Conti in terms of being in this position, I think they're both showing very well in this match.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, this is good.
Yeah, I think Ty. I think she really wants to be a good pro wrestler.
She seems like very, very committed. Yeah.
Yeah.
Her heart's in it. Yeah.
Yeah. And that's one of the things. And there are a lot of people who sign with WWE because the WWE liked them at one point, and then they are NXT for a few years, and then they never go back to pro wrestling. You could tell that she really wants it.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of people that get in to be a WWE star,
right?
And if that's not happening, they're done.
We talk about Strowman, kind of like feel like that might be Strowman's.
Yeah.
I remember people thought before Miro signed with AEW, he was kind of flirting with that was going to be his outlook. He was like, I'm just going to do video games forever. And I doubted that. But at the same time, I was like, well, he has a big enough following and he's got a great look. Like he could easily just be an action movie star, maybe not with lines of dialogue, but just like to play a character per se. So yeah, there's a lot of people that come through the WWE system who seem to, once they get released, that's just it in terms of wrestling.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, gosh, going way back, guys that looked like they were headed for superstardom in WWE just based on their look. Who was the guy that who looked like Batista?
Mason Ryan.
Mason Ryan.
Yeah.
He went to Cirque du Soleil. He went to the circus.
Right. Yeah.
Vladimir Kozlov's another guy who just looked like just your classic heel. He had the face for it and everything, but he's like a stunt double, but he's a really successful stunt double. Like he works on a lot of really big movies.
Yeah, because Mason Ryan could easily went to like an Impact Wrestling and gotten a job there, But I'm pretty sure once WWE didn't work out, he's like, all right, that's it, I'm done.
And then way back, early 2000s, Nathan Jones, after he got cut, I believe he was in Mad Max Fury Road.
He was,
a couple of years back, which is crazy.
He was in Detroit.
Who could forget the successful acting career of Kurgan?
I wonder, like, just the longevity of this match. This has got to be like top to bottom. One of like each match is like the lengthiest I think I've ever seen in a pay-per-view. I haven't seen any matches that have gone like less than 10 minutes.
Yeah.
Like the average match length.
Yeah, average match length is, yeah, that's what I was trying to get at.
I think we're going to the finish here.
I would have to assume.
What else do we got? We got Punk. We got the Omega match.
And then the
We got
big
the Inner Circle.
man. Yeah.
I forgot about the Punk match. How could I forget about that? I could see the Punk match being like
Nathan
not
Jones
super
name drop,
like
WTF. I know, very random.
nice. I think I could see the Punk Kingston match like not being super long because I think they might just go out there and like kill each other in 10 minutes.
Yeah.
Yeah, that one doesn't need to go past 10 minutes. For a match like that, you don't need a bunch of 1-2 shocked face, you know?
I need someone looking at their hands and questioning why they're so violent.
Do you guys think Eddie Kingston's going to win that match?
No.
I don't think he will. I mean, there is momentum behind him, and that's a credit to Eddie Kingston and CM Punk for being in such a great feud that I think now people think it could go either way. But I do still think it's a little too early to beat CM Punk, but I would not have a problem if Eddie Kingston did win.
The only reason why I think Eddie could win is because I can't remember the last time, if ever, he's gotten a victory on an AEW pay-per-view. He lost to Moxley at Full Gear last year. He wasn't on Revolution this year. He lost the tag match at Double or Nothing. He lost to Miro at All Out. Like, he doesn't win on pay-per-view ever. And he's such a hot character, and he's so over with the crowd.
If there's a parallel in terms of UFC, he's like the Clay Guida, where Clay Guida is like the gatekeeper, where you had to beat Clay Guida in order to get to that upper echelon. But no matter how many times Clay lost, people loved Clay Guida, and they were kind of rooting for him to always win.
Yeah, I think Eddie almost enhances his value if he kind of loses a lot. Like his appeal is that he's this very humanistic, vulnerable personality in some ways. And like it almost enhances his value if he's like this guy who really isn't actually that talented.
As an everyman, yeah, because he does have that everyman value, that quality.
Eddie Kingston is like doing it for people like me that just loved 90s All Japan, but weren't very good athletes that just wanted to go out and try to be a wrestler. And that's how I view him. And I think that's part of the appeal of him is that he's actually not like physically that talented, and he's not going to be the guy who's going to be a champion.
Real quick, earlier someone was asking Tay should be more aggressive in this match, night one here. You're seeing it now. I don't know if you guys just saw those kicks, but those are kind of ferocious there.
Very stiff.
There we go. Britt with the win.
Wow.
So now Raj is in the future.
Now Raj is ahead of us.
Oh, sorry.
There we go. Oh, wow. That surprised me. I thought she was going to get the lockjaw win. It was a roll-up.
Yeah,
wow.
It's a good match.
Yeah, I thought it was really good. The best match in a couple of matches to me.
Yeah, I mean,
a lot more competitive than I was expecting, too.
Well, you wanted to have, it seems like almost every match is getting roughly the same amount of time. I think that's a big win. Just going, those two women, given their, I mean, Britt Baker's really only been wrestling. I bet you she doesn't have like 200 career wrestling matches. When you consider the level of experience to go out there and have a good 15-minute match on a pay-per-view that's going to have a lot of, good wrestling and good wrestlers on it, that's pretty impressive.
Now we got CM Punk and Eddie Kingston up next.
That would be great.
So yeah, so we all picked Punk then, right?
Yeah, I'm picking Punk in this one. I'm gonna go get ready for the stream, you guys. So I'll see you, Raj, in 45 minutes when the show's over. But this has been a lot of fun, you guys. I love this idea for the watch-along.
Good stuff. Buddy. Thanks, Alfred, for stopping by.
All right, you guys. Care, I'll see you soon.
Thanks. I got a question for you guys. What do you think is going on with Survivor Series? Because it seems like they've put very little promotional effort into it for what normally would be one of their biggest pay-per-views.
Well, I feel like it hasn't been one of their biggest pay-per-views in a while since the whole brand versus brand thing. And yeah, it's such an afterthought that I almost wonder, like, since tickets aren't selling, they're not off the hook, that they're just like, there's no need to really promote it. I don't know if part of it is just Peacock, the Peacock deal is making them lazy because they don't need to push it anymore because that money is guaranteed. I don't know. It's just weird.
I have a lot of frustration with Survivor Series because for so long, it never felt like a big four. And then, in my opinion, some people don't subscribe to this, but in 2016, I thought we got a really good glimpse of what it could be when they built it around, I believe there was a Raw SmackDown tag match, women's match, and men's singles. And the men's singles teams were like the all-stars, like AJ Styles. It was Styles, Ambrose, Wyatt, Orton, Shane McMahon, sure. And then like on Raw, you had Owens, Jericho, Rollins, Reigns, Strowman. And like that match too went like 45 minutes. It felt really epic. You had the really cool factor of Wyatt and Orton being the sole survivors, like really elevating their stock. And I thought that pay-per-view was really strong as a whole. And then the very next year, you had all the BS with teams getting switched, Triple H getting involved, a bunch of legacy guys coming in. John Cena as a free agent comes out of nowhere, and he's on Team SmackDown, I believe. I feel like they really dropped the ball with what they could do with Survivor Series and the brand warfare aspect, because I think brand warfare can be a really cool concept if done correctly. But Raj, you've been mentioning this on Twitter, and I've been very frustrated with it as well. All of Team Raw, except for some changes they made recently, were on SmackDown a month ago. Like, why would these guys care about this brand that they just got traded to? Having it so close to the draft makes zero sense. I feel like they've been building feuds on the respective shows for beyond Survivor Series. So to have like what they're doing now, it's frustrated me to no end, because I think Survivor Series is a really cool concept on paper, and I think they're kind of blowing it. Real quick, CM Punk with fight shorts. This is crazy.
It looks like he's in his drawers, like boxer briefs.
Yeah,
or boxer shorts.
Speaking of which, wasn't Punk saying something? I've re-listened to his Art of Wrestling thing with Colt Cabana so many times, but I remember him saying one of his complaints was he wanted to wear fight shorts and have sponsors and all that. And they shut him down because they said you can't have your own sponsors. And then another thing that ruffled his feathers was Brock came in and did that exact thing. So this is kind of like him wearing fight shorts is kind of a long time coming. Like, I feel like he's wanted to wear them for a while. And obviously he wore shorts on the indies, but these are more like MMA style, shorter length compared to what he wore on the indies. And Eddie just decked him immediately.
Yeah, he did the Superman punch, right? And
the spinning back fist.
The MMA Superman punch.
The spinning back fist. It's actually called Back Fist the Future. That's his actual the name of the move that he used to use in the indies. I don't know if they say it on the AEW broadcast.
Isn't in MMA a spinning back fist a Superman punch? Oh no. No, you're right. It's just a spinning back fist.
People have
this has energy. This match has energy.
Yeah, Siphon says it's going to be match of the night. I think that's pretty bold, but it has the potential to be. Dean says he digs the shorts. He also asks, is it me or does Punk look bigger? I haven't noticed, but maybe he's put on some size.
He looks in great shape for sure.
I feel like he's never got out of shape because, shortly after WWE was the MMA training. And he's just someone I feel like has always been in pretty tip-top shape.
He did get smaller quite a bit in MMA, just getting down the weight class. So in that sense, I can see how he looks bigger for sure.
So I would tentatively say it's about 60% people chanting for CM Punk and 40% chanting for Eddie Kingston. I turned up my volume specifically to gauge that. Again, there's probably a lot of people from Chicago at this pay-per-view, I presume.
That's true.
So that helps CM Punk, obviously.
I really wish Punk would bring back the kick pads. I know they don't really make sense for the fight shorts, but when he wears trunks, I miss seeing the kick pads.
We got
the what's it called? The style and everything, the Chicago Stars.
We've got Bryan Danielson using a different finishing move every time that he wrestles, and we got CM Punk wearing different tights every time he wrestled.
Yep.
Yeah. I'm not a big fan of the shorts, but I don't know. Again, I think it's just I'm so used to Punk and just tights that.
I thought the pants were weird.
Yeah, same
like
here.
when he wore the pants. It was like an unnecessary distraction during that match, which is like, why is he wearing pants?
Yeah, it's so like nitpicky, but I miss when he used to have like an elbow pad that he would wrap in tape as well. And it's just like little things like that that's just made like his return not feel as big as I was hoping it to be. I think it started out great, but like I miss like 2011, 2012 CM Punk, and like I know people want him to evolve and all that, but I want to see him return to like a similar ring gear.
Joseph Bozo pointing out that Dr. Britt Baker and Ty Conti, the match got 15 minutes and 24 seconds, which it was really good.
What
was the cumulative time of the Queen of the Ring tournament matches? I remember people talking about that. Like, I think it was like 23 minutes or something like that. But
I'm surprised it was that long.
For some reason, I'm not one to be a stopwatch slapper, but
very interesting comment here from Siphon 3. This could be the catalyst to push Punk to the edge. And I'm gonna assume you're talking about the crowd noise because we've been talking about it so much. Jesse, you saying it's like a 60-40 split. You could have that play into the factor of, Punk being like, I just got back, even though it's been a couple months. Like, how have you already turned on me per se?
Okay.
Yeah.
I would strongly stay away from the "you people turned on me" promo, because that's been done in WWE like a million times.
They've done it to death, but it could factor into a Punk turn.
And I think Punk is always going to be extremely over at times. I think it's a unique.
Oh, he's bleeding too.
Yeah, I think
Punk with the juice.
I think it's.
Eddie wiped it and just like licked it as well. Jeez,
gross. I can't remember the last time I saw Punk juicing.
I mean, it would have to be pre-WWE, right? Because
I mean, unless it was accidentally. But even accidentally, I can't even think of.
I'm sure he got busted open like in.
I remember one specific time, and it was accidental, was the Money in the Bank 2013 ladder match when Paul Heyman turned on him and hit him with the ladder, and he had a nasty gash that kind of bled in with his hair, but when it started dripping, it was really noticeable, and it became evident that it was accidental. So yeah, he's bled in at least my lifetime of watching him. But yeah, this one looks pretty gnarly. It's already covering like all his forehead.
I was gonna say, like, even in his UFC fights, I don't think he bled. He got bruised up.
Yeah, he had the one. His first one, he had the cauliflower ear, which was like, it was gross.
Right.
Yeah, CM Punk has blood. We confirm that.
Can't confirm. CM Punk does bleed.
But yeah, no, I don't know. Like, there's a lot. Some people say AEW uses blood too much, which I don't know. Can you? Is it possible to use blood too much? I have no idea. But I do like that he got color in this match, because the entire theme of this match is that Eddie, like you said, doesn't want to beat him. He wants to just kick his ass.
Yeah.
I think blood once in a while in a pay-per-view match, it can enhance it. I'm not a big blood guy.
Okay.
I was never a big, but I do think when you're doing it a lot on TV, and they were doing it a lot there for a little bit, where they had like the Lance Archer, Moxley match.
No way. Oh,
Jericho.
Is he going for the 5-knuckle shuffle here? This is hilarious.
I don't think so.
He just did the leading up to it, and he's throwing the arm up. Or he's at least teasing it. I don't know if he actually hits it.
I doubt he actually does.
He just started punching, so no.
People were picking it up in the crowd. They were doing the "You Can't See Me's" and all that. Yeah. But Jesse, you just pointed out something that I think makes the winner of this match obvious. The fact that Kingston just wanted to kick his ass. He didn't care about winning. This is how you get out of this match with both guys kind of getting a win. Punk is going to win this match by pinfall, but Eddie's going to point to, I made you bleed, I beat you up, I won mentally per se. So yeah, I think it's pretty obvious now that Punk gets the win.
Dean Regan's asking if they still blade. Yeah, they do. And
It's
I mean,
legal in
AEW.
AEW.
Yeah,
I
in
believe
AEW they do.
it's banned in WWE.
you could even see, like, during the Blood and Guts match, you could see, I think it was Dax Harwood with the blade. I forgot who he was cutting.
You can tell when someone's bleeding, like, when they bladed for the most, like, in general. You can tell by where they start bleeding and how much they bleed, as opposed to the hard way.
Mm-hmm.
Has Punk's hit the Savage Elbow since he's been back, right? I can't recall a specific time, but he must have hit it at some point, right?
I can't remember.
I can't remember either. Do you guys see the superplex, or are you not there yet?
Not there yet. I just saw Eddie wailing on him.
Yeah, okay. They just did the both men are exhausted kind of spot.
So I'm like a minute. I'm like 30, 45 seconds ahead of you.
Yeah, when this is over, I'll refresh and see if I catch up.
Yeah, I've been trying to do the refresh thing, but like I've never had like a delay or like a pause whatsoever. So I think it's just a browser versus TV situation in terms of
my Sling TV too. Like that will be like a minute behind.
Really? I feel like I'm behind when I watch pay-per-views by like a minute or two. Then like if I go on Twitter and I see people talking about it, but it's we're doing a live watch along and stuff like that, so it's much more evident when we're behind than normally. Mm-hmm. I haven't really had any lag or anything.
Punk did the elbow in the Darby match apparently, so must have gone over my head in that match.
Yeah. Also, if anyone hasn't read the Eddie Kingston Players Tribune article, I highly recommend it.
It's fantastic.
Yeah, it's really good. It is crazy to see where Eddie's career has gone from 2 years ago to now.
He was another guy I saw at that Evolve show. He was the leader of a stable called The Unwanted. And they had who'd they have in there? They had Colby Carino, Joe Gacy, who's obviously infamous now in NXT. But it's just funny to me to see just, the trajectory of these guys. Because to me, when I saw Eddie Kingston in Evolve, I was like, oh, that's the guy from the Jabberwocky stable in Impact Wrestling for that one spell. It was him, James Storm, and I think who's the other guy that he's in NWA?
Nick Aldis.
No, not Nick Aldis's friend. He used to be married to Charlotte. Who is the guy? Do you know who I'm talking about?
Oh, Bram.
Yeah, Bram was also in that little trio. I forget what they were called. They were like they wore suits and white like masks, but that was my introduction to Eddie Kingston. And little did I know he's put in decades on the indie scene beforehand.
Well, he's around forever, and I knew he could promo and everything like that. And then he came out as Cody's challenger. I'm like, oh, Eddie Kingston. It kind of makes sense because they had brought in some independent guys before. And he cut a really good promo, and then everyone was talking about him. And it's a testament to somebody getting an opportunity and doing the absolute most with it.
Oh, yeah.
I feel like has every big match Punk had, has he done the GTS, but I'm too tired to cover spot?
I think he has.
Did he do it with Seidel?
Oh, no, not with Seidel, because Seidel, he reversed. I believe Seidel was hitting, or I think Seidel almost had like a Black Widow like sleeper in on him, and he popped him up and covered him shortly after. But he has done that spot a lot, Jesse, to your point.
The crowd's booing Punk now for beating up Eddie Kingston. Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Punk just got the win. So this was definitely the shortest match on the show so far. And it will be. But
still like 10 minutes-ish, maybe?
10 minutes, but it was violent, impactful. I thought it was really...
Yeah.
I thought it was exactly what it should have been.
Yep. Yeah. That's exactly what it is. I think, that'll be the kind of match where I think some people will come away from the pay-per-view and say that it was their favorite match.
Yeah.
So I'm still, my prediction's still from the beginning.
Are you perfect?
I'm perfect. Yeah.
Did you put some money? Put some money.
I should have. I'm perfect on the ones I called at the beginning of the show. There was the Young Bucks one where I said it could go either way. I'll go with the Bucks and Cole, just because I thought it might have been a good one for Cole to get a pinfall. But yeah, great. Another strong match. I feel like show's been loaded.
Yeah, I feel like every match has been really good. I think we're so far missing like a truly like great match. We'll see what the main event does.
Yeah, because the Inner Circle, I don't think that will be. So
at this point in the card, to me, that match feels very skippable.
I agree.
Like, we're heading into it's almost 11 p.m. East Coast time, and it's like, all right, the main event's going to go long, but I think it kind of feels like the cool down match, as they say. But maybe the crowd will probably be hot for it because they're really hot for the Jericho segments.
Yeah, we got 2 matches. Garris is asking in the chat.
CM Punk's going for the handshake here. Don't do it, Eddie.
I think that's a really cool thing that they're kind of. I mean, I don't know if.
And Eddie didn't take it and left.
It seems more in character for him.
Yeah, exactly. Because what I was gonna say is,
I dig it.
I don't think they'll do an Eddie Kingston John Moxley split. I think they'll just they'll be singles guys and they'll eventually reunite and they'll always be on the same page. I think, but I think it's really cool to have Eddie Kingston kind of operate more of like a heel while Moxley is also in the middle of his heel turn. We obviously wish him a speedy recovery with what he's going through right now, but when he does come back, he's one of my most anticipated characters right now because of just this like heel turn he's going through that it's not the traditional 1 week he attacks a good guy and all of a sudden he's a heel. It was every single week getting a bit more aggressive, brutalizing like Preston Vance, Orange Cassidy. Was it Orange Cassidy? Who was the other guy he beat the crap out of? I
don't know.
I think it might have been Orange Cassidy. Not in the tournament, but in just another singles match. So yeah, I think it's cool to have them both be aggressive heels separately so that if and when they do tag again, they become like immediately one of the most dangerous teams on the roster.
What if you guys?
I think they're stronger as singles, but but as a partnership.
Not to have them challenge for titles again, but just like the idea of 1 week on Dynamite, they're tagging together, facing whoever maybe they're feuding against in a team of their own. It's like, oh damn, this is going to be a violent match.
One of the things I like about AEW is that the relationships of the people on the roster can be.
Hey, we were talking about the Powers of Pain earlier. Baron Von Raschke at ringside, and he was their legendary wrestler. He was their manager for a short period in WWE.
I thought you were about to. You're again ahead. I thought you were going to say Baron Von Raschke died. That's what I thought you were going to say. I was like, oh no, Baron Von Raschke, because
he's going crazy at ringside. It's showing the claw.
The claw. He there really aren't. Unfortunately, there really aren't a lot of guys left from that era.
I feel like there's more from that era than the era that followed.
The guys from the 60s lived longer. Like the guys from the 50s and 60s lived longer from like the guys who in the 80s for sure. But from like the Bruno Sammartino generation, there's not a lot left.
Yeah. Hopefully they keep this match shorter. You got 3 guys in there who have never wrestled. And,
it's like a street. It's a street fight. It's like a Minneapolis street fight.
Yeah, but did you see the elbow drops that the one guy from American Top Team was dropping on Dynamite?
The forearms to Jericho.
Oh my gosh, they were freaking horrible. So even though it's a street fight, when you're an MMA fighter and you're holding back, those strikes look terrible.
Well, it's one of those things.
They don't go too long.
Well, it's one of those things where, like, if you're a boxer or an MMA fighter, you're trained to throw your strikes as quick as possible. And the idea is that people aren't supposed to see, you wind up and punch and that kind of thing. So when they go get into wrestling, it's harder to throw, like the difference between throwing a really good worked punch as opposed to like being an actual fighter. And it's like completely opposite.
Well, yeah, because wrestlers know how hard you could hit without hurting the other person.
Yeah.
And MMA guys are a little too safe. Like they don't want, the careful ones don't want to hurt them at all. So they, completely miss or end up with super weak looking shots if they don't have experience. So we'll see, Shaq did way better than anyone ever thought he would.
Well, the thing with Shaq is that the standard of athleticism for like 7-footers in wrestling is very like low. Like if you like just use like someone like Omos as an example, or Great Khali or that kind of guy. So someone, even a retired like very successful athlete like Shaq, getting in the ring, he just looked more fluid than anyone at that size normally looks. And I think he did really well.
Hey, we just saw Issa on.
Oh, really?
Oh, now I'm looking.
Well, yeah, I'll look out because we're a little behind. Oh, yeah, there we go. That's pretty cool.
Oh, there, I see her. Okay, I was just looking at a bunch of stereotypical Minnesotans.
Garrus brings up here, Sammy doesn't fit the inner circle anymore. What do you guys think about that? Because he is the TNT champion. He's got the singles thing going on. And the inner circle doesn't really seem to be as big of a group anymore. It seems like they just get on the same page when they need to, per se. Raj, I'll go to you first. What do you think about Sammy potentially going his own way?
I can see that. I actually think that would be better for him. I think the inner circle might have run its course. Or at least, maybe not have Sammy turn on him, but, leave on his own, just wanting to do his own thing. And they bring in a new member, something to kind of freshen the group up. Because it's been what, 2 years now?
Yeah, since the first Dynamite.
Which in wrestling time, that's an eternity. So,
well, like kind of, they kind of were like not all kind of doing, like Sammy was doing the TNT title thing. The Proud and Powerful were doing like their separate feud. And they were apart, and then they kind of recovered, came back together for this. And it kind of goes into what we were talking about like Kingston and Moxley. And I enjoy in AEW that the relationships between the talent can be less formal than like, okay, we're friends, we're in a tag team or a stable, and we have to have a name. People can tag team with each other. They can be loosely associated with people and also have, independent feuds. And I think that ultimately is where I could see the inner circle going. If you're not going to do a huge breakup angle with them, you could kind of have guys go their own way. But like when Sammy Guevara needs a tag partner, like, one of the members of Inner Circle can run out and help them because they're friends. It's kind of like you can see like Christian isn't part of Jurassic Express, but he's friendly with them and they kind of team together, when convenient for them.
Yeah, I do like that aspect.
And Sammy could be a hell of a heel too if they do want to turn him.
Well, he's naturally unlikable.
He's a natural. Yeah, that's what I was just about to say. He's just got the natural heel quality. He was a heel at first. I mean, he was a heel for a long time with the Inner Circle.
Yeah, I mean, when I saw him on the Independents, I thought he was this super talented like guy who could get heat because he's like this young, cocky, athletic guy that
he's a pretty boy. Yeah,
he's kind of a dork too in some ways, and it really come across as authentic. And he's done really well for himself in AEW, all things considered. A guy who was on the Independents, but wasn't like this top indie guy that everyone was trying to sign. Similar to Darby, he's taken a lot of leaps forward since coming into AEW.
Yeah, I had no idea about Sammy Guevara before AEW, and I've really taken a liking to him. I think like out of the 4 pillars, he's someone I've kept my eye on the longest. I was at the Dynamite in Rochester when he won the TNT title, and the crowd was emphatically behind him. It was a really special moment, you could tell. And he cut a promo after the show, like a dark segment for the crowd, just talking about how much it meant to him, and like that. And he talked about how he'll never fill Brody Lee's shoes, but he's gonna try his best to have a good title reign and whatnot. And just showing like the human side off television to a large crowd like that, I think did wonders for just kind of establishing him as like a likable character. But I very much agree, Jesse. I think you can flip-flop him either way, and I think he could play a really, really strong, cocky, arrogant heel, kind of like how he was week 1 before the Inner Circle formed. When he came out for his match against Cody, the first match on Dynamite, he was getting booed out the building, and like he was playing up to the crowd. He was sticking his tongue out. He was throwing his arms out wide and all that. So yeah, he knows how to be a heel, and I'd be very intrigued to see him be a full-on singles heel and not have the backing of a group per se.
Andre Arlovsky just did his bit in the ring. It was short. It looked pretty bad, but it was pretty short. Now Junior Dos Santos is in there.
I thought Junior did pretty well previously, but we'll see.
His
know,
punches are really. I mean, they're supposed to be. You're supposed to play your punches, but they look really light.
I'm not super caught up on. Well, I haven't been an MMA fan for very long, and I'm a very casual fan at that. But Junior Dos Santos is like a big name in the MMA world, but like a couple years removed, right? Like, is he still in the spotlight in his mixed martial arts matches?
No, he's. I mean, I'm not like an expert in MMA, but he's a former UFC World Heavyweight Champion. I want to say he fights for Bellator now. He's a big name, but he's past his prime as a fighter, but still active.
He is part of the most watched MMA fight in U.S. history.
When it was on like CBS.
Yeah, the debut on Fox, they did him versus Cain Velasquez.
Oh, wow.
It was huge, the biggest heavyweight fight they had at the time.
He's lost,
and it was over in like a minute.
Yeah, he's lost 4 straight fights. His last fight was last December in UFC.
Yeah, I think he
might be retired.
I don't think he ever signed with Bellator. Yeah.
Remind me again, real quick. This is a street fight, right?
Yeah.
I don't get why they're tagging in.
Well,
yeah, I was very confused.
That is true. They are tagging in.
Yeah.
Like you can see, like they have stuff up here. Here we go. They have stuff set up. They have like a barrel full of hockey sticks. I see tables and stuff.
All right. Get back to the couch. I think my laptop's charged enough.
I only asked because I was like, I know there's a street fight on the card, and the trios match with the Super Click and Jurassic Express was so reliant on weapons that I was like, wait a minute, is this even a street fight? But yeah, now it's spilling out and they're getting all the weapons involved.
Yeah, that didn't make sense, but I mean, it makes sense why they did it to kind of limit how much those guys are doing, but from a rule standpoint, it doesn't make sense to be tagging in and out on the street fight.
Right.
Jake Hager going to the top rope and doing a jump to the outside. The
classic multi-man spot where all of the guys do like outside dives, and then the biggest guy who you don't think does the dive does the dive. A staple.
And Lambert's
everyone
off
just
to the side.
watches them land on them.
What have you guys thought about the Lambert feud? Because I personally don't have a ton of use for it, but it's gotten really over with the fans. Have you guys enjoyed the segments and stuff? Do you like Dan Lambert?
Well, I don't know whether it's over in terms of people genuinely want him to get beat up, or if it's because they just want it to end.
He's got go away heat.
Go away heat, yeah. I don't know. It's done well because those crowd reactions are awesome, and it's great to hear such loud arenas again. That's something I'm never gonna take for granted after a year of empty arena shows. But yeah, it's odd to me. I don't know if he has anything beyond this feud. If he what's it called? Has more feuds lined up after this in AEW. And yeah, as Raj pulls up that comment here, Dan Lambert gets Vicky heat. Yeah, I think that's a very good comparison, honestly.
So I liked a lot of Dan Lambert segments for a while. Towards the end, it just feels like he's trying too hard. He's trying to play pro wrestling heel manager. And he's a huge wrestling fan. He loves it.
this has worked for the crowds there. I don't know if it's necessarily worked overall. It's not like you're seeing it get buzz outside of people in the arena. Now,
the him jumping up and down like you can't do this to me. Like, I know that's like cartoony wrestling, but
it's very Jimmy Hart.
It was a little too much for me for in the 21st century at least. But he gets it more than other people. Like, it's almost better to be overly cartoony than it is to like only be bought in like 50%, like a lot of like MMA guys kind of tend to be when they get into wrestling.
I haven't loved the segments, but I did love that his powerbomb spot like kind of sucked. Like he did a really crappy powerbomb. I thought that was like really funny.
Do you think
he
could have done a good powerbomb?
No, I don't think he did it on purpose, but I just thought it was like really good for the feud in the sense that this guy's like hamming it up when he can't even, like, he has all this help and he still made it look really bad. I don't know.
I think it would have been better if he did it and the table didn't break, because I just feel like the table, it's supposed to be like it takes a lot of force to go, take someone through a table, and the fact that he didn't have much force and Jericho still went through it, just I don't know.
I think he would have got a lot of heat if Jericho bounced off that table. I think people would have really looked at him.
But I think that would have been. I think it would have been great.
That's what I mean. Like, it would have been good.
Yeah. And then, you have the other guys go back and then actually put Jericho through it. But I think Lambert, he's a natural at this.
Oh, he's great for someone who like wasn't in professional wrestling like that much. I know he was doing stuff, I think, in MLW, and he did some stuff in Impact too. But I mean, as a promo, he's a complete natural.
Right.
When Lambert was in Impact, was he involved with the American Top Team stuff with like Bobby Lashley?
Yeah, that was the kind of the gimmick.
Gotcha. Okay, because I remember American Top Team being in Impact, and I did not remember Lambert specifically, but obviously it makes sense that he would be there. That was when like the Josh Barnett stuff was going on, right?
Yeah, they had like Lambert,
King Mo,
Colby Covington, King Mo, Colby Covington, who he's become a big star since then.
Remember when TNA made like a huge deal about signing King Mo?
Yeah, I had no idea who he was, but he felt like a big deal in early 2010s. Liam in middle school watching Impact Wrestling on whatever night it was. I think it was Thursdays back then.
Green 74 just took what I was about to say.
Tito Ortiz.
When they had those mystery
August 1 warning.
Yeah, the warning. That was an all-time. Yeah. I mean, I was a really big Impact fan at that time. Like, and then like during like the Hogan Bischoff era of it.
I loved the Aces and Eights storyline unapologetically. That's like my most controversial wrestling opinion.
I was in college at the time, and I was doing the live coverage for the site. And at one point I was like, I can't watch Impact anymore. Like, I want to do stuff in college. I cannot dedicate my time to watching Impact. And I told Raj as such, I was like, I can't do it. I'm busy. I said like I have to work more, but I was just like, I can't cover Impact anymore. I can't watch it.
You couldn't get paid to do it.
Yeah, that was like literally I can't get. But it wasn't even that. It was more just like But
was it the Aces and Eights storyline specifically that threw you off?
Well, it was everything with how much of what was going on with I didn't like Aces and Eights, but if it was just Aces and Eights, it would be fine. It was more of just like we're going to bring in every old over the hill ex WWE guy, and we're going to bring in the Nasty Boys, and they're going to wrestle.
Knox was there.
And it's all of Hogan's cronies. It just felt really outdated. And
D'Lo Brown was the leader for a little bit, which is so random.
Eric Bischoff's son was like really prominently featured.
Yeah, Garrett Bischoff and Wes Briscoe. Wes Briscoe, who's married to Red Velvet. Fun fact.
Yeah.
But yeah, I don't know, that era of TNA was very, very interesting. But I was such like a naive wrestling fan back then that just like anything cool just caught my attention.
I thought Aces and Eights. The problem I had with it was it just came across as like a low rent NWO. Teasing who the leader was instead of who the third guy was. It was kind of the same thing.
And it went forever.
Luke Gallows was there too. That was before he joined Bullet Club.
Yeah, he was Doc.
Yeah, he was Doc. And it was an acronym, and it stood for Director of Chaos, if you remember. What else was there? Oh, I was gonna say I went to Slammiversary. I want to say 2013.
With Sting versus
Sting versus Bully Ray.
Yeah, I was at that show.
No way. Yeah. I think Agganis Arena in Boston.
Yeah, it was at the Agganis. I was ringside for that.
Kurt Angle, AJ Styles. That was pretty sick.
That was where they had the Taryn Terrell versus Gail Kim match, which was like unexpectedly very good.
Yeah, and I think was it a ladder match too?
They had an Ultimate X match.
They did.
Anyway, that's enough TNA.
Yeah, I know. American Top Team segued us into an early 2010s TNA conversation. But yeah, I remember complaining about this match at first, like why are they tagging in and out? They've been brawling on the outside for so long now. I barely remember the beginning.
Yeah.
Well, I feel like this was a skippable match on the show.
Yeah,
it's redeemed by the weapons factor. Like it's not going to lose the live crowd's interest because they're doing table spots and whatnot. But yeah, I agree from an at-home perspective, it is kind of skippable.
And you can get away with the MMA guys and stuff doing like because they don't have to actually wrestle. They don't really have to sell that much or anything like that.
Now I know a lot of people asking earlier tonight about Bray Wyatt. I kind of get the feeling like if by the main event starts, if he hadn't shown up, he's not going to show up. I feel like Hangman Page, if he wins, he's got to have that moment. People
were talking. Yeah, people were talking about like the idea of having Adam Cole turn on Omega tonight, like afterwards. But I think tonight should end with Hangman and confetti, and that's how the broadcast ends. Like you don't need some crazy swerve finish or surprise debut. I think for once you can have like a storybook ending, and we'll see you on Dynamite without really a big cliffhanger per se.
Now I have the nightmare of Hangman Page winning and Bray Wyatt showing up and laying him out, and I can't get that out of my head now. So thanks for that, guys.
There you go.
I'm not a Wyatt guy. I would prefer for him to not be in AEW, but I understand that he has a lot of fans that would that really do want to see him in AEW.
I just think the idea of having him be in a company that would really let him do whatever he creatively desires.
He was there in WWE. I'm not going to get on the Wyatt stuff.
But to how much though? Like, at a certain point, I feel like rushing him into a title feud just kind of made no sense.
Sammy's doing a Jeff Hardy spot here.
Yeah,
he did the swanton off the ladder. That was pretty awesome. Sammy is the best thing in this match. Other than that, this match is just ended.
I've got the Sammy and then the Proud and Powerful's face paint would be the two highlights.
Yeah, good call. I loved when they gave Sammy the pinfall in the Stadium Stampede match. I thought that was fantastic.
I'd say Junior Dos Santos tan is pretty good too. That's Jake Hager's wife in the front, right?
What's her name? I forget. They used her and stuff.
They used her in that when they had his match against Cody for the TNT title. They used her in like the press conference.
Oh yeah, there she is.
Yeah. Baron Von Raschke hitting the claw on Ethan Page.
Oh.
I don't like a 25-year-old selling a claw from an 80-year-old, but that's just me.
It does put Ethan Page at a certain level, which is like the Miz level, which he's like a mid-level heel that can do like essentially comedy spots. I don't like the they did just throw him through the front row. I don't like a lot of like when the old guys do stuff. With the exception of Sting, because he's at least like presented as an active talent. But I'm not a huge fan of like, I know like it gets a pop when like Arn Anderson does the spine buster, but I kind of like think it's unnecessary.
It's the real sports factor too of like if Michael Jordan played in the NBA right now, like he wouldn't start. Like he would get smacked. And so it suspends your disbelief, or it hurts the suspension of disbelief rather.
This match, okay, I'm gonna say it. This match is bad. It might be working for the people in the crowd, but
it's gone on too long, and
it's bad.
It's bad match placement as well.
All right, this has got to be it, right? Jericho and Lambert. It'll end with Jericho pinning Lambert.
No, Junior just hit him.
You're ahead
hit
of
Jericho.
Now Lambert going for the pin. This is going to be a 2 count. 1-2 shock face. And that's exactly what it was.
Jericho's Okay, Raj, I'm now catching up to where you said the match was bad, and I 100% agree with you, because Jericho's exchange with Lambert was very bad.
Yeah,
and then
he waited to do the lion salt way too long.
he froze on the middle rope for the lion salt. I think Junior just wasn't like there at the right time, but
yeah.
Is it over yet, Raj?
No, still going. But Lambert's taking some kendo shots.
I think the kendo stick is the most overused weapon in wrestling.
Oh, yeah. Like who has those? Where can we get those?
Well,
I've always wanted one to like hang in my room or something, just to like memorabilia wise.
Well, you know
What's the thing he has now? What is that? That purple thing?
The stapler.
Oh, yeah. Now it's a callback, right? I've been watching Dynamite on replays just because it hasn't worked into my schedule.
I'm a little ahead of you, but Jericho's paying a little tribute to Eddie. Looking up at the sky, did the little Eddie dance. Now he's going to the top rope.
Well, Jericho was really close friends with Eddie.
Can he hit a frog splash?
And he hit the frog splash, and that don't kick out. There you go.
If Dan Lambert kicks out, no one breaks it up, he just kicks out.
Mercifully, this is over.
Jarek, that was actually a fairly decent frog splash from Jericho.
I can't remember the last time I saw Jericho do a frog splash. It's been decades at least.
Because I don't remember if he's hit them since, but his lion salts have been kind of rough lately. And so to see him able to still hit some top rope moves, and yeah, he looks a little teary-eyed right now. Damn, that's a nice emotional tribute.
I mean, for a guy in his 50s, I think Jericho's doing pretty well, but he's definitely, I think from a ring quality standpoint, he's fallen below like a lot of the guys in AEW, especially like the main event standard. I think it doesn't really matter because he's crazy over, but I don't know how many more years he can continue to be, I guess, passable as like a top guy.
Dean Regan, another super chat. Again, I'm trying to click it, but more are coming in. Thank you again, Dean, for supporting the stream, the watch along throughout tonight. He sent in so many super chats, but he says, I can only imagine the comments if this was WWE. I assume that's just from the criticism of just the length and whatnot. Yeah, I know. I mean, it's been a strong show overall, in my opinion. So I don't think that having a kind of filler match like this is gonna hurt the show's momentum too much. Plus, the next match is the main event, which people are going to be stoked for regardless. But yeah, I think it's a fair comment.
I mean, if it was WWE, I think people would say it went on too long and it was bad, which is what we said. So
yeah, that's fair. I think he means the comments in the live stream rather than what we're saying, because I think we're fairly critical of all things.
All right, so Shivani's going to make an announcement here.
Okay, let's. Jay Lethal.
Well, spoiled for me through Raj's volume, but this is still very exciting.
Interesting.
Nice.
Wow,
cool.
Big pop too for Lethal.
He was on the All In pay-per-view.
Yep, he wrestled.
Yeah, he was Black Machismo on that show.
He wrestled Flip Gordon.
He does Macho Man better than I do. Jealous.
Jealous. Come on, Raj. That's interesting.
I'm gonna take a listen here real quick. I'm gonna mute my mic.
Ooh, it's official. He's signed.
Interesting.
I think we're getting Sammy versus Jay Lethal on Wednesday.
He's certainly teasing that.
Yeah, Wednesday night. What's going on?
He just walks in and he gets a TNT title shot. I guess that's how TNT title works.
That's what Bobby Fish did.
I thought he was going to bring out Jay White when he said Jay.
Oh, Jay White would have been nuts.
But he's in San Jose, I think.
Yeah.
All right. Well, can you guys hear me okay?
Yeah.
Cool.
Wow.
Jay Lethal. I mean, he was the one ROH. Well, there's a few ROH guys I could see AEW picking up. There weren't many that I felt like WWE felt like the right fit for WWE. We'll see.
This has got to be one of the first non-WWE like big AEW signings, right? Like I haven't heard a pop like that for anyone that's come in from another company other than WWE. Like I'm trying to rack my brain, but
Yeah,
well,
I mean,
he's the first non-WWE one to get like a presentation like that, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
They announce him on a pay-per-view.
you could say that Ethan Page came out. That was a spot that they usually give to a big someone they think
Right.
highly of. I mean, I don't see him as like a. I would be surprised if he like challenges for the world title, but I like
they gave
Jay.
Brian Cage the casino spot, the surprise spot.
I've always thought Jay was
Right.
a really good promo, and he shined in Ring of Honor when he would do his pre-taped promos. And if you were watching the pay-per-views, he'd come out and he'd cut these really good kind of old-fashioned style pre-match promos. And he's a good worker too. There's some speaking out stuff about him, so I'm sure some people will be uncomfortable with that. But
That was before the speaking out, right? That was
I don't
3-4
know.
years.
I just know that there was some heat on him. I don't want to say what it is like on the stream because I'm not 100% sure what it is.
Yeah.
So I
Yeah,
don't want to.
it's out there. It's
Yeah.
like, I think it's like 3 years ago.
You'll
3-4
see
years
that.
ago.
You'll see people. Some people will be not happy that Jay Lethal signed with AEW.
KEHW brings up Jay Lethal, Brody King, Dan Housen are the ROH guys I want to see. I assume he means in AEW. Yeah, Jay Lethal, obviously we know now, but Brody King, I think, fits in very naturally to whatever Malachi Black is cooking up with the House of Black, just because they are tag partners in PWG. So
I could see
Yeah.
WWE being interested in it too.
But
Interested in,
WWE's said that they're not really interested in independent guys.
yeah, but I think Brody King, he's got a little size. He's not technically. Hold on 1 second.
I think he's got a great look,
Getting
Brody
a
King.
text.
Oh, I think he could do well in WWE. But
I love this. You guys see this pre-tape going on right now?
Yeah.
yes, it's. I saw pictures of him like he was filming this last night.
Yeah. Yeah. We had an article on it last night.
Yeah, they must have done it at 2, 3,
4 a.m.
Yeah, they filmed some movies in Boston that I've gone to cover for other websites, and they film stuff, most of the big action stuff at legit 2 a.m.
I was on the set of the Whitney Houston biopic like a couple weeks ago that they were inexplicably filming in Massachusetts.
Were you? Did you go to Black Panther when that was filming in Boston?
No, I mean I was covering it for my day job, but
I see.
I didn't see. I didn't know they were filming. I've been to a couple that they film around here. They film around everywhere.
I thought that was pretty cool. Again, different.
You want to make this match feel as important as possible.
Yeah.
I would have just ended it with him getting off the horse and I don't know, throwing something or something high energy at the
Yeah.
end.
He's got such a great theme.
How's
too.
he coming out as a wrestler? I mean, he's coming down the stage now if he comes out with high energy, but he's also, I think he's giving off the focus that he's trying to be really focused.
by riding a horse around town at 3 a.m.?
Well, he was really he was the serious
Oh, that's
straight-faced
neat.
hero.
The graphic, the lower third said, "We're proud of you." Signed like the graphics team. I like that. I like that little. As someone who studies broadcast journalism, I know what the guys in the control room truck are doing right now. So that's a nice little nod from the crew. That's nice.
Yeah, because there's always something kind of like snarky and funny on his.
Where'd you see that?
On his lower third, where it said Hangman Page, his AEW record at the very top, where it would usually say like just drank 2 pints or something like that, something silly. It said we're proud of you, graphics team. So shout out the AEW graphics team. They're in Hangman's corner.
Nice. So everyone agree, Hangman Page?
Got to be Hangman.
I think Hangman Page is the favorite. And if I had the pencil, I would put Page over now. Because, and I wrote about this from an article that's up on the site, you can delay again. You could screw Hangman over and you could save his victory over Kenny for a later date. But if you do that, you have to have like a really, really good idea that is going to work, because it's very risky to beat him here. Because
I think it kind of buries him. I think.
I think it. Yeah, like I wouldn't say as far as like it would bury him if you beat him and you have like a crappy idea to follow it up. I have enough faith in AEW's booking that I would believe that they have a good reason for why they beat him, and that we'll see that unfold over time. But I think it's really risky. You have to have like a super, super good idea that you are very confident is going to get Hangman Page over even more by him not winning tonight. But I think that's really risky.
Stage. Because people mention about, delaying it from All Out. I think that was a smart move because Punk was wrestling on that show, and Punk wrestling even got overshadowed by Danielson and Adam Cole's debut. Hangman winning would have got overshadowed by those moments. So having it be at Full Gear 1 year exactly after they wrestled on this show, which essentially started Kenny Omega's reign. And on top of that too, another added layer, Full Gear is essentially a show that like Adam Page kind of named himself, if I'm not mistaken. It was him joking about showing up to events in full gear, and then this became a pay-per-view. So I think it's the perfect stage. I couldn't see it happening at Revolution or Double or Nothing and it being a better moment. So yeah, I think this is going to be really special.
Pyro Forest, who I agree with 100%. Sometimes the predictable move is the right one. Absolutely.
It's often the right one.
Yeah. I think Page needs to tackle Kenny and shave that stupid mustache off his face as DeVax.
Person in the front row with the "What would Kota think?" sign, which Omega paused and looked at.
What is Omega? Okay. Omega's whole gear, is that an homage to something?
I'm sure it is, but I'm not nearly a big enough nerd to know what it is. And I'm a pretty big nerd.
His jacket had the one wing on it. I know he's done that many times before, but do we think also beyond Hangman winning, do we think he kicks out of the one-winged angel? Do we think Hangman hit? Well, obviously he kicks out if he's going to win, but does Omega hit the one-winged angel in order for Hangman to kick out? Jesse, what do you think?
I think he could do it. I think almost.
I need a definitive answer here.
No, well, you can do the story. You can do the story where Hangman wins and Omega doesn't hit his move. With the story being that if Omega can hit that move, then Hangman wouldn't win. And so I'm going to say no, but it wouldn't surprise me if he did.
Okay, because going off of that, I remember people, Royal Rumble 2020, when Drew eliminated Brock, everyone was like, oh, well, so Drew's not going to win because he got that moment. And then they went all in and Drew eliminated Brock and got the win. They could do 3 options here. They could have Hangman kick out of the one-winged angel and win the title. They could have him kick out of the one-winged angel and lose the match, so somehow proving like he can go, but he's still not there yet. Or they could just have Omega not hit it and then add to the natural story of, well, you didn't beat me. I didn't hit my signature move, per se. So There's a lot of directions they could take this beyond just victory and defeat for Hangman.
I think he kicks out. I think you want to put him over as strong as possible, and because Hangman, he hasn't looked. The storyline's been great, but he hasn't necessarily looked the strongest either. And I think,
he's coming off.
Kind of wanted. I mean, he lost to Brian Cage like a few months ago before pay-per-view, right?
That was before he had all of his confidence rush. But yes, I agree that the goal here with Page, and it's why it's so important that he needs like a really good opponent if he wins the title to have his first title defense against, is you're still in the process of establishing him and building him, because he didn't come into the company with the credibility that Chris Jericho had, or Kenny Omega, or John Moxley, or one of those people. The credibility he has is mainly built off of what you've given him in AEW. And you want to go as hard as you can because he's still not necessarily a made man.
That's a good point.
He's stealing my shot.
So no Dark Order at ringside.
Good.
Callis is at ringside. No one else from the Elites. I could see them doing this thing where the Elite interfere and the Dark Order runs them off. I kind of hope they just do it straight up singles match.
I think keep the Dark Order out of it. It makes Hangman look like less of a star when he's with them. I think just keep it the two of them. Maybe the Elite. I say just keep it the two of them.
I hope it's just the two of them, but if Hangman is winning, which we all expect him to, I think you can do something really neat and add a really cool moment to when interference would happen. Somehow Hangman overcomes it, or the Dark Order steers them clear of the ring. Just because I look back to one of my favorite matches ever is Adam Cole, Johnny Gargano at TakeOver New York, I want to say in 2019. And that's when the Era got involved, but Gargano fought them off. It really swelled the momentum in a match where Gargano was playing. He was the face, but he had an uphill battle to fight because the crowd was very much in Adam Cole's corner. But that moment of him fighting off all three members of the Undisputed Era really built up his momentum within the confines of that match. Not that Hangman needs that momentum, but it could make for a cool moment. But I agree. I'd rather this just be a traditional singles match.
Yeah, especially after that. Here we go. DX Vex. I'd be surprised that the Superclick shows up after the ass whipping Christian Jurassic Express.
Good point.
And that's a good point because they did have that brutal match. So,
and then it leads to more dissension of the whole like, oh, where were you? We had our own match, So there's something there.
No Nakazawa and Brandon Cutler running out.
Yeah, if this is going to end up being Page's crowning moment, the less of the gaga they have, I think the better.
You're right. I agree. The straightforward match is the best. I mean, they already done the Callis interfering, but I think that's fine. There'll be a big spot where Hangman decks Callis. I was thinking about this today, but when was the last time you felt like there was a major wrestling match like this where people were really hotly debating about who should win and who is going to win?
Oh, I felt like Reigns and Lesnar was like that just last month.
I don't feel well. I don't feel like that had the that match ended. I guess because the match went exactly the way I thought it was going to go, which is Paul is going to help one of them, but it's going to be inconclusive. And
yeah, I mean that was a big match. That had a lot of attention
on a Thursday afternoon.
And then I mean that's you got to do what you got to do. Obviously, I'd like it better if that was the Survivor Series card.
Yeah,
but
who do you think is going to win that Survivor Series?
Sorry, go ahead, Jesse.
I was just going to ask, who do you think is going to win the Reigns? What do you think they're going to do in the Reigns Big E match? Would be
Reigns wins.
You think he wins?
I think he should win clean, but Usos might get involved. Who knows?
Yeah, and the New Day's down one, so with Kofi with the knee, I think it's an angle. I'll double check on that.
I don't think having Big E lose clean is as detrimental as some people will make it out to be, because at the end of the day, you have the whole storyline of like they've both been on the main roster for a very similar amount of time, but Roman can just say like, you're not on my level, because he's been in the main event scene a lot longer. Big E is just having his main event singles run, so having him lose clean, I think, makes storyline sense. And people will say, oh, he's getting buried by Roman and whatnot, but I don't think that's the case.
No, Roman, it should mean something when he's beat. It should be a big deal because they've held off on that for so long. And same thing with Omega. Like with your top guys, they should not be getting beat unless it's absolutely necessary.
I don't think Roman should lose the Survivor Series, but I would really strongly suggest not beating Big E. It's kind of the inverse of what Liam said, in the sense that Big E is basically a career mid-carder who has gotten on a run here where he's finally elevated to the main event. And what he doesn't need happen to him is to finally get in the ring with someone who's presented at like a real top star level and lose that match, because that will just reaffirm the belief that he's just this mid-carder holding the not as important world title, and that the real top star is still legions above him. I think they desperately need someone to be elevated to Roman's level, because he has no true peers in his own cohort. And I don't know if that's going to be Big E, but I would try to at least protect him. And I don't think Roman should really be beating him, unless they'll probably do like a schmoz thing where like the Usos beat up Big E and Big E loses. But I don't think Big E losing that match would be helpful to him at all.
I don't think it helps, but I think it's the best option.
Well, the best option is to not do the match, but
yeah. The best option is not even to have the brand versus brand, because there are no stakes. It doesn't mean anything. It's forgotten about the next day. There are no ramifications. It's completely pointless. Real quick, right after this match, the AEW, Nick Hausman, he's on hand at the AEW pay-per-view. He's going to be at the media scrum. Any questions you guys want to ask? And this goes to the people in the chat. Questions that we can send along. Tony Khan will definitely be there. I'm guessing probably Hangman if he wins. Probably CM Punk, Bryan Danielson.
The same question I posed a few days ago, which would be, with AEW signing so many people, is it inevitable that some people in AEW will feel like they're not being used properly and want to leave?
That's a great question that I feel like only gets a non-answer. From
well, he's
Tony.
not going to say that, but you have to word it in such a way where the idea is that like, it's in the sense that it's inevitable. Not everyone is going to feel like they're being used constantly. You can even
Brian Cage is that right now, I believe.
That's all rumors on Cage. I don't know if that's true or not. I know his wife said that, but
yeah, but it adds
you
up.
Can tell.
He's been.
I'm sure there are people in AEW right now who are like, I wish I was on TV more. I'm not happy here.
Sure. What about something like, is there a certain number of talents that you sign before you kind of cut it off?
No, because I think he said that a lot, where he's like, if someone's available that I want, we'll go get them. And there's no magic number on what you get. It's more the sense that
Cody always says, you can never have enough talent per se.
But it's more of a personnel issue, right? Like,
that's why there's so many factions at the end of the
Tony
day.
works in, pro sports. On pro sports, there are players who are frustrated with their role on the team. Is it inevitable when you have so many people on your roster in a limited amount of television time that people will eventually feel frustrated in AEW? And the reason I think that's a good question is because
I'm sure it will.
In the perception of AEW is that everyone's super happy all the time. It's this wonderful backstage atmosphere. And I'm sure it's in a lot of ways better than other companies in that sense. But eventually you are going to have people who are going to be frustrated. And they're going to be like, the way FTR was in WWE, in the sense where they're really frustrated with how they're being used and they want to leave.
Yeah, but at the end of the day, like, every wrestling promotion is going to have people that are frustrated because, like you said, there's so many limited spots on television. There's so many limited spots within people on television that are considered top spots. So yeah, I think that's that was the beauty of, you know, the original, you know, the NXT post game show, NXT pre NXT 2.0, because they had the rotating cast of characters per se. You never really ran out of fresh talent, and I feel like people weren't really frustrated there because they knew the main event guys would eventually move on. They weren't necessarily permanent there. So yeah, no, it is a very interesting question. And with the pro wrestling free agency scene only just getting hotter every week, it seems it's hard to not want some of these hot free agents in AEW. But nowadays it's coming with a bigger hesitation because you realize if they come in, great, but one, do they get lost in the shuffle? Or two, who do you move off TV to make room for them? And that's been the beauty of having so many stables, in my opinion. But also, like, some stables are thrown to the wayside. Team Taz is a big example of that.
Rick Zone 323 saying, my question to Tony Khan would be his moving Rampage to any night and better time. That might not be that might be a good question. Just saying the thoughts on Rampage.
Is Rampage permanently on Fridays at 10 per se?
Could you see a time where Rampage moves to a different time slot or something like that?
I wonder how it would work at they don't want to compete with SmackDown, obviously, but like, what would a 7 p.m. Eastern Rampage look like? Is that too early, or like, could you experiment with that? Because a lot of not NBA or NHL, but a lot of baseball games start at 7. Like, that's not a crazy time for sports.
No, it's not. You're starting at 4. Well, the West Coast would be a tape delay, I guess, for a lot of the West Coast.
I don't know. 4 Pacific in the West Coast, like, a lot of football games start at 4 p.m. on Sundays. So, you know.
Oh, yeah. Wonderful. Well, they have a limit, especially if they're on TNT, because Thursdays and Tuesdays are their NBA nights. So Rampage isn't going to go there.
Mm-hmm. But TBS, you won't have that. Oh, yeah. Rampage is staying on TNT.
Yeah.
For a while, they were going to move Rampage to TBS as well.
Yeah. So Rampage is staying on TNT. And then they're not going to go on Monday nights for a number of reasons. So, I mean, I don't think
Saturday. It's Saturday or Friday.
Yeah, I don't know if you'd want to go to a weekend. Perhaps a Sunday night would be almost
Sunday
interesting time. You're right.
That's what happens with pay-per-views too.
Well, he doesn't. He also says over and over again that he doesn't going to go against the NFL, which rules out NFL nights. I don't know if that's how true that is. I think part of that is he doesn't want to go against Raw for obvious reasons, nor should he want to.
Because you would think Thursday night would be a much easier night for them. Even though you got Thursday night football, Thursday in prime time, I would think would.
That's the NBA on TNT's Thursday night, though.
Oh, right.
Real quick, we got a comment from Night One. Raj, you were asking about the ring gear. Kenny's ring gear is apparently based on Sephorath from the video game Final Fantasy VII. He usually does different subtle alterations to it. So,
okay, cool. Yeah, because I figured it was some video game thing. Because I couldn't see like a wrestler homage, so I figured it was some video game thing.
Interesting.
He's fighting out of it.
No. This match is kind of like.
I can hear the volume on one of your guys's.
It might be mine. I think my volume's up a little bit.
Okay. Yeah.
I turned it down again.
Nice.
What else for Tony? Oof. You know what? I'd like to know if during the Monday Night Wars, if he had a favorite during that time, because he was a big super fan.
Wasn't he a big ECW guy specifically?
He was. So I'm curious, like with Raw and Nitro, if he had a
because ECW had an alliance with WWF back then, right?
Yeah, but the ECW fans still were trained to hate WWE. You know, like they were supposed to they did that whole angle with Jerry Lawler going to ECW,
Yeah.
even though it was clear they were working together. So yeah, I'm wondering who if he had a side during that, because I don't think I've ever heard him ask that question.
Yeah, I think an easy question, like some other outlet will ask it if Nick doesn't, but just like with Jay Lethal getting brought in, you know, there's a whole bunch of Ring of Honor talent that's available. Are there any other names you have your eye on per se? But again, he would probably give a non-answer of just, you know, we're looking for the best talent, and you know,
Right.
there's a lot of good talent out there, blah blah blah.
You could ask him about. I didn't see that. I was distracted. I think someone was talking about how they announced. Did they announce Ishii is going to be on Dynamite this week?
No, it's a mystery partner for Orange Cast.
I thought I saw an announcement.
Or did they?
Ishii. I saw like briefly, but I was not focused on the show.
I believe it hasn't been announced as far as I can tell. I've been kind of radio silent this whole show.
Yeah,
I've
right.
just been in the stream and not really on Twitter per se, but yeah, I mean, it would be on their Instagram, I would have to assume. Yeah, they put a graphic up for Jay Lethal already. That's a great get. I'm a big fan of that, honestly. He's someone who I just think deserves weekly TV spotlight. And he hasn't had it in so many years.
So they did announce it on Twitter. Sorry, real quick. So a lot of people bring it.
Oh boy. Raj, do you vote in the Wrestling Observer Hall of Fame?
Oh,
I
Ishii?
did I did like 5 years ago, or like 8 years ago. And that was it. I stopped.
Oh.
Yeah, people are saying on Twitter that it is Ishii, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah. This I don't follow New Japan that closely. Is Ishii in Chaos?
Yes.
Okay.
Chaos has like 700 people in it. It's kind of like a late 90s NWO style in the sense that there's like 1 million people in it.
Gotcha. We got a comment here. Night one again. Gresham versus Bryan would be fantastic. Yeah, that'd be a technical bout for sure.
I saw a lot of people saying that like instead of Lethal, they should have went for Gresham. I don't know if they'll go for both.
I think Lethal just adds a lot to a locker room, just because of his experience and his like respect in the industry. Not to say Gresham doesn't have that, but Lethal has a little more, bigger star power.
Lethal's a bigger personality and a better promo than Gresham. Gresham is a better in-ring worker at the time, and Gresham versus Danielson is like a dream match that a lot of people have, and I would be surprised if we didn't see it like in the next year.
Feels like we're culminating to something here. Oh, wow. Pop-up powerbomb. Oh. Yeah, I think we're getting some interference.
Ref knocked out.
Yep.
Well, Kenny,
that was a ref knockout spot that actually is believable. He didn't just get bumped into. Like, no, he took a clothesline pretty bad there.
He's gonna be down for a while. So.
Yeah.
Paul Turner taking it. Well, I think this is going to be Hangman's going to get his revenge on Don Callis.
Kick out. There we go.
Aubrey's got to run down the really far apron.
That spot always works.
The referee sprinting and then making the count. Yeah.
Yeah. I can't remember the last time it actually ended in a 3 count, but
that you're right. That is I never thought about that. That was like the classic spot. Who's the ref that looks the most athletic running? Send them out.
Oh, this is a nice little callback here too. Not a direct callback, but he threw the title away. But remember way back, Takeover, Our Evolution, Sami Zayn, Adrian Neville, when he had the chance to cheat with the title and then he passed it up.
I mean, that's a classic. That's a classic
Yeah.
spot.
I know
Roddy
it's a classic.
Roddy Piper and Bret Hart did that.
See,
Yeah.
that's my foundation of wrestling. That's my late knowledge per se, even though I've been watching for 11 years now. But like, yeah, that's the first time I remember it happening.
Yeah.
I'm sure it. Well, when Hart and Piper happened, that was like kind of revolutionary in WWE at the time for being one of the first like major babyface versus babyface matches that they had, if I recall correctly.
I had a WrestleMania outside of Hogan and Warrior, but yeah.
You're right. Hogan and Warrior was a babyface. You're right. That's totally.
Yeah.
That match had like a very unique dynamic for its time.
Right.
And they bladed. Like that was like the first blade job, I feel like, in a while.
Yeah. I mean, they like Hogan did it at WrestleMania 2.
But that was, 5 years before that. Did they ban?
Right.
They banned blading at some point in the 90s. I'm trying to think.
Yeah, they did. I don't think but you still didn't see much blood in WWF in the late 80s.
No, but yeah, there's the Hogan and the Bundy cage match. Angelo Poffo does this incredible blade job during a Battle Royal with Andre the Giant that we saw in Saturday Night's Main Event, where he does he gets a headbutt from Andre and does this unbelievably bad blade job where he's just completely covered in blood.
I think the finish is coming here soon.
Ooh, Kawada kicks, my favorite.
Oh wow, he sold that
fire
clothesline really well.
Hangman sits up and says, "No, you don't, motherfucker."
I'm just realizing Omega's gear lights up. There's been little flashes of light.
I think it's just
happening.
illuminated.
I think that's just the lights.
Yeah.
Oh,
No,
is it?
no,
Because I saw one bright green flash.
Yeah, I think it's just how the light's hitting it.
Oh, okay.
When Kenny does stuff,
Here come
sometimes
the Bucks are coming down.
yeah.
So we are having the Gaga.
Kenny sold that clothesline so well because Kenny does. Sometimes when Kenny does stuff, he does stuff better than everyone else, and that selling that clothesline was one of those things.
Ooh, he looked like he dropped Hangman on his head there.
Sounds like a big move.
Oh, Jesus.
Yeah, I'm about to see it now. Oh man.
But he got right up, so he's okay. And
Shoot headbutt.
Then Omega looked like he got dropped. on
Oh
his head.
yeah, the homicide
Yeah.
backdrop.
I'm not a fan of those kind
Homicide
of things.
backdrop.
There's too much that could go wrong.
Kenny took that one better than Hangman took his.
Ugh.
Backdrop driveroo.
Oh. Oh wait, here we go. I don't want to see. I don't want to hear Raj's stream.
I won't say. I won't say
Okay.
anything. I'll wait till you guys are caught up. So did you guys?
Perfect.
I don't
See,
like that too much because Hangman hit his own one-winged angel and Omega kicked out. So now if Hangman kicks out, I feel like it has less weight because the move's been kicked out.
Well, Hangman doesn't know how to do it as well as Kenny.
I know, but still,
Yes.
the move has been hit and someone is kicked out, which is
I think the Young
Yeah.
Bucks kicked out of the Hangman's one-winged angel during that tag match at Revolution 20.
No. I don't. No one's kicked out of the one. Oh,
No,
Hangman.
they kicked out of. Remember, Hangman did it in that
Yeah,
tag
yeah.
match because Kenny's back was jacked up, so Hangman had to do it. No, Ibushi kicked out of it once in New Japan, and that's it.
oh, that was cool. You see
Let me
that?
know when you're caught up. I won't say anything.
Wow.
You're caught up.
Yeah. To
All right.
Matt Jackson just kind of
Yeah.
giving him the nod. That was wow. I like
Interesting.
that. Subtle, very subtle.
Hangman with the win.
So why would the Bucks be okay with Hangman beating Kenny? I'm trying to think of any.
They're
hype-
old school.
I
Had they
don't know if there's a
teased
direct
dissension?
answer, and it might just be the swell of the emotions of them being forget the past,
Yeah.
your moment.
Yeah, because they have been friends for so long. Hangman did apologize on Rampage.
Oh, okay, yeah. I didn't see Rampage this week.
Okay. Well, he apologized, but said that he'd ruin them if they.
You're right. I did. Yeah, you're right. I forgot. I did read that in the recap.
Yeah.
That because he wanted to speak to them a year ago and they like blew him off or something like that, and he basically apologized for costing them the tag title shot.
Yeah. So, Hangman with the win, pretty cool.
And no kick out.
When people cry after winning the title, I'm a fan of that. That just shows that how much the title means. When Sean did it, when Brett, Brett never cried when he won the title, but the way he would, the way he reacted when he did, it was always.
And Brett's first world title win was kind of strange. It was like match. It wasn't like a match. Yeah, it was like a match you had to buy like a VHS tape like 6 months after. It was in Saskatchewan.
I always thought that kind of hurt Brett's title reign to begin with. The fact that you never saw the story of him getting to the title shot and winning. It just one day randomly Mean Gene's like, hey, here is the new WWF champion.
Well,
like,
isn't the story that
I missed like 3 weeks of TV?
Wasn't the story that Flair wanted to leave and he had like a kind of a contract with Vince where he basically could leave whenever he wanted. And then so like Flair says, I'm done. I don't want to be here anymore. And then Vince was like, all right, well, you have to put over Brett for the title. And Flair's like, fine. And then he's put over Mr. Perfect.
No, not quite. It wasn't quite that. Yeah. Flair had some inner ear thing that he had to take time off the road for.
Real quick. Do you think there's anything Dark Order Wyndham related? Because I've seen a lot of people mentioning it on Twitter.
I hope not.
I think the time has passed for that.
Yeah.
Like if it was right after,
the Dark Order are like comedy guys at this point.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think, after Brody Lee, I feel like there was a big push towards them. And then now they just seem like a comedy group and Wyndham would just not fit. Like the timing is just wrong now. But, really strong show. Awesome main event.
Wow.
The Jericho match sucked. But outside of that, it was a really good show.
Yeah, I thought it was a really complete show for the most part. I know Jericho match is like outstanding for not being very good, but I think everything else I would say would rate above average. Satisfying main event. I think that, now we got Page versus Danielson, which should be a big, program, and it should be a hot match. So, I mean, AEW, I think when you're doing quarterly pay-per-views and you're asking people for $50, you got to deliver, right? And I think that, especially coming off of All Out, this following it up with another strong show, I think that can be considered a big success.
Yeah, I agree on all fronts. I very much enjoyed this. Raj, do you want to plug the podcast real quick? Because I know you got to hop out of here. We got another live stream coming right up.
Yeah, if you're not sick of hearing me yet, Alfred Konuwa, Chuck Carroll, we're going to be talking more in depth about the pay-per-view and all the latest news. So that's coming right up.
Good stuff. Yeah, you can follow us on socials. You see it in the lower thirds there. Make sure to keep supporting Wrestling Inc. on all platforms, Twitter, TikTok, YouTube, etc. Thanks, everyone, for tuning in to our first ever watch-along, and hopefully we can do these more often in the future.